Just making sure everything's good here. I know I probably messed up at the beginning there. This is my first live, so I have no clue how to do this. I'm going to be learning with filming here. So, all right, we're going to be building set 11377 Minas Tirith. And I also have the gift with purchase, the Grand, which I'll be building at the end. So I'm going to be splitting this live stream into two different parts. It's probably going to be a 5 or 6 hour live stream today. I anticipate this set's probably going to take me around 12 hours. So yeah, I imagine it's going to be two 5 or 6 hour live streams. Right now I can see nobody's watching, which is okay. I figured that would probably be the case since it's my very first stream. But in a moment here, I'm going to get into building this. I'm just going to pop up the stream up on my computer here so I can monitor any chat if somebody pops in. So bear with me here. Okay. Let me see how to even do this. Like I said, I have no clue how this works. Let me make sure everything's muted here. There we go. Okay. Make sure everything looks good too. So sorry about the audio. I have not invested in a mic yet, so there's that. And then also it's very hot, so I've got a fan going on at the moment. I'm also not really great at explaining things or talking, so apologies in advance if I have any struggles with doing so. But we're going to get started here in a second. So I'm going to grab probably an X-Acto knife here and get the top of this cut open. Pretty excited to finally be building this. I got it back with the release date at the beginning of last month, and I didn't even realize that it had sold out within, I think, 24 hours or around that amount of time. So I'm very lucky that I got that plus the gift with purchase. But let's see here. Okay. So again, this is going to be set 11377 Minas Tirith from Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. And it's going to have 8,278 pieces. So quite a large one. This is one of the biggest sets that I've gotten. But it comes with Shadowfax, which is Gandalf's horse. Here is Gandalf the White over here on the opposite side. But it also comes with King Aragorn Elisar of Gondor and Arwen, which the two of them, spoilers if you haven't seen any of the Lord of the Rings by now, sorry to tell you, but they end up getting married at the end. I don't know why I said sorry to tell you, but sorry if that spoils it for you, I guess is what I was going for. But it comes with Denethor, which is the steward of Gondor, also Faramir's father. So it comes with Faramir as well. Peregrine Took, or Pippin Took. And then we get 4 different Gondor guards, which is pretty cool. I love all the armor pieces and the shields. Very nice. But yeah, we're going to get this guy opened up here. I'm not entirely sure how many bags are in this. I didn't do too much research. But I also heard that there may have been some issues with people not receiving stuff in their bags. So I'm not super worried about that. Also, sorry if the box is disturbing any of the lighting here, but I've got the top open and I can see that there's 3 different box sections, and they all have kind of like an outline or blueprint of the front side of Minas Tirith. So that's really nice. Anyway, we're going to pull out. Sorry about blocking the camera here. Definitely a large set. First box here. Oh, nice. I'm actually, just to get this out of the way. Sorry if I bump the camera at all, everybody. But I'm going to set this on the ground because it is quite the beefy set, and it is going to give me trouble if I have it there on the desk. So, all right. This is what the first box section looks like. Let me see if it looks good just laying it down here. Probably better to hold it up, huh? So there is the front of Minas Tirith and also the design of the Tree of Gondor. Box number 1 at the top right corner. And I'm probably going to need, the X-Acto knife again to cut this open. Funny story actually, when I was in 8th grade, I was working on a paper mache project of a Lego version of myself, ironically. And I was using a bunch of poster board to cut out different layers and stack them together in order to create the different sections of the torso and legs and arms. And as I was cutting, I think, the torso section, I was using an X-Acto knife, and if any of you know how cutting cardboard goes, that causes kind of like a buildup of friction against the blade, and some of the cardboard, sometimes when it frays, I guess, I don't know exactly how it works, but it bunches up against the blade and kind of stops it from cutting. But rather than having any knowledge of how that would work and affect me pulling against it, I ended up cutting the end of my pinky finger open on my left hand. But again, terrible at explaining things, so geez, I missed one of those. Sorry if I'm struggling a little bit here. Still getting used to how all of this is going to work, but this one on the side. Double check that there's not one on the other side here. Seem to have already gotten that one, but there is one more remaining, so I'm glad I checked. Yep, there we go. Alright. Again, if anybody else, I see there's a couple more people who have joined. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to be building Minas Tirith today, and I apologize again for the audio. I haven't invested in any type of mic yet, so that's going to be something that comes in the near future here. Alright, now that we've got the box open, I see there's at least 8 bags in here. At least 9 bags, maybe, unless that's bag 6. Looks like bag 9, but obviously there's more than that. So, bag 2, got bag 14 already. I'm gonna have to slide this over a bit. We've got one of the bags here that has, I think, a couple cloth pieces in there. Probably Arwen's flag. And if anybody who just joined recently didn't hear me say this yet, I guess there's been some people that have been finding missing pieces from buying Minas Tirith and just not having it in the bag. So we're going to see if that happens today. I'm not too worried about it, but if it does end up happening, we'll just contact LEGO. And unfortunately, Minas Tirith is not even on back order at the moment. It's temporarily out of stock. So once that goes back into stock, or has the ability to back order it, or whatever it would be, I'm sure they would be able to send me the extra pieces if I had anything missing. So, alright. I think, looks like there's probably 18 different bags. We'll find out here with opening up the instruction books. I'm not sure how many are in here. If it's one large book, or, you know what, I'm going to grab some scissors for this. Alright. There we go. So, looks like it is a couple different books. Ooh. Oh man. Got book number 1 here. One of you might end up getting the QR code on that. That's totally fine. Welcome everybody who just joined. Thank you for watching Minas Tirith here. Book number 2. So first packet comes with book number 1 and 2 there. Apologies everyone, I'm going to double check here if I've got anything going on with the comment section. I'm going to have to make sure to pull that up. Oh, let's see if it'll even let me. We will figure that out in just a moment. I want to keep things going here as far as getting all the bags splayed out and ready to go for me. So I'll double check here in book number 1 how many different bags are potentially in the entire set. Sorry if anybody wanted to see this too. Oh, kind of crinkly packaging, or paper rather, but some nice front pages talking about Minas Tirith in a few different languages. I would read this, but again, I want to get into actually building the set, especially for how excited I am to have finally gotten to opening this bad boy up. Here's the gates of Minas Tirith, and yeah, it really just kind of goes into bag 1, so I'm not entirely sure if it tells me how many bags there are, but we're going to get them laid out and figure it out. So I'm going to set the instructions aside here. Probably not going to have them in frame as much since I'm going to be building from them. But we got bag 18 for sure. 10. It's going to be way over here. 13. 15. 11, 17, 16. Ah, here's Shadowfax. Right in the bag there. 14. Yeah, seems to be 18 different bags in the first box there. So I'd assume there's roughly 55 or 60 bags. I don't know why I'm setting that on the opposite side. Apologies for all the crinkling plastic here. I'm obviously going to have to move this more in a moment, but 9, 8. Okay, just so I can get started, I know I got a couple bags set aside, 1 and 2 and 3, and I'll get everything else out of the way because I can figure that out in a moment. 6. Okay. We'll get a better look at all that stuff once it comes to building those portions, but nice to see there are 18 bags for sure in the first section. All right. So, now that we've got everything cleared off here, I guess I probably will have enough room to go ahead and set the instructions on one side, but alright. So, first couple of bags, set them aside there. Sorry if I end up being a little quiet during this. I'm still getting used to how a live stream would work, and especially talking through it the whole time. I want to make sure you guys are being entertained aside from literally just watching the build going on. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I will try to go ahead and monitor the chat in just a bit here. Don't know why it was giving me problems on my laptop. It's just saying join the conversation to interact with the creator and blah 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 because I'm watching it from my own channel, but oh shoot. Of course I go ahead and I just have water in here, but I just spilled a little bit of that on the ground, so not a huge issue, just some water. All right. Did get on my instructions a little bit, so that's kind of disappointing, but you know, things will go wrong. That is okay. All right. Get everything out of the way here, make sure we're good to go, but here we have the first instruction booklet and the first few bags. All right. Anyway, let's get started here, everybody. I appreciate those of you who are currently watching. It means a lot. Everything jumped out here with the first bag, and usually they come with a smaller bag or a couple of them at a time. I honestly just open them and mix them right into everything. This amount of pieces doesn't really bother me digging through them, especially with how much experience I have building sets. Alright. There we go. So it looks like we're, of course, going to be starting at the bottom of Minas Tirith. But we've got 3 parts to the gate. And I want to make sure that I don't have to do too much with... Yeah, I'm sure I got to open up one of those separate bags in a moment, so I'll have that ready. It's probably just these 2 guys, though. Alright. So, welcome into everybody just joining. Appreciate you for stopping by for a moment here, even if it's just for a second. I'm glad to be streaming for the first time on my channel. So tomorrow is going to mark the 3-year anniversary of the first video that I posted, and I'm excited to finally get back into making some long form videos instead of just shorts all the time. I'm not going to lie to everybody, I got burnt out after a while, and the video that I was currently working on for a couple different versions of the Hogwarts Express, if there's any Harry Potter fans in here, that I'm honestly going to go ahead and cancel at this point, because although I created a backdrop for it already, I'm just struggling with actually formatting how I want my videos, to go at this point. Looks like I've already dropped one piece on the ground, but I'm going to worry about that when I actually need that piece. And yeah, so because of the amount of time that I've spent not posting long form videos, I'm just going to go ahead and cut that out of the schedule. Apologies to anybody who wanted to see that, but I just could not wrap my head around how to continue without stressing over how I was going to do it. So I figured, you know what, my anniversary is coming up here soon for the channel, and I'm just going to go ahead and do a live stream for it. I've had this set for a little over a month at this point, and really excited to build it by now. So I don't know why I thought I was missing a piece for a moment, but I'm searching around for nothing. I'm still glancing over at the live chat here. I don't know if anybody's actually said anything, or if that's why it's not available for me to click yet, but again, I'm very new to live streaming, so I have zero clue exactly how to look into that at the moment, but we're gonna figure it out. So what we got here? I'm so sorry if I'm completely building this out of frame too. That's another thing I need to get used to. At the moment, I'm not really willing to show my face. I'll probably do a face reveal later down the road, but I'm trying my best not to put my head into the frame, and not that you would be able to see my face, but from the Lego figure of myself that I painted as my YouTube profile picture, you guys probably get the gist that I have blonde hair, or like dirty blonde hair, kind of this color, I would say, but I don't necessarily need to have my hair poking into the frame every 5 seconds because I need to look at something closer, but I have good enough eyesight where I don't have to worry too much about it. And moving a little closer in here, probably going to put these instructions at a diagonal so that you guys aren't looking at nothing. There we go. Alright, making sure I'm not missing any parts from the last step here. Doesn't look like I am. Just going to continue with the 2x2 jumper plates here. Alright. What have we got? Lots of plates that are resembling sand at the bottom of the wall. And I'm not entirely sure how that's going to play into the way that the wall connects over it, but obviously we're going to see that in a little bit here. Okay. Again, if anybody has any questions for me, go ahead to Uh, go ahead and feel free to ask. See, there I am tripping over my words already. But anything is welcome as long as you're not asking some crazy questions. I'll definitely just move on to the next if that's the case. But I'm not entirely sure where I would want to start with what to talk about here. I guess I can go into some facts about the actual Lord of the Rings movies that I know, but I'm sure most of you are here to watch the set being built and not necessarily hear about things that you might already know as well. Because if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings, I'm sure you probably have heard these before. I don't know crazy information that other people don't, so it's not going to be anything necessarily crazy interesting, just random facts that I've heard here and there, and they'll probably pop up in my mind from either remembering randomly or if something that I see during building the set causes me to remember for whatever reason. I don't know exactly what I'm trying to explain there, but anyway, got this first section going along pretty well here. Aha, this is probably the center of the front gate, I'm assuming. Alright, crinkly paper there. And we're already on to step 14. Who knows how many are going to be here total. I really didn't do any research with how many bags were in the set or anything like that. So, going in kind of blindly. The same way with movies. I don't really like to hear too many spoilers, especially when it comes to either Marvel movies or specific things that I'm really into. Spider-Man, for example, I'm a really big fan of. I know there's a lot of people that are going to be excited about Brand New Day coming out here soon, and of course Doomsday not too far from now. But either I get lucky or I've just created I guess my own algorithm doesn't feed me any spoilers for videos, if that's the best way to put it. So I pretty much avoid most of them when I go and see movies. And speaking of which, I'm not really a fan of going to the theater anymore to watch movies. It used to be really fun having a crowd around and seeing everything going on in the theater and people's reactions, but I enjoy the comfort of my own home. Not my own, actually. I live with my mom, but I'm sure all of you know how expensive everything is at the moment, so I'm playing it smart and saving up while I can. So, no problem with anybody who does still live at home. And sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here because I'm trying to figure out. Oh, that's why. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. But hopefully I'm not talking too quiet or too loudly. And apologies if my mouth gets dry. It's definitely really hot, so I've got the fan going on in the background. Hopefully that doesn't get too annoying. Sorry if I've mentioned that several times. I just want to make sure people aren't curious what the noise is in the background if you're a new viewer joining in. Alright, and I was just looking for what I was about to put on before, just some 1x1 light gray studs, or light bluish gray if you want to get technical with it. So, I'm getting probably halfway done with this first bag. Not too bad as far as timing. Again, I probably anticipate this going around 12 hours for the full build, so we're definitely going to do 2 live streams, and if that changes where I need to do 3 different streams in total, that's okay too. But I'm probably going to figure out how to save and upload my streams so that you guys can watch them afterwards if you didn't get a chance to during. And I don't even know how to do that yet. But I'm going to go ahead and grab this piece that fell down on the ground because I can finally do that. There we go. Sometimes I don't actually follow the direct steps. I just kind of notice the changes that are going on both pages. So if you notice that I'm putting parts on before what it's actually showing in the instructions, that's why. And other than that, I just kind of look back and forth to make sure that I'm not missing anything from any of the steps. Usually you have 4 on the 2 different pages that are showing, but sometimes you have one whole page dedicated to connecting a sub-assembly or whatever else onto the set, or maybe even just building one of the minifigures. Which I'm kind of surprised they didn't start with one at the very beginning, but I'm sure they found a good way to spread them out during the set, so that'll be nice. Alright, I don't think I've missed anything here. We'll find out in a moment if anything goes wrong. But so far, keeping my fingers crossed, it doesn't really look like when I opened that first box that there was anything missing. That's just me. I have no clue whether or not there could be, but it seemed like everything was there and intact. So I'm not sure where all these other issues were coming from. With, I know there was somebody that they said that they were missing their legs for Faramir, so I hope nothing like that happens where a figure is just completely missing one of the parts. I want to be able to at least display this right away. Excuse me, I'm going to grab some water here. I'm not going to reveal where I am specifically, but dealing with not terrible heat at the moment. I think it's around 82 or 85 degrees. I haven't checked in a while, but it's definitely hot enough to where I don't want to be messing around not having a fan on, rather. I do not have air conditioning in my house, unfortunately. It was built in 1929, I believe, so coming up on 100 years old. And they just never installed one. We never happened to be able to do that ourselves, which hasn't been too bad over the years, but with the heat getting worse as time goes on, depending on different things happening during the year. I know sometimes wildfires will affect that, and some other weather-related scenarios obviously are going to play into the weather itself. I know that sounds kind of stupid to say, but anyway, being a little redundant, still trying to figure out how to learn my flow of my live streams, especially with this being the first. Also, welcome into anybody else that just joined. I appreciate you for stopping by. I am still figuring out how to look at the chat and see who is actually viewing the live stream. Not that it matters who, but I want to see if there's anybody that I recognize. And I am struggling to figure that out at the moment, so at some point during this video, I'll probably take a little bit of a break and look into that more. Obviously, if I need to go to the bathroom or anything, I'll be gone for a quick moment. But I also have a couple of dogs, which if they need to be tended to at any point during the stream, I might step aside for a moment to do that too. And I've laid a couple of Easter eggs in some of my Indiana Jones videos from early on, but if I haven't mentioned by now, I own a couple of Basenjis, which, if any of you haven't heard of that breed, it's a breed from the Congo that does not have the ability to bark because their vocal cords are too narrow, so they can't let out all the sound at once, and they do still make other noises like dogs do, growling, or especially having two of them, if one gets in the other space, sometimes they'll growl at each other, so it's very possible you'll hear that in the back of the live stream at some point. But they're really good dogs, and especially with living on a busy street somewhat, you might be surprised because you can't really hear too much traffic in the background. I'm sure the fan is drowning some of that out, but usually there's traffic that you can hear going by. And it's nice not having dogs that bark. There's not too many people that go by on the sidewalk, but they're very curious about people, and they don't really run back and forth or get excited about seeing somebody come up to the door, like the mailman or anything like that. So they're pretty laid back. All right, put another couple tiles down here. Yep, of course I'm just kind of jumping back and forth, so I miss putting these 2x4 light bluish gray plates down. Make sure this is being framed okay for you guys too, because I'm gonna have to push these parts farther over to the right and kind of center this more for you. Maybe that'll look better. I'm sure people have joined into the stream and laughed at how my setup is and immediately left or something like that, but that's just me. I'm just overthinking things, so I'm not trying to blame anybody or say that people are being not rude to me, but I can't explain what I'm trying to articulate exactly. Okay, putting up some of the walls now, it looks like. And apologies again, I'm probably holding my hands away from where I need to be, trying to make sure that I'm not popping into the frame myself, but I want you guys to be able to see what's going on, obviously. And over time, I'm sure I'll get way better at just muscle memory of where to put my hands and how far away from the camera to be. But that all comes with learning experience, and of course, another part of the ground. But rather than trying to learn it all before I even start streaming, I'm the type of person where I want to jump into it and have some base knowledge that I did look up beforehand and make sure that I actually have, like, for example, the eligibility to be able to stream, which I did, which is nice. Thank you to all of my subs who might be watching the stream right now. I'm nearing 950 at the moment, so not too far away from 1,000. I really haven't been posting long form videos for a very long time, so that's part of the reason why my channel is growing slowly. And I do apologize for those of you who have been watching the channel for a long time and all I've been doing lately are shorts. And if you're not into the shorts or the Bionicle mask drawings, then you probably haven't really been focusing on much of me lately, which is okay. And I need to get better at actually improving my channel and moving forward rather than getting stuck on the way that I was doing something before or trying to figure out how to change it. I just need to kind of go with the flow and figure out how to do that along the way. Because that one Harry Potter video that I was currently working on, I got a decent amount into it, and I think I just started second guessing myself for the way that I wanted to edit the video together, or in particular just I wanted to change some of the videography is the word that I'm looking for, but I wanted to make it a little bit more cinematic rather than, oh whoops, of course I built that wrong. Wanted to make it a little more cinematic rather than having my hands constantly in frame all the time, or well, just I don't know. That's hard to explain too. One thing that I'm also realizing is I need to get out of the habit of saying or just using poor transition words where I probably sound pretty uneducated at the moment, but that's alright. Okay. So, I'm gonna make sure everything's on here. I looked over at the instructions at the wrong page, of course, and thought that I was missing a part for a moment, but nope. No, that's just me getting ahead of myself. And I'm going to try my best to pay attention to the amount of viewers who are watching and if anybody does make a comment. But welcome into anybody who's joined recently. Thank you for stopping by the Minas Tirith build. I'm very, very excited to get this started. And it looks like, I'm going to see what we're at here. We're at about 35 minutes and we're on to bag 2, so I'm going to do some quick math in my head here. If we've got roughly 55, 60 bags, 30 minutes apiece, that means it's probably going to take, I don't know, man, it's seeming like it'd be a 20-hour project, but I feel like I have confidence in myself that I've been a pretty fast builder, so I'm sure if I slow down at all, it's going to be for me trying to explain something and talk. And again, if I do get quiet during the stream or just stop talking at a moment, it's because I'm hyper focusing on something going on with the build. So I'm going to try not to do that, but I apologize if I do. And I'm going to make sure that I don't run out of things to talk about either. So I don't want to just go into a whole rant about something and then not have anything to talk about after it. So far the set's coming along pretty good. I haven't built too many sets with this 90-degree tile. Or sorry, that's not 90 degrees, that's 45 degrees. Like the angled 45-degree 1x2 tile that doesn't actually slope down, it's just completely flat. I do have a few of the art sets with quite a few of those in it, like the Mona Lisa set. I still haven't even opened that box yet. So I'm just kind of behind on some of the newer pieces. I haven't worked with them as much yet, but they're really nice to see, and especially a lot of them in different colors in the set. That's cool too. I'm not sure why that felt kind of tense to put that clipped tile on the front, or the modified tile with a clip. I have probably come up with numerous names for pieces that aren't actually official or like the nickname for them, so I also apologize if I refer to a piece as something that you don't even recognize and you're like, what's he talking about? Alright, where is the other hinge? There it is. Sometimes you'll start to freak out because there's a part being covered by multiple other parts and you'll think that it's missing, but in reality it's not. Welcome into anybody who just joined. Alright, I'm gonna grab some more water here, so apologies for the pauses like that, but I don't want my speaking to be all, I don't know, I don't want to basically have issues with a dry mouth during the video is all I'm trying to say. But it's always good to stay hydrated too, that's for sure, especially during this heat. You don't want to mess with getting heat exhaustion or any type of sun or heat issues are not good. Most of the time that I have commentary during my videos, I'm recording them after the fact and splicing essentially sentence by sentence together. So I'm not really great at just talking with a good flow. More than likely I haven't been diagnosed, but I probably have ADHD. Just assuming from how I did in school and some of the different signs of ADHD, I think that I do. Again, I haven't been diagnosed, but that is definitely something I struggle with when trying to articulate myself, especially explaining things that I want to get across. But I'm hoping that with being on YouTube, I can improve that and just get better at talking in front of people and public speaking in general. I didn't really have any classes for that when I was back in high school, so I did have a couple of classes that kind of involved more presentation or speaking, but it didn't really happen frequently enough for me to get good at it. So, man, I'm spinning this around before I even need to. So, ooh. It's very interesting how obviously most of the Lego pieces are going to be very, very precise with how they fit together, but with just little inconsistencies, you get those different sounds from clipping the bricks together, and I always find that amusing. Welcome into anybody who just joined. Thanks for watching my Minas Tirith build. I am so excited to finally be building this. I've been sitting on it for over a month now, and I got to the point where it wasn't too difficult to really sit on it, but I also have a lot of sets that I have not opened, so over time that got a lot easier to kind of cope with the the desire to open up a set that I had still put away in box, especially early on when I only had a few of them. I didn't want to get in that bad habit, but it got a lot easier. Like I said, if you just do something repetitively over time, then it just becomes routine and it becomes easy. Going back to my dogs, and if anybody didn't hear me explain before, I have a couple of Basenjis, which are they're the only dog that can't bark. I don't want to have to keep repeating that. I'm going to sound like I'm bragging or something. But they're just a really high temperament dog, so they're a little hard to train. They are good with kids, and they're really friendly dogs. They're good lap dogs, and they like to cuddle. But they also have their moments where I have two of them, so they get annoyed with each other, and they'll either be in one or the other's space or just being a little too personal. So one of them gets upset and growls, and they both start getting at each other for a couple seconds, and then you just hear it go silent for a moment, and they're all good. But they require a lot of attention, a lot of walking, and that's also another reason why it shouldn't be an excuse or a reason really why I haven't gotten to posting more long form videos, but I also have to make sure that I'm getting them enough exercise during the day, so I take them out on 2 to 3 different walks. Usually the first one's just around the block or around a couple different blocks, so it's roughly half a mile, or if I'm doing double block, you're not exactly doubling the amount of space if you're going around 2 different blocks, because you're cutting out that middle road. So it's like 3/4 of a mile or something. But I either do that, and then in the middle of the day, or sometimes earlier on, if it's going to be a really hot day, I'll take them on about a 1.2 mile walk. So all in all, they're usually getting, with especially the third walk that I get in, it's usually another shorter one, somewhere around 2.5, upwards of 3 miles a day, which is important for them. But I like to make sure that I'm breaking that down into good timing, so that they're eating at certain times in between them, and not having issues with needing to go out while I'm at work or whatever else. But that hasn't been too crazy of an issue. There's been moments where they unfortunately have made messes, but they're animals. They're well, I should say pets. I don't want to upset anybody, especially people who consider them family members, which I do as well. But they're gonna have accidents, just like if you have a baby or anything. They're gonna have accidents as well. They can't control it. So I don't know why I'm going into all of that at the moment. But anyways, we're building up to the upper section of the wall here. I don't know, you might be able to hear some foot pattering in the other room there. One of my dogs was running by. Especially now that I pointed out. But they're really good dogs. I enjoy them. If you guys don't know anything about Basenjis, I would look them up. They're very, very interesting, especially their history, and they have quite interesting personalities too. Especially the two that I got. I have one male and one female, so that already differs with their personality, and then depending on the Basenji you get, that's going to depend too. But we're going to go back to talking about Minas Tirith itself, because I'm sure if you're watching, you're probably going to want to hear about what's going on here. So, welcome into some of the new viewers who are watching. Thanks for joining the stream. We're building set 11377 Minas Tirith. I'm having to look back at the box here, but it has 8,000, if that wasn't clear through the mic, sorry, 8,278 pieces. I either have a mild form of dyslexia or I'm just stumbling over my words from ADHD, so apologies for that, especially if you just joined and you have no idea what's going on. I've talked a little bit about having struggled just talking fluently, and that's part of the reason why I record my commentaries just after the fact, and most of the time it goes sentence by sentence because I listen back to the audio, like, see what I just did there where I said audio very strangely? It's because I'm talking too fast, and when that ends up happening, I have to cut that line out, re-record it, and make sure that I like it before I move on to the next line. So that's part of the reason why it takes so long for me to actually record my videos, and that's one of my downfalls to why it's taking me so long. And I just need to get to the point where I just don't focus on that, and I think the live stream is going to help, because again, I'm just not good at fluently talking, so if I do more live streams, I'm hoping that I get better at that, essentially. So, I just noticed too, oh, never mind. I was thinking that this was going to have a really odd connection point, but I looked at it wrong. So, I thought the clip down at the bottom of the wall here, I don't know why, because I can tell that's going to be where the door attaches. But I thought that this was going to like slide over that bottom thing, but I don't know why I would have thought that. That would never work. Okay. Whoops. There we go. So, just coming towards the end of the midsection for the front gate here. And we've got 18 different bags in this first box section. We have 3 different boxes inside the main set. And I'm just randomly calculating. I honestly don't know the number of bags, but probably going to be around 55 or 60 bags. It could even be more than that if there's smaller bags. But I, at first, doing the stream, anticipated this was going to be around like a 12-hour build for me. I've built a lot of LEGO sets, so I figured, yeah, this isn't going to be too much of an issue. But I could end up proving myself wrong and have to split this into 3 different streams instead of 2. And I'm also not entirely sure how many other people are building Minas Tirith currently. I was thinking about that the other day with just the fact that this is on, it's not even on back order, and it's temporarily out of stock. So if you can't order it and build it right away, unless it's available in LEGO stores and people are able to get it, I'm sure most people who already purchased the set last month have built theirs already. So if this is your first time watching Minas Tirith being built, welcome in. And I was very excited to start building this after a while, because I spent quite a bit of money on it. So I actually, I'll be completely transparent too. I had never actually scanned any of my instruction booklets, which, if any of you caught at the beginning of the stream, I didn't even really bother covering up the QR code on the front of the instructions. So if anybody gets to that before I do, I really don't care. That's okay. You can go for the insider's points. But because I hadn't done anything with scanning my instructions, I don't even know how many I scanned. It was quite a bit, but I ended up having about $62 worth of insider's points from just scanning. So that helped quite a bit with actually getting this set. And the main thing that I was worried about was making sure that I got the ground, which, sorry about that if I haven't held it up for the viewers who have joined in recently, but we also have the ground here, which I'll be building either tomorrow, or if I have to split this up into a third stream. Unfortunately, I am working all day on Wednesday, but I will do my best to try and either finish it up today and tomorrow, or if I have to, we might have to have a little bit of a break in between. But I don't necessarily anticipate that happening either. I can always figure out a way to... I wouldn't necessarily want to stream later at night, because obviously viewership's going to be a little bit lower unless I have people from different countries popping in, which that'd be nice too. But now I'm just looking for one more 1x2 wedge here. There it is. Sometimes it looks like a tile from behind, or especially if you have these sloped, like the pointed slopes, that can catch my eye too, and I'll think that's one of them. But yeah, we're making some pretty good progress here. I like the inner side too, with that nice mural, or not a mural, but the stonework on the bottom of the floor there. Okay. And every once in a while, like I mentioned earlier, I'll try to pop into the live chat if anything's going on in it. I legitimately don't know if that's going to show me something in a moment. If somebody does, I shouldn't say in a moment, anticipating someone's going to, but if somebody does end up commenting, I don't know if it's going to pop up on my screen to where I can finally click on that, or maybe I don't have access to it at the moment for whatever reason. Who knows? But I apologize if you have asked a question and I just completely overlooked it. But I'm doing the best I can to figure out how all the streaming's going in particular. And I keep looking over too and noticing that I'm holding everything too far back to the bottom of the screen, so apologies for that. I don't want my floor showing too much from the very edge of the table, which is not too far away from where the front of these pieces are here. And I just got to do better with holding up whatever sub-build I'm putting together. But apologies for that again. I'm doing pretty terrible with actually framing what I'm trying to stream here. So, all right. If any of you have a favorite Lord of the Rings movie, feel free to let me know which one it is too. I would say personally, I think mine is Return of the King, so the third movie that Minas Tirith is from. I'm a really big fan of all the battles in that one, but you definitely can't go wrong with Helm's Deep and the Two Towers. I'm sorry, I think that's even from the very first movie that I'm thinking of. No. I don't know why I'm second guessing myself. It's definitely from Two Towers, but yeah, Fellowship is really good. I've always enjoyed it. Especially with the Balrog. That's always been one of my favorite scenes with Gandalf on the Bridge of Khazad-dûm. But especially putting the entire trilogy together and looking at it as a whole, I think the third movie is definitely my favorite. A lot of the visuals are so cool, and I think Lord of the Rings is probably what put me into being such a fan of castles, but if any of you play Minecraft as well, that's another big one that I'm realizing I probably did do something wrong here, and I caught myself. The the top of the wall that I built here. This might happen every once in a while, but yeah, I ended up, instead of putting the 1x2 graded tiles here, I looked at them incorrectly in the instructions. This is what goes here. Whoops, that was completely upside down. Alright, we fixed the mistake here. So now we're going to put everything back together where it was. Keep in mind this is just the first section of the gate, so I am already trying to picture how big this is going to be, and I measured out, I have a dresser to the left of me here that I'm going to display this on top of, and I already know that it's going to fit underneath it, or sorry, not underneath the dresser in particular, but I have a shelf up above my dresser that I had to raise up a little bit in anticipation for displaying this set, and I'm just kind of eyeballing based on the size of this front gate, the size of the I shouldn't say castle necessarily, it's like a city, but going from end to end, I think it's around 25 inches wide, and it's 23.5 inches tall. So I definitely made sure that that shelf was not going to get in the way when I hang that up. But another thing that I like to do is, if I ever notice in the instructions that you need to build two of something, I know there's probably a couple different types of people. You're either going to build the first of the two that you need to build, and then you're going to flip back in the instructions and build the second one. But what I like to do, if you're the other type of person, is I just build both of them consecutively. So I already have the first part of these sub builds before I move to the second page. Not second fully, but you know, the second part of that step. So got both of these mirrored, and then I'm going to go to the other side, get these on here. I remember, especially with my YouTube name being The Brick Perfectionist, I mainly name my channel that because I'm a perfectionist with my artwork, and because I wanted to pair my artwork with the sets that I build and do a backdrop for everything, which, speaking of which, I'm going to end up doing one for Minas Tirith sometime shortly. But sorry, I lost my train of thought with that. Because I do all the backdrops and the artwork for the channel, I'm more of a perfectionist with the artwork, and maybe not with building an actual Lego set, but especially if I'm doing a mock, which I haven't done too many of, I'm for sure a perfectionist when it comes to that, because I want to make sure that looks, or that the thing that I'm building looks like the reference material, or at least really, really close to it. So that is another thing that will affect my efficiency with my channel, is me second guessing the way to do something, or struggling to finish a mock because I'm spending too much time on it or whatever else. But that is just a flaw that I have as a person, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to roll with that, and hopefully it doesn't affect me too bad on my channel. But I need to get better with kind of going with the flow and not, whoops, having to plan everything out for how to structure a video. And not that I've done that for every single video I have uploaded, but I've kind of had to do things with at least a baseline idea in mind, I guess is the best way to put that too. Alright, so we got these really cool, I don't know what term you would actually use. I don't know why I'm trying to think, because I really don't remember what it would be, but the bottom of the wall tapers a bit for more strength, and is also a aesthetic choice. But there's definitely a few more pieces in this step. Yeah, here we go. Make sure we get everything here. I've always found it interesting that the extra parts to a set aren't included in the piece count, which obviously that makes sense that they're extra in that case, but they always vary for how many they give you, so I'm wondering for a 8,000 plus piece set how many extra parts they're going to be. But this finishes off the second bag here. And we should be roughly, I don't know, 50 minutes in, 45? Oh, no, we're an hour in already, holy crap. So yeah, it's very possible this will end up being a 3-part live stream, but that's okay, things can go wrong. Alright. I've always found myself to be pretty fast at building sets, but especially with doing the thinking that I am to talk about different subjects here, I'm sure that's slowed me down, maybe not by 50%, but probably a good 25% from how I usually build stuff. Not that I'm flying through it, because that also kind of makes the build not worth it. Alright, I'm going to start doing better with holding up what I'm building in front of me. Apologies for that, but welcome to some of you who might have joined recently. I appreciate you. And I'm sure you might be able to tell by the title of the stream and what's going on in frame now, but we're building set 11377 Minas Tirith. I've always been a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, although it might not seem like that because this is my first Lord of the Rings related theme, or not theme, sorry, but set for the channel. I unfortunately only got the Attack on Weathertop when I was younger, when that released, and then, which I'm happy I got that. That one's a really good set. But I also, for either my birthday or Christmas, I think my mom got me, it's the barrel escape from The Hobbit, and I'm drawing a blank on the set name, but it's the little mini set from The Hobbit that comes with Beorn, the bear dude, his little hideout, and it comes with a couple Gundabad orcs, or Gundabad orcs, depending on how you pronounce that. But yeah, that one's also pretty cool to have. I just really wish that I got more Lord of the Rings when I was growing up, and I'm really surprised that I did not, because I've always been into the movies. I don't think I watched Fellowship in 2001, but when Return of the King came out in 2003, I believe that's when we started watching, myself and my family members, because we heard of how good it was doing, or at least my mom did. She wanted to watch it with us, and we ended up seeing all 3 movies. But a funny story, I actually, when I was a kid and watched Fellowship of the Ring for the first time, I was pretty terrified of the cave troll that was in the Mines of Moria, and in like the tomb, that whole scene when Frodo gets like stabbed in the mithril armor. Man, I keep saying so I apologize if I'm just straining on being able to talk. But anyway, I was terrified of that when I was a kid, and I think I like hid behind the couch when that whole thing was going on. But it's pretty funny. I enjoy all of the movies, especially now, but when I was a kid, it took me a moment to get warmed up with all of the action and the orcs and all of the makeup and the CGI that was going on. But Smeagol / Gollum has always been my favorite character, and I'm not going to do it on stream more than likely, but I used to do an impression of his voice when I was a kid, and I just stuck with doing that for so long that as I hit puberty and my voice deepened, but I had more ability to kind of fluctuate back and forth between different volumes, and I don't know exactly how to explain the proper terms for it, but I started getting way better at the voice, so it's always been kind of ironic. And apologies if you end up hearing any doors or people moving in the background. I'm living with my mom and one of my brothers, so I'll definitely have a little bit of noise going on in the background, especially if either of my dogs make any noise. That might happen too, but only little growls at each other if they get too close in their own spaces, but doesn't happen super often either, so it's not really something I'm worried about. And let's see if maybe sitting a little bit closer to my desk here helps me hold this up at the proper height, because I'm sure you guys are probably getting a little frustrated with me holding what I'm building out of frame. But I'm sitting on a stool currently that does not have like a back seat to it, and I'm doing that a little bit to help actually sit up and with my posture, because I have a feeling if it actually had a back, I would be slouching a bit, which might cause me to lean forward into the frame. So I hope that my back doesn't start to hurt throughout this, but I might end up having to take like a short break. It might be something like while I'm going to the bathroom if I need to, but I might stretch a little bit if I have to. Of course, this is going to be a very long build, so I anticipate I'll have to do that a couple times. And what are we looking for here? Another double cheese slope, sometimes what I call those. But if you missed during like the first bag that I was on, I reached behind me to grab my water bottle that I have, and I don't even know what happened. I just completely fumbled it and spilled a bunch of water. Not a whole lot, just like a fairly large amount of droplets came out of it, but not a whole puddle, if that makes sense. I just installed brand new carpet in my room, and that's also another reason why my videos have been taking so long. I shouldn't say videos, the video that I was working on was taking so long. I remodeled my room because our house has, or had, at least in this room, horsehair plaster walls, and especially this wall right behind me here was starting to bow out really badly, so it was very much time to remodel. And I've got all drywall in here now. There were a few issues with matching up the depth of my walls with like my window and door trim, but I found some workarounds to that, so finally got everything completed, and now I'm to the point where I've got most of my stuff back in the room here, and a decent amount of my Lego collection is up in here as well. I have fairly high ceilings, so I wanted to take more, or utilize more of the vertical space in my room. And I'm going to build myself a loft bed pretty soon, but I don't have that in here yet. So, not that that's mattering for what I'm building right now, but another thing that I plan on building for myself is a second version of a light box, which I apologize for this big gap at the bottom of my, the back of my desk at the moment. I have baseboard trim that's blocking this from being able to go all the way against the wall, but the backdrop, or like a light box that I'm going to be building, it'll have a nice curve at the very bottom there, which I kind of failed on when I built my first light box, but once I have that finished, I'll have that setting on top of this desk, and you won't see the gap there or this unfortunate seam that's going to be in my first stream here, and probably my other portions of building Minas Tirith. But I am not too worried about those type of details. I guess being in my video, it'll show some history of the type of things that I've improved along the way. So it's kind of like a historical, not historical per se, but it's like a document of time, especially having any record of if I save the stream afterwards. Alright, so now I have to figure out, oh, that's what it is. I was wondering why this had 45-degree angles on the back and wasn't lining up properly, because I have not added all 8 of these sloped modified plates yet. And in a moment I'm going to double check to see if I can figure out this live chat again. I don't think I've missed anything, but apologies if I have. Still struggling to figure out how live streaming works. Kind of late to the game, but I was also late to the game for creating my YouTube channel, so there's that too. I mentioned a little bit before, but at some point I'll plan on doing a face reveal, but not for quite some time. I don't really care if you guys know how old I am though, especially with, I think my email that's linked to the YouTube channel has 98 in it, so if any of you guys put 2 and 2 together, it's 1998 that I was born. So I was born in December. That's the most information I'm going to give you, but with that being said, I was born at the end of 98, and I am 27 years old at the moment. So there's that, if you did not know. Alright, that's looking pretty good there. Make sure I oriented the 1x1 studs properly. Or sorry, not studs, ties. Okay, so these are going to go right up top where those notch into that other piece. Very cool, very cool. Okay. And then I'm wondering if there's anything that goes over that. That's probably just a detail that stays open. But that's cool. Sorry if you hear any of the chair creaking or the stool creaking underneath me. I tried my best to pick something that would be comfortable enough for the stream, tall enough, not too noisy, but also not causing me to slouch over for whatever reason. But yeah. So that's how we're rolling for today, is sitting on a stool that may or may not end up being uncomfortable at some point. Oh, I see him. Putting this on the bottom. Okay. Yeah, I was not expecting to be already an hour plus into the stream already. It's going to go by fast for me because I'm actively building this, but I guess I thought that it might, not that I thought it was going to drag, because I knew I was going to enjoy building this, but it might get to a point where, having done so much of the build and how tedious it's going to end up being, that either my hands get tired or my arms get tired from, especially if I'm lifting up a sub build and making sure you guys can see it. I'm not resting my hands down on anything, so that's possible that'll happen. Oh, I see. So after these go on, which that's kind of interesting that they just sit on there. I did not know that. I thought they would be fully connected, but I guess they're just sitting there. Oh man, the chair. Sorry about that, guys. But these shield, like the Nexonite shields, go upside down here and create some cool details to the top of the tower. I'm drawing a blank on what those would be referred to as, but aha. So we finally have reached to, sorry, not reached to, we finally reached the first figure that's going to be in bag 4. Give me a moment to find it here. You know what? I swear, because now that I'm looking at these, it seems like bag 4 might actually be missing, which is kind of crazy. I'm going to double check in here, but we've got bag 1, 2, and 3 that I just built. We've got 16, 17, 18. I said that I wasn't really worried about this happening, but I figured that it might, because I heard people were having issues with not having stuff, but no. Okay, I just missed it myself. Thank goodness, because this is the bag that has Gandalf, which Gandalf the White from the original figure is quite expensive now, and I would not want to have dealt with that being reordered. So, got one piece stuck in here. Apologies for all the crinkling that's going to happen in this video. Alright, well now that I came across that, which wasn't an issue, I'm going to make sure all the bags are here. So 15, there's 14, I know that saw, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, and we've got 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, so we're looking solid for the first portion, or the first of 3 boxes. Happy about that. Very good. But in a moment here, I'll build Gandalf up and hold him up to the camera. Make sure you guys can see him really good. Very nice, very nice. We got a few small pieces in this bag. Also, I'm glad that they've used this newer sword for the Lord of the Rings figures. It definitely works quite well. This almost, I'm probably wrong about this, but this almost seems like a, ooh, if it's going to focus, we'll see if it does. No. Well, I'll figure out the focus about that in a moment, but it almost seems like a reuse of a head. I could be wrong though. Alright, so we got that, and I believe, other than probably Arwen's flag or banner that's going to be in this little cardboard pack here. I'm actually really surprised, because I was thinking that there were going to be paper bags for this set, but either they've completely reverted back to using plastic, or just because this set had so many different bags, they decided to use the plastic. That's something that kind of went over my head when I first opened this up. But oh yeah, there's several things that we got in here. Indeed there are. We've got Gandalf's cape that we want first. I didn't even think about Pippin's cape. And then we've got Aragorn's as well. So definitely some cool stuff in there. I'm going to set that aside for now. But Gandalf's cape is pretty nice because it's just the one hole. And with that being said, it's going to make it a little easier for his beard to go on here. There we go. Really sorry about the focus not really happening that great when I held the Gandalf's head up to the camera, but we'll see if that works in a moment once I have the full figure built. This hairpiece is really cool. I think the first time that I saw it was with either a version of Luna Lovegood from one of the CMF figs, or it was, I don't know, it could have been something prior to that, but if you guys have any comment on the first time that you saw that, I know I've seen it several times since, but let me know if you know the first part usage for that. I'd have to look it up. Alright, so we got Gandalf with his sword here. Goodness, sometimes it's hard to put something in a figure's hand because their arm just wants to dip down as you're pressing it in. Alright. And unless there's a different piece used for the next portion of the build, it looks like we might get an extra staff for Gandalf the White, but very nice. Alright, let's see if this can actually focus here. Oh, maybe so. There we go. Alright, sorry if my voice got loud there. Also, welcome to anybody who just joined. We're building Minas Tirith at the moment. We've got Gandalf the White here. Very cool. Alright, he's going to get set aside right off to the corner there. I'm going to make sure that I don't mess up any of the figures or like bump into them with anything, but yes, we also have Shadowfax. Okay. Yeah, Shadowfax was always a super cool horse to me from when I first saw. I'm drawing a blank if I think Shadowfax came in with 2 towers because Gandalf had turned into Gandalf the White then. But I'm drawing a blank if maybe Shadowfax was called in during the 3rd movie. I literally just rewatched them with my mom, but they're quite long movies too, so there's a lot of information that not necessarily flew over my head, but when you're somebody that has or probably has ADHD, that can be quite overstimulating at times. But from having watched the movies enough, I know all of the information that I need to for them. But yeah, Shadowfax is very cool. I didn't realize that really the only printing is going to be the eyes, which that just makes it look way cleaner, or make Shadowfax look way cleaner. But that is awesome. I'm going to set Shadowfax over by Gandalf there. Okay, so now we're going to work on some of the top sections of the towers again. And I was mentioning Minecraft a little bit before. If any of you are into playing Minecraft or even just setting down to build something for a little while, I would say I'm definitely most into building castles, especially for the aesthetic of Minecraft and what different items are in the game and the different blocks. So my brother and I are working on a world right now where I took inspiration from just recently watching the Lord of the Rings movies and kind of going with it's more of the look of Helm's Deep, but also with inspiration and mixes from like Rivendell and also, or Rivendell, sorry if I pronounced that weirdly, but a few of the other Lord of the Rings locations, I'm definitely mixing everything together. I didn't want to make it look exactly like Helm's Deep or anything, but yeah, we've got 6 of these different whatchamacallits is what I'm going to call them because I'm drawing a complete blank. I looked into a bunch of castle terms because of having built castles in Minecraft. That's kind of why I was bringing that up, but I don't know why I'm drawing a complete blank on what they're actually called. So if anybody has input on that, please let me know. Okay. And hopefully I haven't missed anything going on in chat or with new viewers joining in, but welcome if you just joined recently. This is going to be my first live stream that I've ever done, so there will be mistakes here and there. I'm surprised I haven't had any bad technical difficulties or issues with hopefully the audio. I know it's going to sound pretty bad because I don't have a mic, but hopefully I'm not talking too quietly or mumbling, or I know at points I'm going to be kind of stumbling over my words and saying and a bunch, but I'm going to try to become conscious of not doing that, and my goal is to become better at actually public speaking and talking more fluently by just uploading videos and doing lives and just YouTube in general. So hopefully you will follow me on that journey, and we're going to see where it takes us. Hopefully I'm not a crazy journey like Frodo and Sam did through Mordor, but you know, I don't think I'm going to have to worry about anything like that. And I found it really cool. It's a little bit of a spoiler for the set if you haven't looked too much into it, but oh shoot, I'm drawing a little bit of a blank of what it's called or what it's pronounced, but like the Palantir, I think, unless that's completely wrong, but the ball that, or like the crystal ball that Gandalf gets mad at Pippin for picking up because it has the Eye of Sauron in it, or it's an ability for him to see. But I see that that's going to be one of the parts in the set as a clear minifigure head with printing on it of the Eye of Sauron. So that's going to be a really cool piece. And I'm drawing a little bit of a blank on why I brought that up at the moment, but it'll probably come back to me. I'm going to have to think about it. Anyway, still pretty hot here where I live. Every once in a while I'm going to have to step aside and drink some water here, make sure I'm hydrated enough. So I appreciate you bearing with me with any of my mistakes during the stream, or just being terrible at speaking, or just keeping everybody entertained without just sitting in silence. Alright, moving on to, looks like oh, we're working on the front gate here. Okay. So, not sure if this will be the left or the right door. I can hold it up again in a moment here after I'm done with the door, but if you joined recently and I didn't show you yet, I also did get the Grand gift with purchase. I bought this at release. I had to refresh the LEGO website a couple of times to make sure that I wasn't going to miss out on that, because that is the main reason why I decided to get it right away. I know I could have found it by other means, but I didn't really want to spend $150 or upwards of that for finding it aftermarket price. But you know, I'm totally okay with the amount that I spent on it. It's a pricey set for sure, but I also used a decent amount of insider's points from scanning a bunch of my instructions, nearly all of them, and that helped quite a bit. Well, that's a really good building technique. If you guys haven't seen that before, there is a 1x1 modified plate or tile with a clip on top, and I'm drawing a blank on what you would call this modified hinged 1x1, or it's like a rounded on the back, but they just have a snot plate, or a modified snot plate that gets that to the perfect height for putting an arched brick over that window. So that is an impressive technique. I have not seen that before. That's one of the really awesome things about building sets, is that you have all these designers that sometimes it takes them a year or over a year to design a set and go back and fix any of the flaws that might have happened, or possibly they have to decrease or increase the part count, and they have to split either a singular piece into two different parts, or figure out a different way to build it in order to add or subtract to the part count. But it takes a lot of development, and there's always people messing around with different techniques. So for example, that right there, you just put one of the bracket like snot modified. See, I'm not even going to try to name these because some of them have such long names that I'm either going to have trouble articulating or just not say them in the correct order. But anyway, using this base plate part, that puts the statue right in the center of that window, so that's really nice. And okay, it looks like we have one of these gear parts in sand green here. That's a nice color to get that in. Not sure what I would use it for in the future if I did, but that's another thing I should bring up. I have quite a few LEGO sets. I haven't really been able to show very many of them on the channel because I'm just taking too long with uploading videos and this and that. But anyway, what I plan on doing is probably anything that's 10 years prior to now and further. I'm going to put my sets back in their original form, more than likely taken apart so they're not taking up space unless I want to display certain ones. But I'm going to make sure that I keep the quality of some of those old sets, especially the early 2000s sets, that some of them are really special, like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man sets that I have. Nearly all of them, I just need a couple more. But even Lord of the Rings will be included in that, because I think it was 2011 or 12 that I got Attack on Weathertop, and I have all the parts to it that are just kind of scattered among my sorted pieces, and I really need to gather everything up to that and put it all back together in a box, or make sure all the pieces are with each other. And I do still have the figures set aside in good condition, but I gotta make sure that I'm not using any of the parts to make a custom build. So I'm going to be working on doing that in the near future here, slowly. But I also make sure I'm not missing something on the back. It almost looks like this is supposed to be there, but it's not. After I've taken all of those parts out that are going to be separated, then I'm probably going to how does this connect? That is so weird. I guess it's just that. It seems like the bar here should be connected to the lower clip, but it doesn't really reach that height. I don't know what they were going for here. It's saying to put this bar through both sides, so that's not incorrect. Very strange. Anyway, it just clips onto the upper one, I guess. Makes it easier for the ground to break through it, hopefully. I want to make sure this sits up high enough too. It seems to be kind of out of place. There we go. Okay, so we got the first of the gates. They don't quite open up all the way, which I find that kind of surprising. I guess it doesn't matter if they're going to be broken through. But apologies for the crinkling pages here still. And moving on to the, looks like the right side door if you're facing out of the city, but going in, the left door. Alright, now some more of these interesting build techniques here. One of the things that I used to do, especially if I wasn't recording a set and just in the past casually building, I would sometimes make sure that I was facing all the LEGO logos in the same direction, unless I couldn't from like the orientation of a brick, but I would make sure that things were facing the same direction, so that I guess I was being way too much of a perfectionist at that point. But that is another reason why my channel name kind of sprouted from doing things a little bit too not going over the top with it, but just being a perfectionist in general and spending too much time trying to get it right. Mainly that comes from me being an artist, but some with LEGO as well. Alright. We're getting close to having the front gate built here. Looks like we're doing another one of these little statues inside the gate. Alright, and apologies again if some of you are the same viewers as before and you've heard me repeat certain things. I hope it doesn't get annoying, but I have not invested in a microphone, so my audio is for sure going to sound pretty bad, especially with my fan going on in the background, and I might put my face or my head a little bit closer to the phone that I'm using every once in a while. And that's another thing too, is I always record all of my footage and all of my videos, and they've been edited on my phone. So I've slowly been investing in, or saving up for, rather, building my own PC, and I'll be investing in some other things too, like a microphone later on, but better supplies for upgrading the channel, essentially. but I'm not monetized or anything yet, so I can't really do too much until I've gotten to that point and or saved up enough money to be able to get those things. So it's been taking a little while, but I'm still aiming to improve some of those aspects of my channel. So bear with me. Okay, so now finishing up the second door here. Go ahead and pop that in. Make sure it's at the right height as well. There we go. It's a little bit skewed. Okay. Struggling a little bit, but that's alright. Not sure why it's not wanting to clip in there. Huh. Yeah, it's, I guess just the height of it is being a little weird for me right now. We'll figure it out. Gotta get it closer to that. But also, yeah, I don't know why this height of the door is so incredibly flush with the tile here, but there's also the studs on top of the tiles, or the jumper tiles. So this really needs to go to the very height. Oh, jeez. See, that's still having some issues, but I kind of anticipated that there would be some fragile parts here too. All right, there we go. Door's back on. Should have the ability to close it up pretty good, but so if any of you end up getting Minas Tirith, that might be one of the first things that you notice, is that it's a little difficult to put the front gates on. But once you pop it over the studs at the bottom there, you just really have to get the door to the right height on the hinges, and those will hold it up really good. So there we go. Now we've got the front gate, and we're gonna see if, oh geez, I totally did put them on backwards too. I thought that looked wrong. Some of you are probably laughing at me at the moment too, especially because now the hinges do line up properly. Oh my goodness. No wonder I was struggling. So you guys probably won't have issues with that. That's just me. But I do want to figure out about properly lining this up here. Because, see, this is still, for whatever reason, having an issue. I don't know why that knocked out the entirety of that hinge. It, like, lifted this part up. I have never seen that happen before. Either I did not clip something down properly, or something. That was weird. Anyway, I'm gonna get this fixed up here. There we go. So the hinges are at least a little bit fragile at the top. That is for sure, because they're only connected by that top stud there and the bottom stud. So there's no plates that are connecting it from the sides, and probably makes sense with the way the build is going, but I want to make sure that I'm putting everything on here properly. And I almost put that door on backwards again. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. And now the doors will open up all the way. There we go. All the way to the base. Just knocking things off left and right. Didn't think it was going to be that fragile, but some parts will be. Alright, now we move on to the next step. Hopefully no more issues. Okay. So we've got this long hose part from the bag over here. And that is going to get connected to multiple of these candles. It looks like 4 on both sides. And that's going to, I think, create an arch over the front door. Yeah, it looks like it. Now those front clips make more sense that there's only one of them. I really don't know why I did not catch that I had that backwards at first. It's probably because I'm worrying too much about the stream. but that's okay. Alright, so now the candles will connect down here, top of them over here. Goodness, that does have a little trouble clipping in unless you arch it over. Okay, and that goes over here. There we go. Nice little archway. Yeah, I suspect that's just an extra. Oh, here we go. And then we got these parts to cap that off and really hold them in there. But yeah, I imagine that's just an extra part for Gandalf. Sure it is, and an extra part for the door. So I'm gonna have to get a little container here to start putting these extra parts in. That way I don't have anything that confuses me from my current bag or whatever else. So I'm gonna go ahead and dump out a little container that I was working on sorting some parts. And now we have that. All right, on to bag 5. There we go. May have mentioned a little bit earlier I spilled a tiny bit of water, so some of these bags still have a few droplets on them. I'm making sure to dump them out and just kind of get the bag out of the way so it's not dripping onto my desk. It was not a huge amount at all, but enough to where I can still feel it. Oh yeah, I forgot those existed. It's been a while since I've seen these very small little ladder pieces. Those are super cool. I'm almost assuming that there's going to be some type of, well, I don't know. I was going to say maybe something Donkey Kong related that would end up having that, but hard to say. Okay. Where is the rounded one? There it is. Alright, now it looks like I'm not really going to need the front gate at the moment, so I'm going to set some of these extra parts aside and slide that over to the left there, because we're going to have a lot taking up room in the foreground here, so I imagine I'm going to have to move things a couple of times, maybe even move the whole front section of the build away when I'm building the rear section. But looks like we have some hinges here, so this maybe will, no, it doesn't look like it's going to open up. It's just to add some dimension possibly. So we got, oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Interesting. All right. Just kind of thinking to myself here at the moment. I also haven't seen too many of these. That's another good part. I'm not sure what they're called exactly, but I'm sure I'll figure that out soon enough. Man, taking forever searching for that one singular piece. It's giving me issues. I know it's going to be in here. It's just evading me. Yeah, it sure is. Alright, this is probably going to be the central tower for the first half of the front wall that goes on each section. Looks like it's going to be maybe the left side of the gate. I could be wrong. So, moving on here. Welcome to anybody who just joined. Appreciate you stopping in for my Minas Tirith build. I was very, very happy to start opening this up today, and a little nervous how the stream would go. This is my very first one, but that's another thing about me. Sometimes I just get anxious from the anticipation of something, especially if it's very new to me and never done it before. I'm a visual learner, so that can have some effect on how I deal with certain things. And especially if I get quiet here, it's because I'm hyper focusing on part of the build or just blanking on what to say next. we've got Gandalf built so far. I'm wondering who the next figure is going to end up being. My guess is going to be either Pippin or one of the guards, possibly, especially with the front wall section. They might do 2 guards on one side and 2 guards on the other. That's just my guess, though. Here we go. Oh no. I have just heard a fly buzz in the background, so that is another thing about this hot weather. We have a few windows open, but there's nothing that would actually be wide enough of a gap for the flies to come in. I'm sure they've made their way in through the door, though, from coming in and out. So good old house flies that unfortunately are not going to, well, I should say fortunately, are not going to last very long. I am not a huge fan of them. I like animals a lot, and I don't have really any problems with insects or spiders or anything, snakes, anything like that, but there are certain insects that I would prefer to not have to deal with, like mosquitoes and flies. Those are probably my main 2. I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way about that, especially during the summertime when the mosquitoes are out. I'm not sure if any of you like to go camping or not, but sometimes they can get really bad for that. Or I should probably say most of the time they get pretty bad if you're in the wrong spot. But usually they end up finding you. Okay, that's an interesting way to line up that gap. That's pretty impressive. Here I am building stuff out of frame again. Apologies for that. Don't know there we go. I was going to say, I don't know why I can't find this other black 2x4 plate. That would seem very easy to spot. Here we go. But yeah, sorry if I do hold anything too low in the frame. I just have not gotten used to what I'm actually doing for live streaming, so with this being my first one, I am very not used to that. Okay. Next side is on there. Yep, so that's that middle tower and the 2 walls splaying from it. Yeah, these ladder pieces are really cool, though. I don't know if I actually have any of those, unless it's in a set that I have not opened yet. And I dropped another piece. Especially for an 8,000 part set like this, I wonder how many pieces I'm going to drop in general. That's probably the 3rd or 4th one. Okay, that covers this. More chair creaking, of course. Well, trying to think of what to discuss next. I want to figure out how to open up this live chat, but it's just giving me issues. Will it show me? There's something that says open panel, and it's completely grayed out here, so I have no idea if that has anything to do with why. But maybe I really just don't have access to live chat at the moment. Maybe you guys aren't able to comment on anything. That could be the case. Alright, so these go, yep, here. Oh, almost put something upside down there. Oh, that's a very clever one too. We've got this 45-degree wedge tile, and then, did I place that right? I did not. No, I need to put it a little bit more forward, and then that will line up. There we go. So that's what I was looking for. They probably, maybe they wouldn't, yeah, no, they wouldn't have been able to do a normal 1x1 tile, but that's pretty cool, lining up that gap there. Same thing with the heart piece. I would not have expected that, I guess. Yeah, and I'm very excited to put this up on top of my dresser. I have a spot already picked out for it, and I do not have any of the other Lord of the Rings sets that recently came out, unfortunately. I decided to go with the biggest one first, I guess, and get the most expensive out of the way. But if I do get more soon, I'll probably get the Shire next. And then after that, I think I would probably do Rivendell. One or the other. Maybe even Rivendell if that's harder to get. But the Shire I don't anticipate having too much of a problem with. So I do want both of those. Barad-dûr I do also really want. And actually, I'm wrong when I say I don't have any of the other newer sets, because I do have the, looking at that, like, how did this heart flip around? Because there's another one on top. I do have the bookend Balrog set, so that one I'll probably build that in the near future here. But I do also have the Sauron helmet that just came out, so I will also be building that one fairly soon. Not entirely sure what my plan is for it, because I haven't done anything with the helmets or the busts. So that'll be a little bit different for me. I do want to find a way to pair my artwork with my different sets that I'm building, or different mocks that I might create. So I gotta come up with some type of a plan on how that might pair into a backdrop that I could create. I'm not sure what I would do for the Sauron helmet in particular. I have some ideas for the Balrog. And okay, making sure I'm not missing like a stud that goes under there. Does not look like it. Okay, seems to be good. Yeah, I just don't like how that piece isn't on top of there. I'm sure it's not going to get affected by anything. Okay, that there. Oh, and that has to build up more, so no wonder. Makes sense. Get another tile here. Yeah, LEGO's been making some pretty cool pieces lately. Pretty cool parts. I'm not sure what you guys use more often as a proper term, but I kind of use those interchangeably. Where is that one half? There it is. There it is. Okay, now we've got some, so we're starting to do some ground covering here, maybe some stones or little dirt mounds right outside of the front gate, or front wall I should say. Okay, that goes there. I'll have to find some new topics to talk about here too. I don't want to just keep ranting about the same thing or repeating myself over and over again. I know there's going to be some new viewers that won't have heard something that I've mentioned, but I will do my best not to be repetitive. And with this being such a long or large build and going to take a decent amount of time, that might be a little bit of a struggle for me, I can't lie. So we'll see how that goes. And sorry if you hear any creaking from up above too. My mom is up on the second floor, so same with my brother. You might hear either one of them walking around at some point, or if they come down into the kitchen around the corner from me, then you might hear them doing something too. And what have we got next? I would love for the stool to stop creaking at this point. I thought that it wasn't doing that too much near the beginning, but either from me sitting on it for the past hour and a half or so has settled it in, and now it's starting to creak or something. But hopefully that's not getting annoying. Apologies if it is. How does that go on there? Okay. These. I think now that I've rewatched the Lord of the Rings movies recently, I'm going to have to rewatch the Hobbit movies too. I know some people probably didn't like them as much as the Lord of the Rings movies. And I personally like the Lord of the Rings movies a lot more, so that is completely understandable. But I think even from what Peter Jackson said, he kind of movies and really kind of lengthened things where they didn't need to be and cut things that I don't think he necessarily said that they could have been helpful being back in it, but we all know that they weren't quite as good as the feeling for the Lord of the Rings. There was something special and different about them, and especially during that time period, it was a pretty crazy technological advancement with motion capture and doing everything for Smeagol and Gollum. So that kind of set the tone for other people creating movies directly after that. Okay, what do we got now? Some of these tan pieces blend together. Not too bad in the instructions, but they can throw me off a little bit. I'm trying to figure out where does that go? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's why. Never mind. I'm looking back at a step that I already did. That might happen too. Every once in a while. And wonder if this will get to a point where I have to take my instruction booklet off of the desk and have it to the side of me here. Because this thing is going to keep expanding. Of course, that's what happens when you build something like this, but with this being the largest set I've ever owned, I don't have anything to compare it to, so I have an idea of what the size of this is going to be like, but I have a feeling it's going to be a little bigger than I thought, or it's going to feel a little bigger than I thought at least. Okay, got that side done, cool. Next hinge. Yeah, we'll see if I get through all 18 bags through the first part of the stream here, and if I still have the energy and the stream hasn't been going for a crazy long amount of time, then I might go ahead and open up the second box portion and go through half of it, so that way I do end up getting halfway through the build. Initially I did want to intend on getting it done in just 2 days, especially since I have to work on Wednesday, but I will figure out how to get it done one way or another. And I hope you guys can kind of see what's going on okay. I set up a different shelf way up above me here that it framed really well for what I was going to be doing, but that was with my just my regular camera from Camera Roll, and I did not think about or realize that YouTube was not going to allow me to do a 2x zoom for just framing properly where I wanted to. So I had to reposition my phone and get that done like 10 minutes before I started the stream. So sorry if I was a little bit late. I probably started at like 3:01 or 3:02. But in the future I'll do better with actually having everything set up well prior, so that way I don't have anything come up as a technical issue right beforehand or have to deal with something like that. But again, I'm probably holding stuff out of frame here. Apologies for that, and hope you're not missing too much. I know most of it's gonna set in front of me on the main part of the build, so anything that you might not see when I'm holding it low in frame, it's gonna get added on anyway. Okay, that's pretty cool. I know for some of the custom builds that I've done, which I've only done a couple from on my channel that I've posted, but things that I used to build when I was younger, I know I always struggled with using the hinges to actually line up where the plates would go, because usually they're a little bit of a struggle to line up, but people who have designed so many sets and worked with different pieces and tried new variations of things, they know well more than most of us do, different building techniques and what they might be able to come up with too, because there's stuff that kind of pops out of nowhere, like a couple that I've seen in at least the set so far have impressed me. So they're still doing pretty good with finding new building techniques, even when it's with parts that have been out for a few years or quite some time. Okay, almost missed this guy back here. And I think we're good until the next step. But yeah, this is a pretty big undertaking for a set. I didn't really have any desire to get the $1,000 Death Star or anything like that, but I'm not really a huge Star Wars fan. I do enjoy all the movies, and when I say all of them, I mean episodes 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, and 3. Definitely nothing more than that. But with that being said, I don't even own a Millennium Falcon. I do technically, I have a Kessel Run Falcon, which to me that's a different design because it's white and has the blue all over it, plus the front of the nose is completely different. So with the escape pod or whatever's on it. And I ended up getting that from one of my buddies who was selling some of his Lego sets, so I didn't even buy it retail or anything. But if that kind of says anything for my Star Wars liking, that's kind of where I'm at. But I didn't want to get the Death Star. It was way too pricey, which obviously this is a really pricey set too, but you can't go wrong with Lord of the Rings, and I've always been into all 3 of the movies, so I was very excited to get my hands on this guy. And I'm surprised that I didn't try getting one of the other sets when they came out, but they're a big financial undertaking, and not quite so much like the Shire, or it's really Rivendell, Barad-dûr, and Minas Tirith that are the pricier ones. But I didn't set aside enough money for it at the time, and unfortunately missed out on the different gift with purchases, and that didn't really deter me from wanting to get them anymore. I was very bummed that I hadn't made the decision to save up for them and get them immediately so that I could get my hands on the gift with purchase. So that's why I made sure not to miss out on this guy. And I'm really hoping that either we get a Helm's Deep, or if not that, an Edoras would be nice. And I'd love to see them do something else, like, also, why is that lining up weird? Huh. Oh, probably because of that, that's why. I'd love to see a couple other things, like, I know it's not super iconic, but Minas Morgul would be pretty cool too. They could use all of the like the brighter minty green looking pieces to make it look really ghostly. I think that would be pretty cool. And wow, I'm actually surprised that they used the ladders for just the side of a little whatchamacallit. I don't know why I can't come up with the term right now. But like a weird wheelbarrow essentially, but the older style. A larger, almost like a trailer wheelbarrow is how I see it in my mind, but I'm drawing a complete blank on the term for it. Awesome. Oh, that's what I'm seeing. Okay. Sometimes when you look at the parts that are highlighted on the page, like the black pin that's in between the parts on the bottom here, they're outlined in white, so I thought I was seeing like a light gray or possibly a dark gray pin that was put in afterwards. So I'm just here again confusing myself. Alright, now we got the handles. That go on first. And the wheels go on after. Okay. That's a pretty cool build. Looks like I need to kind of push in the axle just a tiny bit to line this up better. Oh, maybe a tiny bit back too. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Very nice. Cool little sub. Whoops, I'm not even finished with it yet. It's a cool little sub build, but I forgot to put the thing on the bottom here because I believe that's how you get it to stand up. Sure is. Oh. Why am I seeing this weird too? I guess it does go this way. I put the wheelbarrow section of it on backwards is what I did. I see, I see. And then aside from that, kind of a weird connection point, I guess just right here. Okay. And then I got some extra parts. Assuming no others go on there, yep. Alright. Not sure if anybody else has cycled out or joined into the stream recently, but if you have, welcome on in. Working on building Minas Tirith here, set 11377. I see someone's left a like as well. Appreciate you doing that if you're still watching. I know there's going to be certain things here and there that I miss because my phone is up above me and I do have my laptop off to the side, but I'm really not sure if I just don't have the eligibility to look at the comments or if nobody's left anything in live chat, but that is alright. I believe everything on live chat should be enabled. I don't think there's any problems with what I've got going on here. Yeah, everything looks okay. Huh. Well, I'll double check that more in a minute too, but let's get bag 6 dumped out here. We're a third of the way through the first set of bags here. Also, that was kind of strange. I just found one piece on the floor that must have bounced out of that because it was near a different bag. I know for sure I didn't miss anything, but anyway, moving on to bag 6, that would be a third of the way through the first third, so we're about a 1/9 of the way through the set here, and if that's the case, then it should take us about 18 hours to build this, so we'll see if that ends up speeding up at some point in the process, but you never know. It might end up taking 18, 20 hours, and maybe I was just being overconfident and underestimating how long it would actually take, but I thought with some of the larger sets that I've built, like 2,500, 3,000 or 3,500 parts, that I've done it in a fairly decent amount of time. I don't know, I can't exactly think of a number right now of how long they've taken me, but I think something like 3,000 pieces has taken me maybe 4-ish hours. Could be wrong about that. And I guess I was just kind of gauging it in my head what I thought this would be like, but it is going to be quite the build. So, experienced nothing like it before, that's for sure. I know one of the last ones that I did, which was more of a kind of a display like this one is, would be the Temple of the Golden Idol from Indiana Jones. And that's actually what I started my channel with. So by tomorrow, it'll be my 3-year anniversary from when I posted that Indiana Jones video. And it's kind of nice to be doing something similar a few years later. Not that Lord of the Rings and Indiana Jones are anywhere near related, but at least in that type of action adventure genre, I know some people are gonna have liking for both. That's for sure. I definitely like Indiana Jones as well, so I'm one of them. Okay, starting to build up the first wall sections here. They're also going to be doing some of these cracks in the wall with a cheese slope and then a inverted 1x2 sloped brick. And I think there's a few other variations of that in the set too, so they're not all going to be that same shape. But it's kind of cool that they have some imperfections and cracks in the wall. Man, I think that's probably part number 4 or 5. I'm thinking probably 5 at that point. Okay. And I'm wondering by now how many pieces I've actually put down. It's hard to say. Got that. And hope you guys enjoyed your 4th of July if you celebrated. I honestly didn't do anything for it this year. Quite frankly, living in the US, not too thrilled with what's going on at the moment and how expensive everything is, and not to be negative here, but I just was not in the mood for celebrating everything, and especially for what it's meant to be, celebrating in our independence. Kind of still feeling like we're, having some issues, but I am wanting to fully avoid anything political. I stay out of politics myself, so I honestly do not have any desire to talk about that. I just wanted to at least mention that, shoot, I'm building something wrong already. I wanted to at least mention that that's part of the reason why I didn't celebrate myself. But I hope you guys enjoyed if you did. Nothing wrong with still being patriotic every once in a while. And as much as you desire too. Can't stop you from doing whatever you want to. But within reason, of course. Okay, looks like we're gonna have some of the man, I'm drawing a blank on some of these castle wall terms, like the arrowlets or whatever they're called for shooting the arrows through the loopholes. I think that's where the term loophole actually came from, arrow loops. But I also could be wrong about that. So don't take anything I say seriously, because sometimes while I'm trying to articulate or explain myself, I will explain something incorrectly. Not that I mean to, but sometimes I will unintentionally make a mistake with that. And thank you to anybody who just might have joined. I think we got another recently here. Appreciate you stopping by for the Minas Tirith build. I'm not sure if we're going to end up having to do a 3rd stream, but we shall see. It kind of seems like we probably will end up having to. Man, where is this other jumper tile? There it is. Always hiding underneath something. It's another thing that it doesn't irritate me too much, but I'm definitely not a fan of how much some of these cylindrical bricks roll around. I thought my desk was fairly level for what it's at, but apparently not. Okay, I think these are just going to be the arches that are on the inner side of the wall, looks like. Bases of the arches. Again, wanted to make sure I'm not missing anything here, so I might flip back and forth between some pages and take a little longer than I should be. Okay, I see what they're doing. It's kind of interesting to be doing a 4-wide arch that also offsets in the center of the brick, so you could put like it's basically not 3 bricks, it's 2 bricks on the inside, but there's a central brick too, or area for placing one. There's a good example of me just randomly talking about something that doesn't quite make sense, which I might do fairly often. And that's part of the reason, again, why I record my commentary after the fact, because quite often I'll pronounce something wrong or just kind of stumble over a word or whatever else, so I'll just have to re-record it, or feel the need to, at least. Man, something else is hiding from me under here. No, doesn't look like it, it's just a different part. But where does... Oh, okay. Yeah, so I looked at that completely wrong again. I thought that looked off. This guy needs to go here. Now we got both of these. And we got the corners. Oops. And we got some of the cherry tomatoes that Denethor is going to be eating. Looks like they're working on supplying the castle with some food. That's probably what the wheelbarrow's here for, I would assume. Okay, some more of the pillars underneath. Again, I apologize if I mumble or talk quietly at any point. Not having a good mic is definitely something that's going to affect my audio currently, but I'm going to make sure that I upgrade that in the near future. Alright, another crack in the castle wall. I keep saying castle, it's really a city or a citadel. Don't mind me mumbling to myself. Haven't had a crazy amount to eat today either, so I think at some point I'll probably, well, it might honestly just be by the end of the stream I'll be hungry enough to get something to eat. I'm not feeling super hungry at the moment, which is good. Don't want to interrupt myself. Okay, another 1x6, there we go. Okay, starting to look good here. A little bit of a roof that goes over this arched little outlet here. Don't know what that's actually called. Looks like after I stream this, I'm going to have to do some research again and study up on some castle terms so that I really know what to say next time. Well, lots of these 1x1 cylinders in white. I'm sure there's going to be tons of them throughout the set. 4, 5, and 6. And a couple of these. And then what else do we need? Aha. There we go. That. And this. Now we can get this on here. Cool. So yeah, now we got this little cutout from this tile piece that the 1x1 cylinder can rest very nicely into. Now I see why they did that. I thought they would have put some more support under the one stud, which honestly I feel like they still could have done. It's under this guy right here, but whatever. Possibly where they saved on a part or two. Okay. What have we got here? sure to line everything up properly. I've for sure made a couple mistakes already. I really wish that I had gotten the Fell Beast with Barad-dûr, because that would have been a perfect thing to pair with this set too. I do have the Grand, of course, which I'll be able to set right outside of the front gate, but at some point, I think I'm going to have to get my hands on a couple of those. Oh, nice, we get an extra little succulent or cactus part there. That's good. And we got a couple of, it looks like a merchant spot here at the bottom where they're selling some food. And this is where the cherry tomatoes kind of come into play. So either someone brought them up to the steward, which I'm sure was the case. I doubt that he went down there himself, but somebody shipped them up higher into the castle. Oh, did I put that on backwards? No, I put the other one on wrong. That's what I did, no wonder. So this actually goes this way. Okay, now we've got that fixed. I'm sure some of you may be realizing that I sound a little bit different than I normally do for my videos, and partially that's just because of recording my commentary separately. I just do it with my phone as well, so surprisingly, not too bad of audio for the editing software that I use, but it sounds a lot better than I'm sure what's going on right now. So that will be something again that I change in the near future. Oh. I missed that too. We got a chicken or a rooster down here that is eating some food. A couple of pieces of grain down here, maybe some corn or some seeds of some variant. All right. Next page. Yeah, getting near done with this portion of the wall here. Oh, okay. That goes there. I wonder how many or what percentage of people actually talk to themselves while they're working on a task. Because outside of the streaming, I know I do it fairly often, where I'm just kind of I'm not exactly talking about myself in the third person at all, but just, I guess, vocalizing whatever's going on at the moment that I'm trying to focus on. So honestly, it doesn't feel too off from what I normally do when I'm just speaking. It's kind of nice. And if I can ever get the chat to start working at some point, and if any of you have questions for me, I'd love to be able to answer. That way I have some more input I can give on some of the current sets, or Minas Tirith in particular, if you do have any questions, and I can also explain some of my my likings with LEGO and kind of what my collection is about and what it's like. Because I have a pretty diverse a pretty diverse set of sets. That's why I was having trouble wording that. But I have a bunch of different themes, and there's many that I have not even gotten close to covering on my channel, I guess, because I wanted to start with some of the big few themes that more people would be into, But I have some stuff that I would want to do personally that I'm sure other people will find very interesting when I end up reviewing or comparing some stuff. So I think with going into Lord of the Rings and building Minas Tirith at the moment, and I also have the Balrog and Sauron's helmet. But when I get some of the other sets, I'll probably do either a live stream like this for some of the larger ones, or maybe I'll do a full-length video where I just edit everything together and make it a little more watchable for you guys. But I do want to do some more not exactly niche themes, because they're also still very popular, but for example, I actually started with Harry Potter for my first theme. My very first set was the Sorting Hat from 2001, or the Sorting Hat Ceremony, and I started a bunch of Harry Potter stuff on my channel because I do very much like it, and I still try to collect a fair amount of the sets. I forget what percentage that I actually have of all of them. Somewhere around 65, 70%, something like that. But I definitely have a few themes that I either have completed, like I'm kind of surprised that they didn't do more for the third Avatar movie. A little disappointed in that, because I do have all of the Avatar sets, like every single one of them, including the brickheads. At some point I'll want to review those here too. But with, I would say, Star Wars, Harry Potter, Marvel, DC, and maybe a couple other ones, those are always going to be the main focus because of how popular they are. So I'll try my best to kind of branch off into the other videos like this, but they're going to have different reasonings for why I do so. Especially with today, I'm doing Minas Tirith for my 3-year anniversary with the channel, but also I've been sitting on this for a month, and I really want to get it done. So there might even be a set like that here or there where I'm like, hey, I randomly have this and want to get it built, so let's do a live stream for it. But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm going, and I haven't really had too much of an opportunity to explain what my channel goal is, or like what the point of all of it is going to be, but this might be redundant from what I was talking about earlier, but in case there is anybody new who has joined in, welcome in to you. And I essentially, with my YouTube channel, I was going for combining the sets with actual artwork, to where I've been an artist since I was around 5 years old, so over 20 years, and I wanted to do something to where I could enhance the LEGO sets that I really liked, and I figured I would want to share that with other people, especially with how many people do custom mocks these days, and I wanted to inspire others on different building techniques, and also just adding the artwork to the sets to enhance everything, give it more of a environment to sit in, rather than, hey, I've got a light bluish gray wall that's painted here, and that's what it's sitting in front of. Which, although, you know, there's minimal backdrops that work really good, like for sorry, I flipped this around and didn't even need to. There's really good backdrops that people do, like especially for some of the early castle theme. I know I've seen somebody replicated like how the front of the boxes are. They've got quite yellow color scheme, but then there's some mountains in the background, and I think maybe some water and some type of a sunset. But people have done kind of not copying the look of that, but inspiring off of the look of that, and doing some of their own, like one singular backdrop. But I wanted to go more set by set, like going in detail, like here's this location. So Minas Tirith, unfortunately, might be a little difficult for the size of it. I'll actually have to design something that's as big as a canvas, probably like I don't know, like a 32 by 24 or something like that, if that's even a size. But I do want to end up making a backdrop for the set that kind of goes along with the purpose of my channel. So in the near future, and when I say near future, I have no idea how long it's going to take, but I do intend on, in the future, having my own website where I'll have prints for all my backdrops that you guys can order. So that'll be another way where I'll be completely blatant. Like I do want to have that be a little bit of a source of income, because unless I become monetized and have a fairly large amount of views all the time, I'm not going to be making a crazy amount of money from just doing stuff on YouTube. So realistically, I do want to have that type of goal. I'm not going to have any of them be too expensive. They're going to be nice and affordable so that other people can enjoy them, but I also need to make at least some type of profit. So it depends on how much getting them printed out costs, and then also the time and effort of doing each backdrop. I need to have some type of profit for that too. So I don't know. I anticipate probably, say I have like an 18 by 24 inch backdrop. I might do something like, I don't know, like $8 to $10 or something, if it's not too unreasonable. I'll really have to give that some more thought, because that's definitely not set in stone. I haven't actually sat down and tried to figure out what it would be, but that's definitely going to be an option for you guys later down the road, is being able to purchase, and I'll ship out an actual backdrop for you. So if you have a set that you really want to create an environment for, and you don't want to build using a whole bunch of other pieces, something to go around your set, that's kind of what the purpose of my artwork is for. It's kind of emulating what was done in the early 2000s with the Harry Potter sets and some of the studio sets. They had cardboard or paper backdrop pieces that they just kind of hooked into different parts of the set, and or just like slid into place. But yeah, I kind of wanted to bring that back, and I know there's been some holographic parts in some of the Harry Potter sets, like I think they were the banners or the books that had a holographic sheet that was roughly this big. But I would love to see LEGO come back with more of the nostalgic things, which another good example of that, actually, I did not realize until the past maybe month, I would say it was roughly a month ago, that I figured out that the trophy piece in the FIFA World Cup set, that is not metallic gold, that is chrome gold. So between that and I think it's the Nissan, unless I'm getting the vehicle type wrong there, one of the new Fast and Furious Speed Champion sets is going to have chrome wheels, or rims in particular. So that's going to be really cool. I saw some pictures where they actually look really nice having them chrome. So obviously LEGO still does keychains with the chrome parts, and every once in a while they'll have stuff like, oh, the ring piece is a really good example from Lord of the Rings, but they just really don't do much of chrome anymore. So I'm hoping to see chrome stuff make a return for maybe lightsabers, or I don't know what things that they have an inability to do because of kind of devaluing some of their old stuff. Like, I'm sure with the expense of doing the chroming in general, and what the lightsabers are worth on aftermarket, what their value is now, it might be a little hard for them to justify, like recreating the lightsabers chrome in particular. But man, I would love to see that, especially if they did a new mold for it, because that could distinguish it a little bit more. Of course, they could do 3 or 4 different types, kind of like with Ollivander's shop from Diagon Alley. or at least one of the smaller sections where they have a couple of the buildings that they're doing at a time. They have different wand pieces that are new molds, and I never realized that until after I had seen the set in person. But I'm very surprised that they got to Harry Potter with specific wand molds than they have with Star Wars for specific lightsaber hilts. That's kind of crazy to me. So I don't know if any of you guys feel the same way about that, but we need those chrome hilts to come back. That'd be so awesome. And I know anytime that I have anytime I have an ability to get my hands on one, I definitely go for it too. Because they are nice to stock up on. Okay, I'm going to grab a little bit more water here. And maybe I can figure out this chat here. Hopefully nobody has commented and not been able to get a response at this point, but I appreciate another like on the live as well. I see we're up to 2 now. Thank you so much. I really had no anticipation that there was going to be a bunch of people joining or anything like that, but I knew there'd at least be a few people, which is nice. I very much appreciate there being some, looks like a few of you that are tuning in for quite some time, so thank you so much. Even if you don't get to watch the entirety of the build from start to finish with either 2 or 3 different streams at this point, I am probably slowing myself even more by talking about being slow at this, but we will see where we get by the end of this one. I'm liking where it's going so far, that's for sure. And I usually have Mondays off for when I'm working, but I went ahead and made sure that I got tomorrow off since it's my actual channel anniversary, because I knew I was going to need 2 days for this at the bare minimum. But I think worst comes to worst, I think we're going to have to do a 3rd one either this upcoming Sunday. I'll be getting out of work at 5 p.m. so I might come home and start the stream at 6, and that'll probably be what I do. Otherwise, I'll be doing the stream next Monday when I for sure have the day off. But yep, worst case scenario, it'll just be the very end of the week, so there'll be a few days in between. But if I do have some time, Wednesday I work all day, and then I have a shorter shift on Thursdays. It's very possible. I do come home quite late in the day, like after 7 p.m. But if I don't have a crazy amount left to the set and I can get it done in like 5 hours, then I might do from around 8 p.m. to, it'll be kind of crazy, but to do like 1 a.m. So if need be, and if there are people who are willing to watch it that late of an hour, then I will do that. Especially with how excited I was to build this set. I was very, very happy to start on it, and so far I'm not really having any issues with any back pain, or I am having issues with the chair creaking too much, but can't do much about that. I'll have to get something better in the future and more sturdy. I'd say probably a gaming chair is the best way to put it. Something that's going to be comfortable but also swivelable and at the right height. So that's probably the #1 go-to for that type of thing. But anyway, sorry again if I'm holding stuff down too low. And welcome to anybody who might have joined recently. Very much appreciated. as I build this, I'm actually, I mentioned earlier that I've been working on a Minecraft world with my brother, and I'm doing a castle that's kind of inspired off of Helm's Deep and a bit of Minas Tirith and some other stuff. But I usually make the same mistakes with castle builds, and I either make the towers too intricate or large, and then that makes the castle too big, and I end up like not having to backtrack anything or stuff like that, but it's too much of an undertaking where I get bored of what I'm doing. Or aside from that, sometimes I'll try to plan it out too perfectly ahead of time, again being a perfectionist, and I'll just kind of end up building something that I become unhappy with, and then I have to spend a bunch of time taking that apart and then rebuilding something else that I like, which usually doesn't end up happening the first time. So it takes a couple of iterations or whatever it might be before I get to what I'm happy with, and sometimes I get bored before the end of that. So with the current castle that I'm working on, I've gotten a lot of good inspiration from just watching the 3 Lord of the Rings movies again, but I also, from building this, especially doing something physically, building something together where you can see how things line up and whatever else have you, that's giving me some good inspiration for the castle build as well. So that's nice. And I would say the walls of my castle are definitely most like Helm's Deep, but the inner parts here that have like some archways, I'm kind of going along the lines of that too, where it's not a completely... Here's the best way to put it, actually. I'll kind of restart what I was saying. One of the mistakes that I make with castles is that I always go the route of having like a hallway going down the walls, and usually that was not the case with castles. They would be a solid wall, and you would have there's a term that I remembered finally, the crenellations up above, where the archers would be shooting their arrows through the arrow loops, and or I think the arrow loops were specifically for like the towers that were completely enclosed, but it might have been a different term for on top of the wall, especially the 2 different portions, the gaps and then the barriers that they would stand behind. But I do kind of want to go with something that almost mixes Helm's Deep with Minas Tirith. So I kind of have something going along the lines of the coloration of Helm's Deep, where it's a darker gray. Of course, with Minecraft, you have a lot of the stone block colors, so sometimes it's a little easier to go that route rather than trying to make something in particular. But for example, Hogwarts is all tan and like sandstone, so you'd be using a lot of sand and sandstone blocks. So yeah, I didn't really want to go with a white castle, because even though they did do a lot of whitewashing to the walls for kings that had way more wealth, it would usually be on the upper portions of the castle that were higher class, to where the poor people that live down below, or the what word am I looking for? Geez, I can't even think of it. It doesn't matter. They were down below in the more grimy and grungy areas, so I did want to do something that felt a little more gritty rather than something that was really clean and polished. Like Minas Tirith is super cool because of that, but doing it on a Minecraft build would kind of just be pointing towards, hey, that looks like Minas Tirith, even if I didn't shape it that same way. But I've seen some really cool Minecraft builds that have like a lot of the white blocks, like calcite or diorite and some of the others, like wool, that they'll use, but yeah, I've never really had the desire for that black palette for whatever reason. Looks like we got a little bit of a torch on the side here. And where does this go? Okay. Right on that side, and some type of foliage on the other. Okay. Now that we're getting a little bit into the build, though, my eyes are starting to play tricks on me with some of the parts. There we go. Nice little arched area there. Sorry again about the chair squeaks. Trying my best not to do too much leaning forward or back to cause that, but kind of have to lean forward a decent amount for putting these pieces on. Okay, got that down. Oh, okay. Well, I'm trying to think of some other good topics that I could bring up while I'm building this guy, because although I know a decent amount about the Lord of the Rings movies and some of the special features information, really it's only some specific things that I might have mentioned this before earlier. That's redundant, before earlier. I might have mentioned this before, but I really only know basic stuff that most people probably already know. Like, for example, when in the Fellowship of the Ring, I'm drawing a blank on Sean Astin, who played Samwise Gamgee. When he was like swimming out to Frodo's boat, when they were about to split off from each other, he ended up stepping on, I don't remember if it was a piece of glass or just like a really sharp stone. I think it was just a sharp stone, but he stepped on that and it tore through his hobbit foot prosthetic and into his foot, and from then on he just became like a complete stickler for safety on the set, which I don't blame him. That's a good habit to have too, especially if some of the stunts that they were doing were dangerous. But that one in particular, that had to have sucked. And going through the silicone prosthetic and going into his foot, I'm sure having to take that off of there and take the stone out of his foot, unless it was, I'm sure he lifted his foot up from it happening and that's what removed it, but man, that's got to be terrible. And another one that I know of for sure would be when Viggo Mortensen, or Aragorn, when he kicked one of the orc helmets and broke his toe or broke his foot. So that's pretty interesting that there are some not crazy injuries, of course. Luckily nothing happened way too serious, especially with a lot of the filming that they did was probably fairly secluded. So out in New Zealand and on the mountaintops, and when they were going places in helicopters, several things could have gone wrong, I'm sure, but I guess Sean Astin was also being not annoying, but kind of funny with his safety stuff in the helicopter too, because I think somebody else was flying up in one of the helicopters and he said something about like, oh, you know, there's another helicopter that's coming up on your left or right or whichever side it was. So he was trying to give the pilot guide information, which I'm sure the pilot knew very well what they were doing, but it makes me laugh that he kind of got to that point from having gotten injured on set. Alright, so now we're almost done with the first half of the front wall. Looking good so far. And we'll have to see how long it takes to get through 18 total bags, because right now we're on bag number 7, coming towards the end of it. Okay, and that gets put here. Whoops, if I don't drop it first, that would be helpful. Nice, nice. One thing that I am doing, kind of being a perfectionist, is with these ingot tiles, I do like to face the LEGO logo out towards the outside of the build, so LEGO facing this way, LEGO facing... Sometimes I'll do them both in that same direction, but since they're both a separate angle of the wall, I'm going to count it as being outer portion, if that makes sense, but I face them all the same way since they're visible. Not that anybody really cares or is going to be looking that closely, but you know, that's just how I am. So now, looks like they're using the little succulent or flower parts as a cactus. That's pretty clever too. I like that. And it's one of the cacti that's got a triple section to it. It's very nice. Oh, does that need a... I can't tell. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I figured so. Another one of those. I was about to make a mistake if I didn't do that, because that needs to sit outside of there. Nice. That is a really cool way of building a cactus. And now, looks like all of these are extra. Nope. A couple of them aren't. We got one of this, or one of these, I should say. Man, some of my grammar just slips so improperly because I'm not articulating myself properly and thinking about what I'm saying. Alright. That goes back a little bit, right? Yep. But it's one of the reddish orange flowers, which is nice. I don't remember if I have one of those yet. I know I have some of the tri-leaves, but not a flower. Aha, so it looks like I was half correct, because bag 8 is going to give us all 4 of the Gondor soldiers. But that is awesome. So we go from Gandalf to Gondor soldiers, and then I'm thinking probably next will be Pippin, unless we get Faramir, then Pippin, and then Denethor. But I know Aragorn and Arwen are definitely going to be at the very end. They've got to be. Especially putting them up at the top where you can display them better. But, yeah. So sorry if I've been not really paying attention to the side here. Close that up. Oh, yeah, you know what? No wonder. Wow. Okay, well, it did take how long? Almost 3 hours into the live stream, and I'm now finally seeing you guys' chat. So, alright, let me respond to some stuff here before I continue on. Good afternoon from Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you, Faith and Misery. Appreciate that. Gambit for Hire. I still have my set in the box. Very nice. Yeah, I struggled a little bit with not opening it right away, but because I knew I wanted to do some filming at least, which turned into live streaming, I definitely wanted to save mine, and waiting and then opening it up, it feels so much better. I would highly recommend it. Let's see. Mr. Mad Funny, sorry. This is generally amazing. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I really appreciate that. The Grand, yes. Okay. I'm going to hold that back up in case nobody else has seen that yet, but we do in fact have the Grand gift with purchase, so that's going to be something that I build towards the end, either the second or the third live stream, but I want to make sure that I am not going to be keeping in box. I have no intentions of reselling any of my stuff. I'm a little bit too much of a stickler for all of my LEGO collection. Johnny Bobo 15, your favorite's the Fellowship because of Boromir. Yeah, honestly, I used to not like Boromir as much, keeping in mind I started watching Lord of the Rings when I was, let's see, if it was 2003, I was roughly 4.5 or 5 years old when I watched Fellowship. So, especially for me. Oh, I thought it was all four of these. Never mind, it's just building one. Sorry, now I'm going off of my train of thought, but uh, yeah, Fellowship is always super cool, especially with Boromir, but I did not like him at first because I didn't really understand his. Uh, I guess he had so much more of an understanding of what was going on that, with the ring and the amount of tension that was bringing upon them, I think he was affected the most because of that, which really, especially by the scene where stuff goes down with him, uh, he for sure got a good redemption arc, and I really appreciated his character afterwards. So that that is definitely a highlight of the Fellowship. I do agree with that. Gambit for Hire also said, I think I'm slow on building sets. It took me 2 days to build the X Mansion, which that's fair. That's a pretty detailed set. I know I don't have it, unfortunately. I haven't built anything from the X-Men sets yet, so I haven't really seen how the sets kind of go. But I have seen it built in person too, so it seemed like there were a lot of redundant sections on it, and maybe that was part of the cause. So I do not blame you. And yeah, it looks like we just got one of the Gondor soldiers. That's pretty cool. But Faith and Misery has not ever seen Lord of the Rings, but this set's really cool. It's amazing. I was at my local LEGO store this past weekend and I saw it in person. It looked fantastic. Yeah, this one, I have yet to see what the full scale of it is at the end of the build, so I'm really excited for that. And Faith and Misery also said, you need to watch, Gambit responding to Faith and Misery, you need to watch all three of them. The movies are amazing, some of the best ever created. I would agree with that. If you haven't seen Lord of the Rings, I know there's a lot of people that not really strayed away from it because they have their own disliking or anything, but I feel like there's also upbringing that plays into that, where, for example, for Harry Potter in particular, I know there's a lot of people that didn't let their kids watch it because of the fact that, I can't talk, because of all the black magic or witchcraft going on in it. So I get that. If you're a religious person, then that's definitely going to play into it. And if you're not huge into fantasy stuff, or if you have like a family who's more into historical stuff and that's why they stray away from fantasy, or maybe they have other reasons, that could play into it as well. So I get that. And maybe you did just never choose to watch it, which is totally okay too. I would just highly recommend them. They were very, very good movies for their time, and they've still held up incredibly. So always a good watch. And then, yeah, I see you literally said, I definitely will. I've heard nothing but great things about them. Yeah, maybe I should read a little bit more before I start answering. But thanks, guys, for interacting a bit in the chat. I really appreciate that. And I so much apologize for how long it took to actually figure that out. It looks like, I don't know why the open panel button was grayed out at first, but for some reason it was not letting me actually click on that, and I think it's because I already clicked it once and did not notice that it was up to the upper right side of the screen, and there was a notification that was covering over it. So that is my mistake. I definitely missed out on seeing when you guys posted those. Okay. Got more of this tower here. Goodness, I can't even find the 1x1 bricks that I'm looking for. That's what happens when you get too many of the same color in one pile. Is it's harder to see the actual pieces that you need, and maybe that's because I put the wrong one back here. Okay, now we're going to get back in focus. So it was actually a 1x4 that goes across the back. And we already got the thing down below there. Yup. We need to put a couple more double cheese slopes on the side. Alright, now that I've got that figured out, I will be able to monitor that pretty frequently here. So sorry again. I definitely am a visual learner, so up until I saw that, that's why it was taking me so long, and I was just struggling finding where to open up the chat. But now that I actually physically see where it is, that's helped a lot. And I learned the best from making mistakes like that, and then now that it's taken me 3 hours to find where the chat was, I'll never forget that. It's going to be ingrained in my memory. Okay, we got one of the towers that's on the inside of the front wall there. Obviously this is going to be the part that goes at the top, but I think one of the coolest shots, which, come to think of it, I think there was a, man, sorry to be redundant again, but I believe there was a video that I saw recently where somebody was talking about, oh, this is the coolest shot in Lord of the Rings, and it's like an 8-second shot, so you would have missed it if you didn't realize. But I didn't even watch the video, to tell you the truth, so I don't know what scene they're referring to. But the thumbnail was Gandalf the White running in on Shadowfax towards Minas Tirith. So I do kind of remember that shot vaguely, but I don't know if that's specifically the one they were talking about. But the set itself, and one of my favorite shots, is probably when the fell beast is actually flying around and you see more of the bird's eye view of the city. That is one that I like the most, especially when they're flinging all of the large stones and the catapults, and people are getting just smashed, or thrown. I think a couple people got grabbed. A couple of the Gondor soldiers got grabbed by the fell beast and thrown like hundreds of feet down. That would be a gnarly death. I would not want to experience that. Which, unfortunately, that has happened in real life, if you know what I'm talking about. So let's move on to the next subject. But yeah, I definitely have always liked Minas Tirith. Rivendell's been another one of my favorite locations, but Minas Tirith just looks so menacing, but also peaceful at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense. It's intimidating, but also relaxing looking. When Rivendell is perfectly peaceful and relaxful looking, and it looks like nothing could go wrong there. Which, I mean, I would love to be able to live there. That would be sick. But living in Minas Tirith, if it wasn't for Denethor being in charge at first, I would have definitely loved to be under Aragorn's rule. Obviously, it's fantasy, so not gonna happen, but I would also love to visit the Shire, and I believe it's in New Zealand somewhere, unless it's close to New Zealand, but they decided to make that a real place after tearing it down the first time for the movies. Okay. I don't think there's been anything else going on in the chat. I'm just double checking to make sure. For some reason, because I have touch screen, it's not allowing me to scroll down without having learn more. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by your community guidelines. But I don't know. It doesn't look like there's anything below that I've missed responding to. I'm sorry if I have, though. What have we got here? And welcome into anybody new that might have just joined. I think we had 4 last, so it looks like somebody new has come in recently. Sorry, my choice of words is horrible sometimes. I'll go to say one thing and then it just comes out as something else. Or a combination of 2 different things is usually what happens. And it is currently about, well, yeah, we're a little over 3 hours into the live stream, so a little after 6 p.m. I'm definitely going to finish the first third, but if I do somehow have time for opening up the second portion and getting some of it built, then I will. But yeah, it seems to be moving along a little slower here with some of the tinier pieces, which that makes perfect sense. All right, what have we got here? Especially some of the time that it takes me to find where these parts are hiding over each other. Nice. Okay. If you guys have any ideas on sets that you would want to see me build next or do a backdrop for, feel free to let me know or give some suggestions. The first way that I was kind of going about my channel and the video layout was going to be doing around 5 to 7 videos per theme and then switching back and forth between the themes. But especially with how long that started taking for the Harry Potter stuff recently, and I kind of doubled up on the Harry Potter, I was totally over that last video I was working on. So if you hadn't heard towards the beginning of the stream, I mentioned that video is now going to get canceled. I do have oh, I haven't seen these yet. I do have a backdrop that was created for both versions of the Hogwarts Express that I was doing. But just to give you guys an example, one of the reasons why it was kind of becoming a struggle is because using Harry Potter as a reference, there's been so many different versions of Hogwarts Castle and of the Hogwarts Express and Hagrid's Hut and all these different portions that it's kind of hard to pick which version I can compare to another. What I was going to be comparing was the 2001 Hogwarts Express with the 2018 set, which really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Sorry if I'm holding this too low again, but it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because the first 2001 Hogwarts Express was based on the first movie, Chamber of Secret, or sorry, goodness, I don't even know why I tried to say that, the second movie, Philosopher's Stone or Sorcerer's Stone, whatever you know it as. That one, it's just the Hogwarts Express and King's Cross Station, but the problem with one of the newer Hogwarts Express, which I think was 2022, unless it was 2021, I'm kind of remembering incorrectly, but it has Hogsmeade Station, which is right outside of the castle, and the 2018 set is of King's Cross Station, so I figured that made more sense to compare the two. But the only issue is that you've got the figures from Prisoner of Azkaban, because it's got Lupin and a Dementor and Harry, Ron, Hermione, and then the conductor, or sorry, not the conductor, but the trolley lady. So it really just didn't make a whole lot of sense, the two sets, even though that was my best comparison I could really do. There has been another version of the Hogwarts Express from the third movie that was motorized, and another one that was just not motorized from that time period, but they were sets that I never got, and because I didn't have them, I didn't consider that being an option. So, long story short, there was just too many complications with that video, and because of how long it's been since I've posted something, I don't want to keep going with that. So I would prefer to just move on to something different here, and the live stream was the start of that. But if you guys have any ideas on a theme that you would want to see that I haven't done anything for, feel free to let me know. I have a pretty expansive amount of sets to where I can choose from some of the ideas that you guys might come up with, but I'm also going to have the inability if I don't have specific sets. And I think with that being said, I also kind of want to move the direction of creating more mocks, and then that way I don't really have to worry about getting a set unless I'm looking for specific figures. And that's something I can also do by just ordering the figures or finding them in other ways. So yeah, I can definitely take some suggestions, and I know one of the things that I do want to get back to would be some of the older Indiana Jones sets. I believe somebody had suggested me doing something for the what's it called, the Cairo set. I'm drawing a blank on the official name, but that set, I've loved that ever since I got it, which was back in 2008 or 9, whenever it would have been. But I definitely want to make a custom version of that set rather than just reviewing the actual one. So yeah, with that being said, there's going to be a few things where I can just already take some of my figures that I've had for a while, do a custom build, and I won't have to worry about getting anything new. But I will, if anybody makes suggestions, I'll let you guys know if there's something where I can't do it at all, and I'll try to communicate that as much as possible. Alright, well now I'm distracting myself a little bit. I'm going to finish up on this portion of the tower in the first wall section here. Always nice to get some of these 1x3 jumper tiles with the 2 studs on them. Especially getting a lot in the same color, that's always important. Because when you're doing mocks, it's really a matter of whether or not you have a lot of one type of piece. Usually making something look more uniform, you're going to have a lot of that. Otherwise, I know some things can definitely be done more of, not like a jumbled mess to put it in a negative way, but if you're making a cool mock that's meant to be very contrasting and like have a bunch of different colors to it or whatever else, then you probably won't have that issue. But yeah, for a set where you're doing like a completely white citadel or castle or city, you're definitely going to need a lot of the same pieces over and over again. So it's kind of strange that they did this is a completely separate one at the top. Huh. I guess it kind of had to line up that way for the length of the bricks. But we got that done now. That's pretty cool how this works. And hopefully I don't think I'm missing anything with chat. I'll double check back on that in a moment here if there's a way for me to scroll down on anything. I'm hoping it's not like frozen in position where it's not going to continue sliding the chat up from the bottom. Oh, now we got this. Okay. When did that get put on there? Don't even remember. That's okay though, because it's getting put on there now. Okay. Aha, now I see why that little stud thing's at the bottom. Interesting. Oh wow, that just guides itself right in there. That's really cool. Alright, gonna finish off the top of the tower here. Once I get done with this section, especially with it being a little over 3 hours here, I'm gonna have to check on my dogs briefly, make sure they're doing okay. And I'll literally be gone for like 10 seconds or 15 seconds just to make sure they don't need any fill up on water or whatever else. But it seems that they are just lounging at the moment. So they should be good. Oh. Oh, nice. Okay. I was wondering how that would connect there. There we go. I don't know if that's fully connected. Yes, it is. Yeah, again, sorry if there's any points that I'm mumbling or being quiet when I talk. Still got to get used to the volume levels, and especially in the future, if I get a nice clip-on mic, then I won't have to worry about that as much, but right now it's definitely an issue. Ooh, these flames. This I will say for sure. I don't... Wait, maybe I did connect that wrong. Goodness, I did. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I'm fully wrong. Now it fits completely normal. I am jumping to conclusions way too quickly with that. Alright, now we got a lantern. Very nice. And, oh, of course, the same type of thing. Now, speaking of which, one of my dogs just walked over kind of towards my doorway. He found one of the sun spots nearby. Gonna bathe in the sun, it looks like. Yeah, he just laid down. They are so interesting the way they do that. If you didn't catch before, I have Basenjis, if you've heard of that type of dog. If not, they're from the Congo. They're very quiet. They don't have the ability to bark, so they just don't make a whole lot of noise. And that can honestly be an issue sometimes when you're walking around in the house and one of them decides to dart in and out from under your feet and nearly trip you. But other than that, they're all good. They're quite interesting dogs. They're almost like a dog and a cat mixed, to be quite honest. And they groom themselves quite frequently too, so they don't really need baths super often. I give them one probably every 2 to 3 months, I would say. But they're constantly cleaning themselves, and they have chestnut red and white fur, and they're going on 11 and 12 years old at this point, but they're not really super gray or anything at the moment. But their white fur stays nice and clean all the time, so they're definitely doing something. Otherwise, if I did take them out more often on like walks in a trail or out in nature more, and say it was muddy or raining, then I'm sure they would get a lot more dirty and I'd have to give them more baths. But because of the constant walks, they don't typically go out to dog parks or out to any type of path or trail. Especially trying to avoid all the ticks. I don't want them either getting Lyme disease, or I also personally don't want to have that issue where I forget exactly what it's called, but you can be bit by some type of tick and lose the ability to eat red meat. So, not that I eat a crazy amount of steak or different red meats, but I would prefer to not have to deal with that, that's for sure. Yeah, some of the building techniques for these walls, it's nice how different they are, where they're not just repeating the same thing throughout the build, but it's kind of surprising when they do a different building technique, and just like, oh, I've never either seen that specific one before, or it's just not what I was expecting because of the other portion of the wall. I mean, these, for example, this is one of the most repetitive things on the set, probably, is the, still drawing a blank on the name, but the little pokey bits coming from the top, the crenellations, essentially. Okay, how many of these do we need? 3 of them total? Oh, and I've already built 8 plus 6 on there, so there's yeah, already like 15 of them that have been built. And if that's just for the first portion of the set, I'm assuming there's probably going to be like 50 plus of them on there. So, very repetitive, that's for sure. Oh. One more of these. Alright, and then once I get to the end of this, I'm just going to probably refill my water really quick, check on my dogs, make sure they're good, and get right back into it. I'll feel so bad if somebody joins as I've left the room and they're just confused as to why there's a half, sorry, not even half, a very small portion of Minas Tirith just built. Huh. Where are they at? Another torch here. I'm excited to see some of these other portions of the interior, like the statue that's going to be on the inside, and I think there might even be a couple of statues, but one of them has the same hairpiece as Aragorn, but in white. That's going to be awesome. It's going to look like a marble pillar. Ah, I see. That explains that little gap there. And oh, interesting that they did a ball joint there. It seems like, yeah, maybe a hinge would not have worked. Probably not. I'm sure that's why they chose to do that, and I'm just roasting them for no reason. Yeah, sorry about the chair clicking. Hopefully when I get up and stand up out of the chair, it'll kind of reset itself and not be as creaky. But I wonder if the heat has anything to play into it as well. Very nice. Oh, that's a cool transition from one side to the other. I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye when I flip my instruction book, since there's a little bit of a delay, and I'm thinking there's like another chat popping up, but at least I'm being conscious about potentially something new popping up. Aha, so this looks like actually the opposite side from what I was thinking, but that's nice. Clip this into here. There we go. All right. So we're going to keep this off to the side, but that is a really nice first portion of the set there. Undoubtedly going to get the first wall section and then start of some more of the place done. All right, so a little bit more water here, and I'm going to check on my dogs, and I will be back in probably 20 seconds at the most. Okay, I think that was a little more than 20 seconds, but that's okay. We are on bag 9, so we're halfway through the first section of the build, but now we're doing the other half of the front wall with the gate. Yeah, I guess the instructions haven't been too much in the way, but soon here, I have a little chair next to me. I might end up transferring that over so that way I have some more room to build. Might be a smart thing to do. But it'll be nice to, oh, there goes a piece. Grab that really quick. It'll be nice to kind of gauge what this first stream was like, because I didn't know how the framing of the video is going to be, or really most of the aspects of live streaming in general. So this will be a good first understanding for me, and be able to kind of work my way from there. I know Like I said, the audio is going to be pretty bad, but the lighting shouldn't be too terrible. I'll have a new light box or kind of like a light backdrop that I'm going to be building in the next week or two here. I already actually have part of it built, but I just need to start putting it together and cutting some of the portions out. So that'll be making this spot in my room look nicer. But now that I have everything finished with remodeling, I can get back to doing a lot more things with my Lego stuff. I have most of it color sorted and separated out into specific parts, so it'll be a lot easier for me to make different mocks and kind of jump back into it. So alright, halfway in, about 3.5 hours for the first section here. So yeah, I think today we're going to end up getting only 1/3 of Minas Tirith done, so it's going to end up being 3 live streams instead of 2. But we're making good progress, so not too bad at all. Whoops. Sorry, just kind of prepping for the next portion of the build here. All right. And another thing I'm going to do. This thing keeps popping up. I'm going to. Yeah. Escape. Sorry, I'm going to see if I can back out of this. There we go. Well, that didn't really take away this welcome to live chat thing for me, so I'm going to have to figure out how to move that out of my way later. But so far, it doesn't look like I've missed anything else in chat, but I do appreciate those of you who have input a bit into there. Alright, next portion of the build. Oops, there we go. Yeah, one of the things I'll probably struggle with most is just figuring out a good flow for talking, because again, I'm not really great at that, but for a long set like this, it's going to take a lot to not overexhaust myself by talking too much or not having enough to say. So I'm just trying to take it a little slow for this first stream, and hopefully it's still good enough for you guys to watch and come back to if I end up uploading it, and maybe you guys will get to see some stuff that you missed. But it's not going to be super eventful other than building the actual set itself. You guys might learn some new stuff about me, but I'm not going to be sharing any crazy information. Again, I don't want to reveal my face for a little while, so I'll figure out when that's going to be, but for now I don't want to reveal my face or my name or where I live. I have a feeling it's possible somebody will end up being a troll and want to dox me or do whatever, and if that happens, you know, it's not the end of the world. I don't really care, because I still plan on at some point revealing my identity, but I'm not really looking for that either. I just want people to enjoy what I put out on YouTube and find some inspiration in the stuff that I create. So that's really all my channel is about, is it's for inspiration and entertainment, nothing really more. I, of course, do have the intent on wanting to become monetized, and I currently work roughly 35 hours a week, so not quite full-time, but it's enough to keep me pretty preoccupied outside of my YouTube channel. So until I have the ability to be monetized, which not putting anybody down here, but I do want to at least make note for everyone that the reason I'm struggling at the moment is because I haven't been putting long-form videos out, and therefore, because of, let's be honest, because of how people's attention span is lately, nothing against any of you guys who are watching, but it's just kind of how it is. Some of you might be able to sit through the entirety of all 3 streams, or maybe just the first and second, or just one of them. But I figured most of you would just pop in and out, which is totally fine. But yeah, I've struggled with making sure that I'm getting enough view hours for becoming monetized. I don't really need to get into specific numbers for you guys, but just to give you a little bit of an idea, you need to have 3,000 view hours to become monetized, along with a couple other requirements. And I'm not even making 100 view hours, so I'm not gonna say a specific number. Doesn't matter too much to me, but it's both my fault and low-key kind of just the attention span of people these days. But I gotta figure out how to improve that on my own by again putting out more of the long form videos, and then that'll actually be time that you guys can spend watching. So once I get to enough view hours, then that way I can become monetized, and hopefully I can lower the amount of hours that I'm actually working outside of that, so I can spend more time on YouTube. But for now, it's been a little bit of a struggle. Got to make sure that I'm able to pay the bills first, of course. But I do intend on at some point having the ability to become monetized, and again being able to drop the hours so I can work more on doing this. And the one thing that's really nice is for those of you who tune into the Bionicle mask drawings, I grew up with Bionicle in the early 2000s, absolutely loved it. My mom has even said a few times she wishes that she had gotten us either some duplicates of certain ones, or more like filling out more of the sets for us, essentially, because she just had no clue on how popular Legos were going to become, or how popular Lego would become. Sorry, I know that's a debated plural, but yeah, she's voiced a couple of times like, yeah, I kind of wish that I did more. Anyway, I'm getting off topic here. But for those of you who have tuned into the Bionicle masks and enjoyed any of that, I'm at least happy that I can do fairly frequent artwork, because one of the things that I just, between when I got out of high school and started working full time, I just got too much into retail positions to where I didn't really do a whole lot with artwork or even my Lego stuff. I would still buy a pretty decent amount of Legos and build them on my own, but I wasn't doing any type of content for them, and I had always wanted to make a YouTube channel, but I didn't know where to start or what to do for it. So once I had the idea of combining the artwork and the Lego stuff, then that's where everything kind of sprouted out from there. But yeah, I at least can do my artwork pretty consecutively and get those posted, but I know there's going to be a fair amount of my subs who aren't even into Bionicle and don't really care to watch those. So I apologize if you're one of those people and you've been waiting for quite some time to see, for example, another Indiana Jones video or a different theme. So I do want to get better with actually going back and forth between the themes and not sticking to one for so long, because I know that's going to probably cause people to either unsubscribe or just not really want to tune in as often if I'm doing stuff that they're not into. So rather than doing a grouping of videos that are all the same theme, I think coming up here I'm probably just going to go back and forth one set per theme. And for example, I'm doing Minas Tirith now for Lord of the Rings, but I'm not going to do another Lord of the Rings set next. I'll probably move on to maybe even back to Indiana Jones and get that Cairo set done and do a mock for that. Or I don't really want to go back to Star Wars or Marvel at the moment, since I've already done a few videos for that on my channel. But I'm definitely going to make my way back around to them, and like I said, I'll do, instead of a grouping of one theme, I'll just kind of go back and forth, so that way you guys aren't really missing out on a crazy amount of stuff, and I'm not taking too long before I get back to something. But yeah, with that being said, hopefully it wasn't too long of an explanation there. But I am ready to get back into it, that's for sure. I'm very ready. And to explain what happened with my last video too, I filmed a decent amount of it, but then my phone ended up breaking. The screen stopped working. Probably another reason why I should invest on getting a camera instead of just filming from my phone. But right now that's working for me, and I got to start somewhere. But I had the broken phone issue, and even though I had the ability to recover most of the footage from my my Google Photos, I still had to re-edit a bunch of stuff because the editing app that I use for my phone, which it's not going to be a secret or anything, I use CapCut for my editing, but I had to redo the entire edit because of the fact that it was not on local space. It was a brand new phone that I had gotten. So there was that issue, and then I had my new phone, which is a Samsung S25. I don't know why, but their default setting was on HDR and log mode. So the videos were both incredibly large files to where I had to do a lot of compressing, and that was just too much wait time for editing the video. But then I figured out how to get it out of log mode and HDR, and they were processing just like that, like before. But then I started second guessing where I was going with the edit and how I wanted my visuals to be in my cinematography. Sometimes I struggle with words like that, even though that's really not a difficult one for me to say. But anyway, yeah, I just really was struggling with where I was at for that specific video, and it's been messing with my head, so I just had to move away from it, and I tried a couple of times reworking at it, but the main issue is my recording the commentary afterwards, because sometimes that just it doesn't line up well with how I filmed it, and then I have to re-lengthen some of the clips to make the timing feel a little better, and it doesn't work out great a lot of the time. So I need to find a new way to do my commentary without sounding terrible, so I'm gonna have to get a good mic, but I also need to make sure that I can pair that up properly with either my phone or if I get a camera that works good for filming. So we'll see what ends up happening, but I need to for sure improve on a few aspects of my channel before I can really worry too much about that. So I think the best route of action for me to take is really just to play it by ear as I move forward and not try to get stuck in a rut like that again. Because if I have a video that I try to work way too long on, then that's going to end up happening. So don't be surprised if there's a couple of times here and there where I plan out doing a video and then end up announcing like, hey, sorry guys, it wasn't working out. I'm going to find a different way to do that in the future, or maybe just cancel it entirely if it wasn't that great of an idea to begin with. But I don't anticipate that happening a crazy amount either. It'll just be very infrequently and randomly. So, what have we got next here? Looks like a little bit more on this side. And I don't know if there was anybody in particular that was excited to watch a comparison for two different Hogwarts Express sets, but in my eyes that probably wasn't super intriguing of a video, so I gotta come up with some better ideas than just here's a comparison for both of these sets. And I don't know if I maybe strayed away from what I was talking about earlier, but I think my goal moving forward is that I need to do a little bit more of the custom builds or mocks and pair my artwork with that, because it seems like those have been my most popular videos. But I'm probably going to stray away from doing as many comparisons or reviews just on their own, and in doing so, definitely cutting out the speed builds, because it's just too much editing for something that a lot of you guys have probably seen other YouTubers do. And because I'm really trying to focus on my channel being about the artwork paired with the Legos, I don't really have too much of a reason for just building the sets and comparing the sets. So, although I might do that every once in a while in the future, I think that's going to be way less frequent than just doing custom mocks, or I would say probably the one that I'll do the most is, especially with any of the more popular sets that are coming out, like Minas Tirith would be one of them, or at least maybe not popular as far as people getting it for how expensive it is, but more talked about set, I guess. So I would probably more often than not do kind of a review on the set, but more of just, oh, I have this set, I'm gonna have it built, and I'd probably just do a really quick time lapse of different portions being built, and not do a full step-by-step stop motion time lapse. That would be, again, a little bit too much for the editing and amount of time that I can spend on doing the videos. The brunt of the time that I need to actually invest into my video is going to be the artwork portion of it. But anyway, back to more of the build here. I'm probably talking way too much about that topic in particular, but I want to make sure you guys kind of understand where I'm at thinking wise with the channel. And I didn't necessarily just want to do another channel update to where you guys miss out on watching that for whatever reason, and don't hear about my plans. But I know that might be a little easier to go back to and watch, say, like a 3 to 7 minute video if I was giving you guys an update on my plans. But at least with a live stream like this, you guys are getting some type of content, and I can freely explain that stuff without having to edit around it and make it make sense. Oh, okay. Wondering how that was going together. There we go. I see we're down to just a couple of people watching at the moment, so I appreciate you guys if you've been sticking through most of the stream. It means a lot. And with Minas Tirith being such a big set build, there's not really anything super crazy to look at until you get to the very end, so I can understand why most people probably aren't going to want to watch the entirety of the build, because by all means, I know it is much better to see the end result, especially being an artist. That is another thing that I didn't really struggle with or like dislike it that much, but one of the things that I would notice when I was younger would be how intrigued people were with standing behind me when I was working on some type of artwork, especially in elementary and middle school and growing up, with a lot of people that either, if they weren't an artist themselves, they didn't know too many people who were, so they didn't have many experiences with seeing artwork in person, aside from maybe going to a museum with their family or whatever else. But yeah, I don't know exactly where I'm going with that, but you know, Okay. Oh, I guess mainly where I was going with that now that I, for some reason, remember. With my artwork, I've always been not really taught, but I've kind of learned that for me, I know how the process is in creating the artwork, but a lot of other people will ask me questions of, oh, why does this look like that? Or why does that look like this? Well, because it's not finished yet. So I didn't get irritated or annoyed really that often, but there would definitely be points in time where it's like, I really have to explain myself when it's clearly not a finished piece of artwork. But it's kind of where I'm at with the Minas Tirith set. I feel like most people will look at it and be like, oh man, it's really just a white wall with a gate on it. But once you get to the very end and can actually see the scale of things and how grand it's going to be, that's where it really starts to get cool. And not to mention the interior of the build coming up, which when I say coming up, that's probably going to be halfway through the next live stream. But I hope you guys are enjoying so far. Thank you for viewing up to this point, and also thank you for whoever joined recently. I appreciate you tuning in here. Working on building Minas Tirith at the moment, as you may be able to tell. And so far it's going pretty good. I might be a little redundant with mentioning this again, but I've heard a few horror stories about people not receiving the proper parts for the set, or in particular the story that I'll mention again is somebody saying that they did not get their legs for Faramir, and I really hope nothing like that happens for the set. But even though I had a little bit of a scare during the beginning of the stream, it was like bag 4 that was upside down and I couldn't find it for a moment. I thought that I didn't end up getting Gandalf as an entire figure, which would have sucked. But we are all good. Nothing ended up happening, and so far there's no missing pieces. And I hope that I didn't jinx myself by saying that. Definitely pretty nice to get all the white masonry bricks. I don't think I have too many of those. I don't remember if they were in the Hidden Side Lighthouse set. There might have been a few, unless there was just some stickered bricks. But I'm glad that I have some good pieces with this. I don't intend on ever taking this apart and using it to build other sets, quite frankly, but I know it's for sure going to be a nice display piece. And before any of you might ask, I am definitely making sure about not having an open window nearby for this set, because a lot of people have been concerned or have pointed out that with having so many white pieces that it's going to be pretty susceptible to yellowing, but I don't intend on that happening to my set because I have some blackout curtains in my room here, and unfortunately there is a fairly big picture window in the dining room that which happens to be outside of the room I'm in right now. It's probably, sending a little bit of UV in, but not directly. So based on where the set's positioned, it shouldn't be an issue, especially when I end up replacing the door on my room. I had a door on there previously that I might have made a little mistake on a cut for the bottom, so it ended up being a little too short, having too much of a gap underneath. I need to see if that ends up kind of fixing itself now, because I have carpet on my floor instead of just hardwood. But yeah, I'll make sure that there's no sunlight getting to this bad boy, because I do not want any of these parts yellowing. Not at all. And maybe LEGO has fixed that at this point. I know for the translucent or the clear colors, or specifically clear, I think there might have been purple or blue that was added to it to where it's counteracting the yellowing. So they're probably working on fixing that issue, but obviously we don't want to take any type of risk. Now I do also notice there's a few more things in chat here. So Gambit for Hire, let's see what we got here. I think I'll watch them again while building the Minas Tirith set. That's a really good idea, honestly. When that whole sequence was going on, I was getting pretty hyped up for building this. And you're building a white city and a white table, making it harder to find the pieces. Yeah, you're not wrong. I went with, when I redid my room, it used to be kind of like a taupe or like a beige, almost like, didn't really have a pink tone into it, but it was kind of like a, yeah, like a beigey, sandy, salmony color. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It had a slight pink tint to it, but it just was not good for any type of filming, so I've always done my stuff in my light box. But now that I've redone my room, I painted the walls. They're a light gray, but they have a very slight hint of blue in them. So especially in specific lighting, it'll look more blue than gray sometimes, but then everything else I decided white, and there are some accent colors, like my TV is just standard black, and I have a couple other pieces of hardware, or like the lights that are on each side of me right now are black. So there's going to be mainly the light grayish blue and white color scheme with a little bit of black. The doorknobs, or sorry, the knobs that are on my dresser drawers, those are also kind of like a brass, or like a smoky brass color. So, well, not brass. They have like the brushed brass look, if that makes sense. But they, I don't know what word that is they use. Like they have the darker, kind of dark brown black color to them. But anyway, I'm going way into detail about that. So yeah, it's definitely a little harder with the white desk and the white pieces, but I shouldn't have too much of an issue. They actually pop out pretty decently from the desk here, but I think what I'm most disappointed by is that I tried to go for I have a couple of the cheaper bookshelves that are like $40 a piece that are the white finish, but I wanted to do the same thing for the desk here, and I didn't realize until after not after I purchased it, but when I was going for it in the store, I was like, man, I didn't realize the first time around I saw this and wanted to get it, that it had the wood grain in it, which doesn't really match anything else, but yeah, whatever. I'm going to be building that newer light box soon here, so that's going to take care of the majority of the issue. And let's see here. Hard to build and follow instructions at the same time, talk about some other random topic. Yeah, 100%. And especially with not being good at talking in general, that makes it a little more of a struggle for me. And the word you're thinking of, crenellations. Yeah, okay. So I did mention the crenellations at one point, but isn't there a specific term for the gap in between, and then also the they're not called like battalons or something like that. It kind of, it's similar to that term, but the parts that they can hide behind, I think there's another term for that too. But yeah, crenellations for sure. Thanks for definitely clarifying that word there. And then you need to worry about having to give your personal information. Oh yeah, definitely not. I mean, I for sure wouldn't have even planned on it, but the main reason I worry is because not that I care about people knowing where I'm from or where I live, but I'm not really looking for people to recognize me in public, at least not yet. Not that there's like a specific reasoning for that, but I'm not the most outgoing person, I guess, so I don't want to disappoint somebody by being way more boring in person than how I come across on camera, if that makes sense, or just being a letdown in general. I know that's probably just me overthinking about that in particular, but that's how I am. And then last thing, antique brass knobs. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why I still had such a hard time just explaining what the color of them were, but yeah, like the antique brass where they have the darker coloration, and there's just some portions on the edge that are kind of sanded down to where you can see a almost coppery brass color. I like this little inlet thing here. That's super cool. Nice statue in there. And what are we on to next? Ooh, a little weapons rack. Very good. That'll come in handy for the soldiers of Gondor, that's for sure. So I at least hope I'm doing a decent job with keeping up the pace, talking and building the set. I know I will spend too much time in my head, and sometimes I get quiet because of that. I'm sure some of you know how that is too. But something I'm very willing to work on. Man, it's kind of hard to angle these swords correctly so they're not overlapping each other in the wrong way. There we go. Okay. Now you've got that. But yeah, that's awesome, Gambit, that you've got the Minas Tirith you're going to be working on, especially if you watch the full series and end up doing it. I would say that's for sure the most hype, or the best way to hype yourself up for building the set. Okay. Yeah, some of these studs, when you look at them on the instructions, it's like, is that placed in the spot that I'm thinking? I also nearly bent the tip of one of these swords by accident. Okay, now they're at a good height where that's not going to happen. And what is this other little bit? Just another flower to the side. That's nice. Popping some other colors in there, especially the reddish orange is nice to get some new variant pieces of. Again, I'm not entirely sure if I've gotten the flower in reddish orange yet. I know for sure the leaves, a few other random parts. Don't remember exactly what other sets, but I know Haggard's Hut recently was the one that had the leaves, I think, first. Or maybe it was one of the, not Dimensions, Dreams sets that had it first, probably. Which, speaking of which, those are pretty good sets too. I have a couple of them that I just haven't even bothered opening, but I do like the the nice pop of color for those, and they made a lot of really cool pieces, that's for sure. I know it might be in a couple of different sets, but they have some type of glass jar or dome thing that's supposed to be either like a crystal ball or just a crystal glass, and some crow that has like purple coloration on it, carrying that around. It's supposed to be some type of like mini dream world inside of it or something like that, but I think there's a few different variations of what's inside of that thing. But yeah, they've come up with some really cool original concepts, and I wish LEGO would do that more often. And I also very much wish that they would go back to certain themes like Bionicle. I know quite a few people want that to come back into fruition, but at least we got the collectible CMF, or geez, the collectible minifigure, or CMF, for Tahoe. I know a lot of people are struggling on trying to find that. I had to make sure to go out to Barnes & Noble the day of release, so I did not want to miss out on Tahoe. And I did end up finding one of the Ronin figures too, or the Lloyd, if you prefer calling him that. Which also, I had the same problem with Clone Wars at first, but I did not enjoy the animation style growing up. It took me, I think it was probably 2018 or 19 that I started watching the Clone Wars and finished it all the way through, but I really wish I had started that sooner and been more into some of those sets. But I could have had some very nice figures and very nice builds, but I just didn't even know back then that they would have gotten to that point. And let's see what else. What medium do you like to use when painting? Oh, okay. So mainly what I do is chalk pastel. I actually had my 8th grade art teacher get me into that, and funny enough, I actually do pretty soon here want to get the Bridge Over a Pond of Lilies, the Claude Monet Lego set. So that's actually the first artist that my art teacher showed me that did pastels. And I've done some stuff in the past with like oil pastel, and I never liked that. So I never really thought of going into chalk pastel either, but my teacher made the suggestion and I started it and pretty much got hooked on that ever since, because I started up, or when I started growing up, I would use more colored pencils and sometimes just graphite or pencils, and it would just be a little bit too washed out or not saturated enough. And when you use chalk pastels or even oil pastels, but I think personally, especially having um, some sensitivity issues to like textures and touch, or especially with food too, I don't like certain things based on the textures. Um, I never liked oily stuff, so that kind of strayed me away from oil pastel. But the chalk pastels blend really nicely, and you get very, very vibrant colors from them. So that's the main reason why they're my favorite to use. Very nice blending, very nice color options, and I can get some very hyper realistic stuff out of them. The most recent picture that I did was, or painting, because if a lot of you don't know, chalk pastels are actually considered a form of painting. So with that being said, the recent painting that I did, sorry, was 8 different Maine Coon cats that one of my mom's cousins owns, and they don't have 8 of them all at once, but they've had 8 throughout their lifetime, and I think they have 2 currently. But they had me do a picture of all of them together, so I had to combine a bunch of different photos and get them into a proper positioning. In hindsight, I do think that I did a little bit too uniform as far as their spacing from each other. I tried to make it look a little more organic by having them in different poses or positions, but they're all lined up a little too perfectly. So I'm sure whenever people see that artwork that I did, they might ask how the person got a really good picture for actually drawing it, but in reality it was a whole bunch of different pictures. Plus I used multiple to be able to change the position that they were facing. Like I would maybe use one picture for the way that their head was positioned, and then another for the way the body was positioned. So different stuff like that. But yeah, I enjoy chalk pastels the most. And let's see. I also didn't realize that you were talking about you being an artist too. That's very cool. So you use acrylic, it looks like, most of the time. That's awesome. I've definitely dabbled a little bit into acrylic, and I actually have a picture that I started, or sorry, a painting or a canvas rather, of both of my dogs that I just never really got to. I'll have to maybe, it's definitely not Lego related, so I wouldn't really see much of a reason to share that on this channel, but maybe down the road if I do a secondary channel specifically for my artwork, then I can show some stuff like that. But it's legitimately just a sketch, so I haven't done anything. And yeah, acrylic's really nice too. I've had my fair share of acrylic paintings, and I entered one of them into like a high school area show, and I think ended up selling that one, which I think I got like the standard rate of what you would get around that age. Nothing too crazy, but my biggest I would say accomplishment for artwork was uh, in my freshman year of high school, or it was between freshman and sophomore year. But I entered a congressional art competition, so something that was going on um, with multiple districts in multiple states of the U.S. I think every single state was a part of it, and I forget, it probably differed the amount of districts each state had. Um, but I was one of the couple of people from my area that ended up winning that competition. And I'm not going to say what the artwork was because that'll kind of give away where I actually live. But yeah, I did a chalk pastel of a specific building, and I ended up selling that to the owner of that building after it came back from part of the congressional art competition was that it got hung in the Capitol building for about a year, and then it got mailed back to me, and I was able to sell it after that. But the I don't want to talk down on the guy because he's a really nice guy too. But the owner of this building, um, being kind of cheap. That's the best way I can put it. And he lowballed me at first, as far as an offer, which would have been around the standard rate of what a high schooler like me would have made. But I had to convince him, like, hey, this was part of a competition that won, and essentially gave your building more publicity by having it hung there for a year and getting attention. So I got him to agree to about triple the price that he offered me, which that was fine with me. That seemed about right as far as what it was worth. So yeah, that was, I would say, my biggest accomplishment for artwork. And that was a chalk pastel. But I do want to dabble more into the acrylic stuff soon here. And let me see what else you got here for me. So I should have started building my set when you started building yours, and that would have been would have inspired me to actually open the box. I like the idea, but at the same time, it would be hard to focus on building your set and watching me. So you'd probably have the same issue of being able to focus. So especially with a lot of my earlier videos, I have to be completely honest, I did not really enjoy building a lot of the sets that I was filming because, and you might not be able to see correctly unless I position my hands differently, but I would have my phone mounted directly in front of me, which would cause me to have to reach my arms around on both sides here, and that would make it really awkward to build stuff. So, especially when I was trying to be not delicate per se, but putting pieces down to where it's not shifting around the whole build. And I also had to put like the sticky tack down on the bottom so it wouldn't slide around. But doing a build like that without being able to just relax and pay attention on it, the stream is working out a lot better because I don't have to I don't have to worry about the camera being right in front of me. I just have to worry about like leaning in too far, which honestly is not a struggle. But yeah, I feel like you'll enjoy your build a lot more if you end up doing it after you've watched the movie slash, even during when you're watching the movie. I think that's what you might have mentioned at first, but I bet if you start it at the beginning of Fellowship of the Ring, you might actually be able to finish the whole build through watching all three of the movies. And I don't know if you'd have to include any of the Hobbit stuff in there for more duration, but with me being what we got, about 4 hours 10 minutes into the build, and I'm like almost 2/3 of the way done with the first third of the build. It's definitely more time than the actual movies are, unless you're specifically watching the extended versions, and maybe that wouldn't even be enough time. So yeah, I feel like also that might be a little bit of just a distraction now that I think of it, when you're trying to focus on watching the movie and then also building. But if you're wanting to get it completed but also not worried about how long it takes, I would just take your time on it and get more of the build value, I guess is the right way to put it, because not that I'm rushing anything here, but I of course don't want to have my live streams take way too long. So I'm building at about my standard pace and not slowing anything down, but maybe speeding up ever so slightly. And let's see what else you got here. So if you've never used chalk pastels and if you've used oil, then oh, okay. Man, I don't know why I'm reading it like that. So you said, I've never used chalk pastels. I used oil pastels before, and they made you feel more using crayons, or like more like crayons. Yeah, I actually, I'm actually surprised on what type of stuff that you can accomplish with even regular Crayola crayons. I kind of want to jump into doing some type of artwork with that. I would just want to do something that was big enough to where the texture of the paper would kind of play into the texture of the artwork. So yeah, I might have to do something like that at some point, because yeah, the oil pastels are definitely quite a bit like crayons, and colored pencils are pretty difficult to work with too, just because of that low saturation. So you either gotta really build up the layers and have good colored pencils like Prismacolor or some of the other nicer brands. I know what's it called, the Winsor Newton is another good one too. But yeah, I feel like that makes a lot of sense, that they're similar to that waxiness of crayons. To me, they're way more oily, but I also haven't touched a an oil pastel in quite some time, so I don't even remember what they're like. And then let's see, the last thing you had, amazing story regarding your artwork. I appreciate that in the competition. Thank you. I sometimes when I share information like that, I feel like I don't know, not exactly bragging, because I don't feel like I'm articulating it that way, but I don't want people to think that I have to mention it every so often to point it out, because even though it's an accomplishment that I've made over the years, it's not something that I really see as being I don't know, like a huge turning point in my life or anything. I never went to college for artwork, and I never went to college in general. I specifically didn't want to go for artwork, and I didn't really have any ideas of what else I wanted to do other than architecture. Actually, is what my first desire was. And funny enough, it was kind of around the time that some of the first architecture sets were coming out, like Falling Water and some of those early ones. But yeah, I realized I enjoyed mostly doing the artwork of the floor plans, like physically hand drawing them. And I did have a class in high school where I did both that and I worked with AutoCAD. So I got to see how the technology end of it was. And not that I dislike using technology, but I would prefer doing it by hand. So because most architectural firms are not going to be doing that, I didn't really see too much of a point to kind of go that route in my life. And I was also I guess I desired to own my own firm, but if I was enjoying doing the floor plans more, I feel like owning my own firm would just delegate that work to other architects. So I also wouldn't really get what I would want in the end there. But yeah, I never went to school for artwork. I've always been drawing since I was about 4.5 or 5. So literally like the same amount of time that I've known Lord of the Rings, I've been drawing. But yeah, I need to branch out into a few more mediums and kind of get out of my comfort zone, because I just do realism essentially. So people, buildings, animals, stuff like that. And I like doing actually the first subject matter that I used for my chalk pastels would have been landscapes. So I enjoy doing that a lot. And I'm hoping that with the channel here and me being able to do artwork more often, that I can every once in a while just maybe have a commission going on the side and sell some artwork and have extra money for the channel in that regard too. But I still want to do the realism that I've worked on before, but that's not exactly what I'm going for with the Lego sets either. I'm giving the backdrops more of a classic Lego feel, kind of matching the style of the old backdrops from Harry Potter, but giving my own spin on it, of course, too, not having it be directly copied. And then I said I enjoy doing artwork using architecture. Only issue is the piece has to be precise. Yeah, I'm kind of that same way too, but I'm drawing a blank on what the YouTuber's name is. It's Steven something, I believe. I might have to make some of my subscriptions more available for people to see. I didn't want to do that with my main YouTube channel, as far as, sorry, my Lego YouTube channel. I've done that with my main one, having more of my subscriptions available publicly, but I don't think I'm really subscribed to anybody on my Lego YouTube channel, so that's probably also playing into it, but I'll see if at some point I can look this guy up. In fact, you know what? I'm going to minimize the stream really quick here, because I know that's not going to be too much of an issue. I'll try to pull up another YouTube tab. Let's see. Can I do a new tab, or is it not going to let me? Come on now. Should be able to. Well, I was hoping I'd be able to look from here, but I guess not. It's on my phone in particular, so I'd have to look at what's being streamed up above me. But his name's Steven something. I'm drawing a blank. I'll see if I can get that information to you later. But he does specifically, like, really quick, not having to be precise architectural drawings, and also some non-architectural, but mainly he does different buildings and some of the nature around it. And it's kind of cool watching somebody not really have to care as much about where their measurements are or their reference points. They're just kind of using each portion that they're drawing as each reference point, if that makes sense. So if they're building, or sorry, not building, if they're drawing one of the shapes in and then kind of filling that in with more of the details, then they can move on to another section and kind of gauge it on the size of that previous section. And his stuff looks really good. I feel like it's more of just the completion of the artwork and the uniformity of it, rather than having it actually look perfect. And as somebody who's a perfectionist with artwork, it's kind of ironic that I'm saying that. But yeah, I want to be able to do that myself, where I don't worry about what I'm drawing and having it match exactly. Doing more of an abstract artwork, but that's another reason that I didn't end up going to school for it, because I took my portfolio into one of the museums in town for a portfolio review. There were going to be some colleges that had some representatives coming in to take a look at high school artwork and get an idea of, or I guess give those students ideas of what their school is like, so that they can consider coming to them. But I'm not going to name which university it was, especially because that'll give away location, but I also don't want to speak negatively on them, because it was just one of their representatives more so, and not the school itself. But he was not very friendly, and most of the people that I interacted with, I'm used to not like really lighting up about my artwork and being like, oh my god, it looks so good. But, you know, I'm used to people having a positive reaction about it. So going up to somebody and having them be very nonchalant and like, yeah, it's okay, but you should try to do more abstract stuff. And I was just kind of speechless at that point in time. Like, I mean, this is kind of what I do and what I go for and enjoy, so I don't know why you guys would want to say, hey, you should do this instead. I'm sure it was more so him explaining to me, like, you know, the school was going to branch out into different mediums and topics, that it wasn't all going to just be realism for me, so I probably wouldn't have fit at that school. But he just, I guess I didn't take constructive criticism that great back then. So him telling me that I should try something different, I guess I was hearing that, oh, what you're currently doing is not that great, so you should try something different. But in reality, he probably just meant, well, there's other types of artwork, and you never know if you might succeed even more in one of them. So that's kind of how I take it at this point, especially since that was back in early high school, probably sophomore year, I would say maybe freshman year. But yeah, at first I did not take that very easily, and I guess that kind of strayed me away from going to school for artwork, because I felt like, well, it's not really anything that I have a desire to learn other than what I already have taught myself. So I never really went to school or had the desire to learn anything different. And I'm honestly happy with that at this point, because I didn't really want to have a huge amount of debt, and I didn't want to end up doing something that I didn't care for in the future, or regretted, like, oh, well, this isn't the route that I was going. But I've seen that happen with other people, and didn't want to do that to myself. So strayed away from college. And you said, do you like using oils? I'm actually very good with oils, but I guess acrylic is what I started with, so that's my passion. To tell you the truth, I don't know if I've, other than maybe messing with oil paint in elementary school for some type of school project, I don't think I've really ever used it. And part of that's because of how expensive the oil paints are, but especially within the past, I don't know, like 5 years or so, I've realized more that, you know, I don't really need a whole lot of colors. I just need primary colors, and then black and white for creating value and everything else that I would need. But yeah, I haven't really done anything with oils, and I would probably want to create something fairly soon with oil paint. I don't know if I would have any ideas on what, but especially since I haven't done before, I guess it's a little bit intimidating for me to jump into. That's also part of the reason why I need to expand my comfort zone and what mediums that I'm using, because as an artist, I feel like that's pretty important for a lot of us to use, would be oil paints. And acrylic's definitely a good cheap alternative, which I think is a perfect baseline for people. But at some point, especially with people who are taking artwork more seriously, or not necessarily making it their career, but wanting to do something with it as a hobby or whatever else, yeah, it's definitely something that people should work with. So I need to try at some point here. And again, yeah, it really wouldn't be that expensive if I'm just buying the primary colors in black and white. Just buy some nice sized tubes and have them last me for a while, and then probably be able to do a few paintings before I even run out. Okay, got that all built, and I'm gonna check to see what else he said here too. Yeah, I mean, I do kind of agree with that. Schooling possibly tarnishing my talents. Yeah, it's possible they were jealous, and maybe just because they didn't have the ability to do as good of realism, or maybe if they just didn't even like doing realism, who knows. But that could have definitely affected their opinion about my artwork. So Yeah, I appreciate you sympathizing about that. It makes me feel a little better about the situation too. And thanks for complimenting me on natural talent as well. I've definitely gotten that in the past, but again, not wanting to sound like I'm bragging, and I like to be a little more modest. I I don't ever like to tell people like, oh yeah, I'm a professional artist, or I've been doing artwork for over 20 years and have several accomplishments with it. Really, it's just the one from the congressional art competition, but I I plan to do some more cool stuff with it too, and I'd like to be able to sell some type of artwork to either a museum, or I don't think I'm necessarily able to get to that point without being possibly dead at that point. Who knows? But of course, a lot of artists are not recognized until after they're gone, unfortunately. So I don't know if I'll end up having some type of artwork that I'm known for. I think it would be cool to pair along some of the stuff that's been on my YouTube channel. Like, I don't know how many other people have done drawing of every single Bionicle mask. Uh, I, I intend on doing as many as possible that are outside of um, even the physical ones that were made for different sets. But yeah, I hope stuff like that can also or be something that I'm remembered by, I guess. Not that that's something like a huge accomplishment, but maybe I will be the first person to draw every single Bionicle mask. And they're a little difficult too, because they are the actual size of the mask. They're not just like a scaled up version or anything. I physically measured each of the masks that I have drawn so far, and a lot of people probably wonder how I've gotten them to all look so uniform and like with the same mask looking the same as each other. Technically, I am tracing, but I'm not. I'm sure people are gonna, if they hear that, go, "Oh my God, he's tracing." But you probably also know how much of a benefit that can be for certain things. So what I did is I made a master for, so far there's going to be 18 different mask types. I've only used 12 of them for my videos, but and there's going to be a lot more than that, but they're interchangeable by their different colors. So there's 6 of each, or sometimes even 8 of each of the masks. And because I have to do that, I created the master for the mask type, and then I just trace that every single time that I'm going to be creating one of the masks. And that's why at the beginning of my shorts, they start out as the sketch, because if I had to film myself tracing those, I'm sure there's going to be people who think I'm just outright tracing and copying from somebody else's drawing, when in reality I drew it from the very beginning. But it's also cutting down that amount of time that it would take me to keep my head out of frame and make sure that my sketches are looking good and not being blocked out as I'm filming them. So I was like, yeah, especially with how close I need to get my head to them for how small they are, I just opted to have them already sketched out before the drawing started, essentially. And I know you haven't been asking about anything Bionicle specifically, but figured I'd mention that in case anybody else is curious. And you say you've won with your artwork as well. Nice. So you said, but this was only on a local level. I don't see it as bragging, only offering sentiment and others appreciate our talent. Yeah, okay. I do appreciate that too. Thank you. And even if you only won on a local level, that's, even though my thing was a congressional level where it was throughout the country, that was also, it was in DC that I traveled to for it, so it was specifically the winners that got to experience the whole thing, and it wasn't really open to the public in a way, aside from, I guess I should say, where it was displayed was in the tunnels underneath the Capitol building. So there were a lot of people that were traveling back and forth in the tunnels for either going back and forth to work or just passing through for whatever other reason. Maybe they're just out for the day, visiting some of the monuments or memorials. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that ended up seeing my artwork, but you know, it wasn't too crazy either, because really not many people knew about it where I am locally. It was in the news, but I never had people like asking me stuff. I did have an interview, which unfortunately I can't find anywhere online. It got like deleted. I want to laugh at it because I know for sure that I did terrible speaking in it, and I was really young, so I wanted to roast myself and rewatch it, but I can't even find it. So, I mean, even though, yeah, that was on the scale of being part of multiple states and throughout the country, I still kind of consider that more of a local thing, because the competition, even though there were other winners from different states, it went state by state. So it was kind of just out of the people in this area. There were, I think, 2 per district. So it's kind of like some Hunger Games thing going on, the more I think about it. But yeah, they chose like 2 people from each district, and ended up flying out to DC with one other person that they could choose, and I went with my mom. But yeah, it was a cool experience. We got to fly out there and see a bunch of the memorials and monuments, and there's a lot of cool stuff out there. Not that I'm particularly fond of DC and politics in general, but I enjoyed going in the White House, and that was, I think, 2014. So that would have been, you know, around, who was even, I think it was Obama that was in office during that time, or maybe after he had just gotten out of office. Maybe I'm probably thinking about that timeline incorrectly, but oh well. And yeah, let's see what else is said here. Gambit for hire, we got tracing saves a lot of time. It's not cheating, it offers uniformity. Yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of people think that tracing is completely used for just taking somebody else's artwork and making it your own, which if you're adding to it, that's also valid, but especially since I was the one who created the initial thing that I traced, I'm not too worried about it. I just feel like people might mention that here and there. Alright, moving on to bag 12 here. I'm going to grab some more water really quick, one moment. Yeah, hopefully this fan hasn't been too loud in the background. I'm sure it's not terrible because I have it down on first setting, but it's enough to where it's probably, if anybody's wearing headphones, they're going to notice. Okay, one second. Goodness. Okay. It took too long to open that. Anyway, what do we got here? Another Gondor soldier. Yeah, these shields and armor pieces are definitely one of my favorite parts of the set. Alright. Yeah, Gambit, if you don't mind me asking, what type of thing did you win locally? I'm curious to hear about what type of artwork it was. And then also, people who are not artists will think tracing's cheating, even if the masters use a device called camera obscura. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. And unfortunately, too many people are way too critical critical about stuff these days, where you can't even see a movie anymore without somebody hating on it. Like I hear, I hear unfortunately Supergirl is not doing very well, doing worse than Morbius, apparently. But you know, there's a lot of the people that are probably upset about that movie are mad that the actress is not to their standards. It's like, okay, that's cool, I get that, but it's really just for entertainment purposes and trying to build on the universe. I hope it ends up being one of those movies like not that I honestly even care for Supergirl or really that much of DC, unfortunately. I've always been a huge fan of the Christopher Nolan trilogy of the Dark Knight movies, but outside of that, I never got super hyped for anything. So with DC in particular, for one, I missed out on a lot of the sets that came out, and they don't really do a whole much either. But where was I going with that? Oh, about the criticism with stuff like Supergirl. I hope that ends up becoming one of those movies, kind of like how people didn't really enjoy Amazing Spider-Man at first, but then once things started to roll around to Tom Holland and having the ability to bring back Tobey and Andrew for No Way Home, then people started really hyping those movies up again and quite honestly enjoying them, and looking back and going like, why did I honestly hate as much on those movies as I did? I know there's certain things like Dane DeHaan as the Green Goblin that were pretty off-putting, but the rest of the movie, I think, for the second one at least, it's pretty good. I also really liked Electro, and one of my favorite things from that movie was the music that they used, or Electro's theme, how they actually did electric guitar and different elements that made it feel like electrical music, essentially. So it really fit his character well. But yeah, people started hyping that up, of course, after the fact, and maybe Supergirl will end up being like that too, to where it's not as bad in the future. But the criticism lately has just been terrible. Everybody has to have an opinion on something, and not that that's really an issue, because I get why that would be the case. Also, oh, never mind. I thought there was not going to be a spare one of these spheres, but there is. Yeah, that's why I don't really enjoy going to see movies in theaters anymore, because although I used to like the audience and being around different people, there's just too much of the criticism after the fact, and people being upset about certain aspects of the movie, and oh, this wasn't the same as the book or whatever. And you know, when somebody's trying to make a original content based on an idea, and of course certain things you're going to want to be as accurate as possible, so there's validity in people being upset about things, but at the same time, like, man, I just wish people would be more open to creativity lately. I mean, that's kind of a hard thing to try and claim too, though, because I know a lot of people are being very creative lately and doing stuff of their own more often than just watching other people do stuff. But you know, I think stuff like how we brought up the criticism, or people thinking that you're cheating for using tracing as a method of speeding up your time for artwork. It's just like, hey, have you never done any type of artwork before? Low key, there's been a few comments on my my shorts that I re-upload to TikTok. That I shouldn't have responded to, but people just highly criticizing me for claiming that I missed one of the minifigures that I was comparing, or whatever else. And it's just like, people don't understand the actual way that I'm doing my videos, that I meant to not have that in figure, or sorry, not meant to have that figure included in the first place. So yeah, there's just a lot of things that happen in life where I'm kind of over it for the amount of people that are just taking things way too seriously. I wish more people would have fun and experience life in general and not just criticize how other people spend their time or the choices they make. I know I'm probably going into a whole rant here about something that maybe people aren't interested in listening to, but yeah, I really wish that people would be more forgiving with, I don't know how to describe it. With me in particular, it's been certain minifigures that I haven't included in videos, and people will be like, oh, you completely missed out on this figure. But it's possible I either didn't have the figure or that I chose to save it for a different comparison or review. So I don't know. That's bothered me. I gotta not let it bother me as much as I have. But that is also another learning curve for being on YouTube and not interacting with comments that are just going to waste your time and people trying to rage bait and whatever else. So I digress. But let's see here. So you've won a piece, an acrylic, oil, pencil, mixed media, watercolor, and then pen and ink. Okay. Well, what type of stuff do you do, Gambit? Do you have a specific genre that you kind of go with for your drawings, or do you have a specific liking that you tend to stray towards, or sorry, not stray towards, it's kind of the opposite, something that you might stray away from that you don't particularly do for your artwork? See, I stumble over my words too often. Hence why I have so much of a hard time recording my audio. Oh man, now I gotta dump this upside down. I love when that happens. But also I see you said the last movie you saw was Masters of the Universe, which you really enjoyed. Very nice. Before that it was Star Wars Part 9, which was, well, you know, and yes I do. Yeah, I think the very last one that I saw was, it had to have been No Way Home. My goodness, yeah, No Way Home would have been the last one that I saw, because I did want to experience Toby and Andrew in theaters, or in the theater rather. But Masters of the Universe, I've heard nothing but good things about that, and especially for how Jared Leto can be. I heard he did a really good job with Skeletor, so I gotta see that at some point. With being 27, I'm a little bit younger than most of the people who were into that growing up, but it's something that I believe one of my brothers had a Castle Grayskull, or like the jail cell that goes to Castle Grayskull, so we had a few He-Man and Masters of the Universe related toys growing up, but I never actually got into the whole universe itself. And yeah, oh yeah, I definitely have to build a thick skin for social media, that's for sure. But yeah, I made the mistake of responding to a couple of those comments, and I could tell. I don't know if it's a normal thing with YouTube. I probably deserved it. It's not an issue with me, but not my two most recent shorts, but the couple that I had posted about a week and a half ago. They have like 10 or 11 views per, and it was directly after I wouldn't necessarily say I was arguing with somebody in the comments, but I was trying to get my point across for how something actually works with the pricing on Bricklink. And somebody, just to make a long story short, somebody was pissed off about the prices that I had stated for, it was the Anakin's pit droid in particular, unless it was Sebulba's, whichever one of the pit droids. But it's like a $18 figure or something like that, $15 figure when you just outright buy it as it is. But that was also something that I always put Bricklink averages, so it's not the cheapest you can get it for. And that person was upset that I had articulated that that was the pricing for it, and they were calling me a Star Wars fan and basically roasting anybody that likes Star Wars Lego and that collects a bunch of it, calling Star Wars fans weird essentially by how much they spend on certain figures or sets. And yeah, I was coming to their defense a little bit and explaining like, yeah, it's, for one, that was the average value that I was placing on there, so you can definitely buy it for cheaper. But they were essentially trying to argue that the pieces are so standard on it that you could just build it with other parts for way cheaper, which is valid, but if you're going for the accuracy of what the figure is supposed to be, it's an older one, so there's some of the discontinued colors on it and parts that they don't make anymore. So it's like, well, you could definitely make a new version of it and it would be way cheaper, but you still have to spend money on it in some way or the other, because those parts that you used are probably from a set that you had to buy previously. So I was pretty much explaining like, yeah, there's a reason why collectible things are so expensive, is because people will pay for what they want to pay for it. So that's the same that goes for artwork too. It's artwork is only worth as much as people are willing to pay. So that's kind of how the figures go too. That's why there's so many that become exclusive and hard to get and very expensive, because they were highly sought after and they didn't make a whole bunch of them or whatever else, which I'm sure you know, and I don't have to explain that here in stream. But man, that was a rough one, having that conversation. I ended up deleting all of the comments that I had made after the fact, and I'm pretty sure YouTube punished me a little bit for having had that interaction with that person, because like I said, my past couple of shorts were very short on views, and then the last couple that I uploaded went back to normal, where I usually get an average of like around 1,000 on my shorts, which to me that's honestly not super impressive, because most people who are doing really well with shorts are getting millions of views or hundreds of thousands of views. So I hope to get higher up there someday, but for a video that's only getting me a couple thousand views, I don't need to spend my time and energy trying to convince somebody else what they've already decided to think. Or try to convince them otherwise, rather. But yeah. And let's see what you got for me now. Oh, Blue MC4, thank you for leaving a comment here, and thanks for joining in. You just ordered a piece of LEGO support. What do you mean by LEGO support? Do you mean you ordered a missing part from LEGO support, or did you get a support piece, like a I-beam or something? I'm assuming you mean that you had to order something from LEGO support, like you had something missing. But Gambit, you said all different types. I always try to push myself. So landscapes, birds, flowers, people, architecture, animals, etc. Very nice. Whatever you get inspired by. That's pretty much how I am as well. So it seems like you and I are pretty similar in artwork tastes. I definitely enjoy drawing animals, because especially with different textures, fur is one of my favorites, I would say, or different hair. The Maine Coon cats that I did recently, that was really fun, doing all of their hair, because they're long-haired Maine Coons, or I think most of them were. But actually, are all Maine Coons long-haired? Maybe I'm wrong about that. But yeah, animals are a really fun one. I enjoy landscapes probably the most, because it's the most organic, and you really, if you're doing something out of your own mind's eye, you can't really mess up too much on it, because you can form it into something new that does work. And had a troll with the comments. Yeah, more than likely, I think they were a couple of the things that they said in my responses seemed like they were trying to tell me like, oh, I know how that works, but they were trying to tell me all these things otherwise. So it seems like you're probably right. They probably were well aware of how that stuff worked and just wanted to get a rise out of me, which I fell for it. But again, sometimes you gotta go through an actual experience, learn the hard way before you can really remember to avoid that in the future. So I'm okay with it happening. I just hope no other people who maybe saw that interaction think that I'm a oh, sorry, I put that piece down wrong. Think that I'm like a aggressive person, or that I was being too harsh on them. I feel like I was maybe coming across a little passive aggressively, but also was trying to stand my ground and kind of defend Star Wars fans that that person was roasting. So I felt the need to do so in the time, but I guess it wasn't the right choice. So now I have learned. But yeah, the second wall is about complete here. So we've just about finished the outer wall here. Very awesome. And one more piece to finish that off. Looks like just a lantern going in, and then a little, another, I forget what these are called, little things that have fire in them. There's a word for it, but I'm drawing a blank on it right now. And actually, one of the things that I do try to make correct when I'm building a set, whenever something has flames, oh shoot, I actually just put one of the pieces away that I needed. Whenever there are flames or flags in a set, I don't like when they're mirrored, because it doesn't make any sense for a flame to be blown in two different directions. Obviously that sounds very obvious when I say it out loud, but for example, I don't want these flames facing opposite directions. They should both be blowing the same way, even though they're on opposite sides of the wall. Same thing with the little small flames here. I have both of the flames looking the same direction, and actually I just realized I need to turn this guy around because I didn't do that properly on that one. But yeah, try to make it look like they're all being hit by the same wind, a little more uniform that way. And, oh, it looks like there's also a barrel that I didn't add in before, so that goes right here. And, okay, just kind of sits on there unevenly, but that's cool. And, Gambit, you said I've never seen a short-haired Maine Coon, so yeah, it's possible they're all long-haired. And then cauldron, not quite the word I was looking for. There's whatever the raised, so when you have like the this is kind of morbid, but obviously this isn't legal anymore except for I believe in Colorado, but when someone's like burned on a pyre, ironically that's going to be something later on in the set, but so not a pyre where you have the wood stacked up, but they're the these little dishes that have the flames in them, and I'm drawing a blank of what they're actually called. I need to have a good way to look some of that information up when I'm streaming, but the only issue is that I'm using both my phone for recording and my laptop for monitoring chat, so I probably could switch over to another tab in a moment here and do some research, but not all that necessary. Okay, so other than connecting that wall, it looks like that is it for the first instruction booklet. So we are 1/6 of the way through, and with it being about 5 hours in, yeah, that's so apparently now it's looking like a 30-hour project, but I bet that's gonna kind of skew a little bit for some of the other sections when it's either a little more detailed or a little less detailed, but I don't know, with the pacing that it's going so far, seems like a pretty long project, that's for sure. But yeah, there's the whole first wall completed. I think what I'm going to do now, just to make sure that I have space for the instruction booklet, is I'm going to move this just completely out of my way, and then when I actually have to add more, which I don't think I have to add any more to that outer wall. It's kind of standalone and gets put in front of the castle or citadel. But man, I gotta stop saying castle. It reminds me of a castle, but it's not. Okay, let's see how easily you can transfer this in one piece. If you're grabbing right by that front gate and kind of splaying your hands out, it's really not too bad to grab. Okay, just want to make sure I don't drop it as I'm setting it down either. That would be unfortunate. But yeah, I have a desk in my room that soon here is going to be covered by a loft bed, so unfortunately I can't utilize the space on top of it currently, other than what I'm doing right now, setting it on top. But I have a dresser off to my left that I'm actually going to be fairly permanently displaying it on. So, all right. Indeed, we're starting to work on the Hall of Kings here. So, yeah, first instruction booklet was for the outer wall and the gate. And now we're on to Hall of Kings. Okay. And then you said the flame and the flag thing, probably due to the artist's mindset in me. Yeah. Definitely pretty right-brained. I know that for sure. My art teacher back in middle school, her name was Miss Tyson. Shout out to her. She definitely instilled a lot of interesting thinking for me, and she was the one that kind of taught me about how people are either right-brained or left-brained, and that kind of determines what makes you a more artistic or creative person, and then the other side is more mathematical and I forget what the other term is, but you're really, data really well, and you're good at reading and all sorts of stuff. I've been terrible with reading my whole life. More due to the ADHD, but also, well, probably all due to the ADHD. I have to reread like every single sentence to make sure that I didn't miss anything, and that I'm actually, or not articulating, that I'm actually comprehending what's going on. So sometimes that is definitely a struggle. But Minister is starting to shape up. Yeah, it's definitely starting to look pretty good so far. I am excited for this inner part too, because they did really well with making the castle. Jeez, I'm gonna keep calling it a castle if I don't get out of the habit now. But they've done a good job with the scale, having it be kind of micro scale on the outside, but minifigure scale on the inside. It's very, very well done. I'd probably say the best that they've done for any set. I'm trying to think of any others that would have been even nearly as good. But I think it's mainly the triangular shape of it that also has the, I guess you would call it the keep, or maybe the, I don't know if I'm using an improper term for that as well, but the, well, the King's Hall, I guess is what it would be called, or the keep. That upper portion of Minas Tirith is also a triangular shape, so I think that's mainly the reason why it worked so well. They were kind of able to transition the shape of that down to the bottom without losing any of its shaping. Honestly, the brazier, however it's pronounced, that might actually be the right term. I'm drawing a blank if there's a nickname for it maybe that I'm more familiar with, but that also sounds pretty right. And I think I was probably at one point looking up what they're called based on either a Minecraft build that I was doing, or potentially just learning the layout of Hogwarts Castle is what it might have been at at one point I took some translucent, forget what it's called as well. I'm very bad with technical terms, but like the transparency film that a lot of the old school elementary teachers would have used for like the projector systems, and they would draw on top of it with like expo marker. So I got some of those, and at one point I pulled up a Hogwarts map up on my TV and traced that right off from my TV. So that was a pretty fun task there that I did, and helped me kind of understand the layout of Hogwarts better too. I'd love to do that with Minas Tirith, but I don't know how much of an extent they've actually designed the inner portions of Minas Tirith, because it might just be the Hall of Kings that got designed for the movie, and then really the outer design of everything and the different inner city walls and pathways, I guess, for more of the visuals. But you never really see any of the interiors of the houses or the buildings, and I feel like you probably wouldn't be able to flesh it out as much if you were trying to do like a Minecraft build, or also there's a lot of people who are into doing like little mini dioramas of full locations, or even a part of a building or a location. So that's something I've dabbled into a little bit as well for artwork. Is I did a couple of the Star Wars, what are they called? They're like the hobby kits that you can buy at different hobby stores, and you put together whatever figure or ship it is, and then you have to paint everything or add water slide decals or however you want to actually accomplish your finished look. Miniature diorama stuff essentially, but I've done a couple of those that were Star Wars related. One of R2-D2 kind of trailing through some sand. Not exactly supposed to be Tatooine or Geonosis, but it is kind of like a reddish color sand, so somewhere. But I did that, and then I did a Star Destroyer crashing down into a set of islands with a lot of water around it, and it's like a circular shape where I have the Star Destroyer crashing down in the very center, and I added some LEDs into the explosion so that it actually looks like it's, well, exploding or on fire. So only a couple of those that I've done so far, but those are also really fun too. And I have another thing that I've done before, which is, I think they're called Metal Earth, but they're like flat, I forget if they're steel or aluminum cutouts that you have to bend all the little tabs on them and put together a full shape of whatever that specific one's going for. So I've done a few of those too. I have like the Terminator. I have, shoot, now I'm drawing a blank. I have an AT-AT, the Infinity Gauntlet. I have Deadpool. A couple other ones that I haven't even built that I'm drawing a blank on. I have a Spider-Man one, and I think I already mentioned Deadpool, but the Dark Knight as well. I gotta get back to doing some of those relatively soon, but again, I need to utilize more of my time for actually creating my YouTube videos, so there's that too. And oh yeah, thanks for the compliment on using. I didn't necessarily use a projector itself, I just traced over my TV screen, but I used the projector like film sheets so I could easily trace them. But thank you. And yeah, they're model kits essentially. And then, do I have that still? Actually, you know what? As much as it's kind of a tangent, I'm gonna go grab that really quick. I'll bring that down for the stream here. Be right back. Okay, I'm back now. So, might be a little dusty. I'm gonna try to clean this off slightly before I. It's not a huge deal. You'll see some dust, but it's not not the end of the world. All right, first thing I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna unplug my phone charger. Whoops. And I want to get this guy plugged in so that you can at least see the explosion too. Okay. So, random tangent. But yeah, here it is. As you can tell, the water is super dusty, so you might not be able to see as much of the miniature wave effects on it, but I do have it plugged in. I have not finished the border along the outside, but there's the the crash and the explosion. It's got a acrylic like clear tube holding it up. I probably could have done it without that and just had it all connected here, but I also wanted the ability to remove that. So yeah, another little side project, definitely interesting to show. But yeah, I have to kind of angle it in, make it look like it's actually exploding there. I'm not sure how good that looks on camera. See if anybody else randomly joined and saw that, but thanks for asking about it. I appreciate you. I'm gonna turn this guy off here and get back to the build, but happy to show stuff like that every once in a while. Let's see, that should be back up and charging. I just want to make sure I didn't mess up my phone at all. I doubt it. Okay, yep, still going strong. And yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So, let me catch up here. You said, oh, that you've used a metal earth kit once. You didn't like it. So yeah, they're kind of rough, to be honest, because you have to have some crazy hand dexterity and like really fine motor skills to be able to bend those tabs over. So I can completely get why it's not for everybody. It's even a struggle for me. So I tried getting my younger sister into doing some of those, and she enjoyed the first one, but she had some struggles with actually completing it because some of the parts were breaking. And that's the problem. If you bend the tab too many times to the left and right, you'll end up just snapping it off. So yeah, but yeah, I appreciate the compliment on the Star Destroyer build there. I definitely want to do stuff like that more often. I just always end up utilizing my time for other things. Like usually after I've gotten out of work, I always make sure that I'm taking my dogs out on a walk and tending to them. But once I can actually have some time to sit down and relax, I'm usually either playing Minecraft, working on one of my shorts, so like filming for a minifigure comparison, or drawing one of my Bionicle masks, which for those I usually save towards the later part of the evening. It's easier for me to, like at midnight, start drawing one of them, and they only take, there's one I think that's gone a little over 1 hour, but most of them take between like 30 and 40 minutes to draw the Bionicle masks. So those are always nice that they don't take up too much time. But I think just between the retail of work and then coming home, and I don't know, it's hard to describe. I get burnt out very easily from working on just normal sets or trying to record something that I've been working on. So for sure need to get better with that. I don't know where, maybe this doesn't go anywhere, but I could have sworn that this 1x4 came from the previous bag. Where would it have gone to? Oh, yeah, right there. There we go. Glad I caught that. I would have had to pull up so much stuff. Well, not really. I probably could have gone from here and just taken that one plate off. But I wouldn't want to have to turn the full build upside down after it's done. So there we go. All right, off to the next bag here, and let me double check to see what we got. Is that a Hot Wheels Starship? No. No, it was, I'm drawing a blank on what the model kit was called, but it was just one of those miniature scale model kits from Hobby Lobby that I got it from. So I think, I don't remember, I think it was like one 3020th scale or something like that. So it was way obviously scaled down. I'm not even gonna get close to having like a 6 scale of that. But yeah, it was, I don't know if I've even heard of the model, or sorry, the Hot Wheels version of a Star Destroyer. Is that something that's been out for a long time? You collected a bunch years back. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I actually do kind of recall I had Luke's land speeder, and I think it was either Darth Vader's TIE fighter or one of the TIE bombers. That they were like little die-cast models. I don't know if they're Hot Wheels in particular, but I do remember that. That's for sure. I think I still have those somewhere. But did they come on the little stand where, like Luke's land speeder in particular, since it floats, I think it had some type of acrylic clear peg that it was sitting on top of. But yeah, if it came with a little stand, it might have been those. Oh, really? Hot Wheels did have about 60 of them? Dang. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to, after the stream here, I'll look into all the different types that there are for that. I actually used to work at a Dollar Tree a few years back. I don't remember how long it's been, but I definitely remember seeing a lot of the Hot Wheels that they have in there, and they've gotten some pretty cool ones these days where I would almost consider getting some of them, even though they're not really something that I would desire to collect super often. I think I saw like the Batman versus Superman Batmobile in there at one point. I was like, whoa. I would definitely buy one if it was like the Dark Knight Tumbler. Oh, I would for sure buy that at that point. But yeah, that's super cool. I don't think I ever saw any of them in person or even really knew about them. Otherwise, if I did, I completely blocked that out of my memory somehow. Not in a negative way, of course, but for some reason I didn't ever stick with me. Okay. Hopefully that's not too out of frame for this part. I'm going to go ahead and slide all these parts over. Try to reposition the instructions here. There we go, maybe that'll help. And Wheels came out with a larger version of the Starships. They were priced higher than the regular Hot Wheels, around 6 to 8 a piece. Okay. Yeah, that's super cool. I don't even remember how much Hot Wheels used to be in general, aside from having worked at Dollar Tree and knowing that they were like $1.50 a piece or whatever Dollar Tree is at now. $5 Tree essentially. They have, I think, products that are worth more than that, like $20, but maybe that's just Five Below, which is the same issue. And yeah, I wonder if that's just kind of how they're all priced at roughly $1 or something, or if just Dollar Tree gets a lot of the ones that don't sell as well. I'm not sure how that would be. Do you have a large Hot Wheels collection or a decent amount of them? Oh, I see. It's same size as the Star Destroyer-ish. Gotcha. Maybe the one with my diorama looked a little bit bigger from on the camera. but it's probably, let me look back at it here, I'd say it's like 4.5 inches long, something like that. So it might be a little smaller than the actual Hot Wheels ones, but uh, I do like the amount of detail that they were able to put in the model kits. I'm sure the resin printing and I'm not sure if they're using molds for that specifically. They would go through a lot of the molds in particular, but more than likely 3D printing it and doing resin, which looks a lot cleaner than having the layer lines constantly. That's another thing that I do intend on buying at some point is a 3D printer. And I would probably go for a resin printer as well. That way I don't have to worry about doing a whole bunch of sanding and putting putty into the cracks and more sanding. I actually got I can show it here in a second too, but I have a 3D printed lightsaber hilt that I ended up finishing off by sanding it down and getting rid of the layer lines as much as possible, not fully, but I painted it the same kind of metallic silver as the current lightsaber hilts are. So at some point I'll probably get like an acrylic tube or something and either wrap it with a thin plastic that's colored or figure out how to dye it, but there's that so far. So it looks pretty much like a human-sized version of a lightsaber from LEGO. It's very nice, but yeah, if I really bring it up to the camera, you can probably still see, like especially running this way vertically, you can probably see a lot of the geography from, I don't remember exactly what that's called, from 3D printing when there's the different shapes that you can, I guess, tell are creating a circle. Man, I don't do well with technical terms at all, but one of these days I'll remember correctly. Essentially, yeah, the layer lines just show a lot more with the regular 3D prints, of course. So I gotta get a nice resin printer, and with the project, I don't know if you would have heard this from earlier on in the stream, but I did a paper mache version of myself in Lego when I was in 8th grade, and it was when I was opening the box to Minas Tirith here for the beginning of the live stream, and I was using an X-Acto knife, but anyway, I digress. I'm losing my train of thought. So in 8th grade, I was cutting out this project with an X-Acto knife, and the not cardstock, but the poster board started to bunch up, and I just pulled too hard with it, which I was holding with my left hand on the side of the project, and the X-Acto knife went through the end of my pinky here, so I have 5 stitches that I got in, I believe it was, yeah, 8th grade, right along the tip of my finger there. So that was a really fun experience. But yeah, that was creating a paper mache version of myself in Lego. And where I was connecting that with the 3D printing is that at some point I do want to kind of recreate that and do a 3D printed Lego figure and then paint it really well so that it looks like my probably my YouTube figure currently. I actually have much longer hair than I actually have for my current figure with the hair hat combo, but soon, especially with the heat, I'm going to be cutting this off. I am ready for, probably had my hair longer for maybe 4 years now, something like that, but it's time to go back to short hair. I grew my hair out in like, I believe it was 5th grade, and then, or sorry, 4th grade, cut it in 5th grade, and then was short all the way up until the past few years when I grew it out. But let me get back to responding to some of your comments here. So, okay, so yeah, $1.25 for the Hot Wheels at Dollar Tree, definitely. And then, so that's the new version of the Starship from Hot Wheels, slightly larger than the original release. Yeah, I have many Hot Wheels. No idea how many. I've been collecting for years. Nice. I would assume probably hundreds if that's the case that you don't know how many. But yeah. Um, how did I make that? Yeah, so I had uh, circular wooden plaque that I bought from, I think it was either Menards or uh, one of the other, not hobby stores, hardware stores. Starts with the same letter. I was struggling there. But yeah, I bought a circular plaque and I wood glued some other wood cutoffs to the top of it in order to create some elevations for the mountains. And I used a Dremel to get all the rock texture essentially. And then I went in with a couple layers of polymer clay over top of that and really got the mountain texture. And I used, I think, a couple different stones to press into the polymer clay. And after that, I just used some of the hobby, I forget what it's called, the stuff that you use for the trees and foliage, making bushes or whatever else. I used that on top just to make some miniature trees and used resin to pour the water. And as far as the trick for making it look like there were some really small or like micro scale waves is that you take a straw and you put a whole layer of Mod Podge on top of the resin and you just blow air through the straw until the airflow coming through it just kind of ripples the Mod Podge and it creates its own natural wavy lines going throughout. And you just have to do that until you get it to your liking, and it'll dry afterwards and dry clear. But the resin I did color a little bit to like a bluish green that it ended up a little cloudier than I anticipated, but I do kind of like, especially with it being a Star Wars location and maybe a completely random planet, that it's got some type of really murky water. So yeah, that was a really fun one. One of the YouTubers that I can definitely name, which you might be familiar with, Boylai Hobby Time, is definitely somebody who I've followed for quite a while, and even sometimes Jazza, if you guys know who that is, will do some type of dioramas or miniatures or create like a D&D tabletop game. So I've had a few artists that I have followed for quite some time on YouTube and learned a lot from them just doing projects. And later down the road, when I've been interested in doing something like that, then I already have kind of a baseline knowledge from having seen them. But yeah, it's how did I also miss? Oh, no way. It's not too bad, but I placed these all over by one stud because I didn't realize that it doesn't go flush to the very left side. And that's what will happen when I'm talking. But that's okay. Yeah, I think more than likely, based on how today's stream is going, I'm gonna go through bag 18. We're currently on 14 right now, so 4 more bags to go, and then I'll probably end this one off for the evening. But tomorrow it's gonna be the same thing. 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time I'll be getting on, and more than likely for the 3rd session that I'll have to do, unless I can fit it in sometime this upcoming Thursday, it'll more than likely be Sunday. So be a little bit of a gap between being a little more than midway through it after tomorrow and then finishing it off. But we also have the Grand to build as well, so that'll hopefully make the last live stream a little chunkier, and I guess that's really all I was going to say about that. All right. Yeah, ouch about the X-Acto knife thing. Yep. I didn't really feel it at first. I turned around and essentially after I made the cut, nothing happened, but I kind of realized, oop, I did something wrong. And then, not to go super into detail, but then blood started coming out, and I just kind of turned around, and it was after hours for the school day, and I told my art teacher, who was sitting with her back to me, it's like, yeah, I think I just cut my finger open. And she like whipped around really quick, and she was like, oh my god, you all right? And I just went over to the sink and like, yeah, I'm good. I just got myself pretty good. And by the time I got to the sink and was cleaning it out, I like kind of opened up my finger and looked at how deep it was. Again, I'm not going to go further into detail about that, but yeah, it was pretty gnarly, and definitely called for some stitches. So that was a interesting experience. And I've also, in first grade, I have a scar going across my nose, and it used to go across to the right side of my face and on my right cheek. It's almost like a Kakashi type scar, but it's lightened up so much that it's mainly just across my nose now. Anyway, in first grade, I was playing tag with somebody after it had just rained, and I ran up onto the like graded metal steps that were covered or coated in like the whatever type of rubber for going up the playground equipment. And oh yeah, I fell face first right onto the steps diagonally. So I split my nose open, had to get I think 4 stitches for that one, and I ended up like immediately after getting the stitches, I pulled one of them out. So I think it went from either 5 to 4 stitches or from 4 to 3. I can't quite remember at this point, but yeah, I like pulled one of them out immediately, which is kind of funny. Also, oh, I did not realize we have some nice printed pieces here. That's really cool. Some cool, I don't know how to explain it, not exactly Nordic looking, but very medieval looking tile pattern, I would say. But they go through the doorway openings or archway openings. And I have a feeling that this might be where the statue for, I guess maybe it's not Aragorn in particular, but like the king statue goes in here. Maybe it's supposed to be Aragorn. I don't know. I know quite a bit about Lord of the Rings, but I'm not a mega fan or anything to where I have like Stephen Colbert level information about all the language and speaking Elvish. That'd be kind of cool. I'm not even bilingual in Spanish or anything, so it'd be kind of a flex to only speak one language, but then also Elvish. And did you ever watch Star Wars Rogue One? Yeah, I did. I've only seen Rogue One, I think twice. I don't remember if I watched it fully twice. Definitely once. But it's definitely one of the better Star Wars movies. I just don't think I'm enough of a Star Wars fan in particular to have liked it a great deal. I did really enjoy the outro scene with the Tantive 5 and Darth Vader being in that, coming down the hallways. That was super cool. But yeah, Rogue One, I do, my opinion is that it's definitely one of the better Star Wars material. But aside from that, I don't think I would watch it multiple times or have the desire to rewatch it constantly. But it's definitely a good movie. And heard there are no stickers in the Minas Tirith set. I believe that's probably true. I know I didn't even realize these couple of tiles that I just put on the prints were going to be in it, but I know that most of them should definitely be prints instead of stickers. And especially with a set like this, that is what we all hope for. I don't know why LEGO is so inconsistent with different things. Like they decide on using arm prints or not using arm prints, or leg prints and not using leg prints, and There's a bunch of the 18 plus sets, like the helmets. For example, the TIE Fighter pilot helmet, that's one of the more expensive ones. That one has the stickers going across the mouth section, and I think a couple others. I know there's the symbols on the top front are prints, but I really wish for any of the 18 plus sets that they say no stickers, because if they can do no stickers for 4 plus, then they can certainly do it for 18 plus. Because I don't get that. Like, obviously you want children to not have to mess with stickers, but if that's okay, then why is it that the more premium adult sets still include stickers? It's always been kind of backwards to me. And I also wish that they would be more consistent with, for example, we're getting the Boba Fett statue coming up soon that comes with Boba Fett. We got the C-3PO statue that comes with C-3PO. But there's been a couple of them, like, sure, it was really awesome to get, I think it was Darth Malgus that's part of the R2-D2 build, but, or the recent one at least, the 25-year anniversary. They could have definitely done, maybe there is an R2 along with that as well. But there's a few of the other, like, most of the helmets don't have figures, but they started it with some of the busts. Like, I know we'll have the Venom bust coming out soon, and that one comes with the really nice Tom Hardy Venom. I'm excited for that set. But yeah, I wish LEGO would be more consistent on their choices. I know a lot of us feel the same way about that, but can't really do much. And unfortunately, really the only way to counteract some of that stuff going on is to not boycott LEGO. I wouldn't even have any desire to do that. I know there's some people that are kind of irritated with some choices that they've made, like Smart Play is a big one of them. But yeah, I'd love to see them be a lot more consistent, make people happier that way. And yeah, the stickers, that really would make sense. I'm all for them putting stickers in the $30, $40, $50, $70, $80 sets, even up to the $100 sets, sure. If you want to save on money that way and not do printings. I wonder what the actual difference is between the cost of printing on a piece and printing on a sticker sheet. Like, yeah, there's going to be the aspect of not being able to use certain stickers for other builds because they'll be so specific. But at the same time, there's plenty of people that have come up with some pretty crazy ideas from just even that, like the inspiration of using a different sticker for another build, or I don't know, there's multiple examples, I guess. But I definitely would love to see less stickers and more prints. Seems kind of counterintuitive. So, bag 15. Now we're making our way through a little bit quicker. We have some more of these large wall pieces, or just larger pieces in general, so not quite as hard to put together, that's for sure. And that makes sense because this is going into the interior of the build, so. Oh, nice. Those are almost put together for me already. Okay. Kind of hard to see what orientation that's in, with it being to the back of the instructions. Well, I appreciate that you've stuck around this whole time here. That means a lot to me, Gambit. I wasn't entirely sure how the day would go for the streaming, but definitely not disappointing, I'll say that. Okay, I see what I'm doing here. I see what I'm doing. See if we can get anybody else to join in towards the midsection of the build. Well, that's okay if not. Oh goodness, man, I'm just really going ahead of myself with this. Tried to connect that down without even using this plate. Also, that is a very weird printing error on there. I don't know how well you guys can see that, but there's just a black smudge right at the corner there. Yeah, that's another thing. I've noticed some quality issues recently with LEGO. Oh, I also noticed another piece that I missed out on. There we go. Right there. But both with printing on figures and printing for the instructions, and even sometimes the sticker sheets. Which actually, going back to the TIE Fighter pilot sticker sheet, when I got that set back during release, it came with 1.5 sticker sheets. So luckily it wasn't just the half one, but yeah, I had a full sheet, and then there was a cutting of another one that must have gotten caught up in the, I don't know if it would be the conveyor belt or just like a line that's pulling through all the sheets and then cutting them individually, more likely that. But yeah, like misaligned and cut half of a sheet, and I think I still have that somewhere, like I purposely kept it. And of course I'm glad I actually have the correct sticker sheet to put on the set. Otherwise, I would have had to contact LEGO. Yeah, I'm definitely kind of surprised on how much I underestimated the amount that's going to be here and how long it's going to take. Because I really thought this was going to be like a 12-hour build, which even that's, that's a pretty decent one. But the majority of the sets that I've actually got my hands on have been either a couple thousand pieces or at most like 3,000 something. So I'm very much not used to an 8,000 plus part set. And especially with having the insider's rewards that I used for the actual purchase, that made it a lot more bearable for the financial decision. And actually, I was not really short on being able to get it at first. I had about enough, but it was gonna essentially allow me to not be able to buy proper groceries for myself. So I asked one of my brothers if he could lend me a couple $100 towards it, and I was getting paid like roughly a week later, and it seems like he and I have alternating paychecks every 2 weeks. So in between both of our paychecks, and it wouldn't have been as much of an issue unless we were both aligned on when we got paid. But yeah, so I don't know if he's watched the stream at any point, but shout out to my brother for helping me out getting this set initially, and then I paid him back a week later and set things square. But this was one of the builds that I for sure did not want to miss out on. And I do have the Balrog Book Nook, and that's probably my favorite character / entity out of Lord of the Rings, but I think my favorite, aside from Helm's Deep, which is always one of the cooler locations, or has always been one for me, Minas Tirith has been my all-time favorite for sure. Okay. And did I say that some of the figures don't have torso? Well, I know there's going to be like some of the statue figures that don't have anything, so they'll just have like a blank torso, but oh, you're definitely right. I don't know if maybe I misspoke and made a claim that there's figures without the torso printing or like that type of inconsistency, but I see what you're saying. And you said how random. I wonder if there are people who collect Lego errors. Actually, yes. 100%. So I know somebody. Can't really say who it is, but I am personally aware of somebody that has a red original Green Goblin mask, which is incredibly cool, and it's probably one of the very few or only that exists. So what will end up happening usually is that either different workers from the Lego factories, or maybe somebody that has an in with those different workers, they'll end up taking them from the factory without Lego's permission. Like, Lego does not like that at all, for sure. But it's, of course, happened many times. And there's really cool stuff that gets put out there. Like, some of them will be just test bricks because they have to go from one part color to another. So they're clearing out the injection molding system and injecting the next color in. And the first few of the bricks, or maybe like a fairly decent amount of them, are going to be marbled. And I've come across a couple of pieces that seem to be slightly marbled, but not like a crazy amount. They just seem like, okay, that's pretty off from the actual color of the piece, so I wonder if some type of marbling happened. But especially for the parts that are like a completely new coloration of something that doesn't actually exist in a set, they are for sure quite pricey when you come across them, but very collectible. And I know there's one that I really want that's like a print test for the minifigure heads, and it's similar to what you would see on a cereal box. Most of the bottoms of cereal box, like at the corner, will have a color tester, little swatch type thing. You'll see like the magenta, cyan, and yellow. And it basically, I don't know exactly how to describe it. It almost looks like a flaring pattern, like there's some black lines that flare out from the center, and it's got like the different color dots that line up with certain spots on it. So it's like they're testing how the print's going to line up on the figure, and I really want one of those for sure. I know those are fairly cheap to get. They're not a very uncommon one, but yeah, some of those parts, like the guy that I know who owns a red Green Goblin mask, like, that's so crazy. I do still have yet to see that in person, but he showed me his pictures of it, and I assume it's probably real. But it could be false. More than likely, though, I think it is real. And let's see what else we got here. Yeah, I appreciate that. He's definitely a good brother. I'm actually the youngest out of my family. Well, so I have a half sister who, she's younger than me. She's about 7 years younger. But other than that, I'm the youngest in my blood. Well, half sister, she's still blood. I shouldn't say it like that. Sorry if she's watching at all. But no, I definitely have some good brothers, that's for sure. And let's see what else he said. Yeah, I totally would have missed out on the ground with that being said if he didn't help me out, because there's a couple other ways that I could have gotten it, but I would have definitely been spending about $150 to be able to get that if I hadn't just gotten it as a gift with purchase. So very happy that he was able to help with that for sure. And then you say earlier you were referring to stickers versus printing and what the cost is of each. So my thought was, yeah, if minifigures can be printed at a minimal cost, then bricks should be as well. That actually, I don't know why I didn't put two and two together as that being what you meant. Oh, 100%. Especially with how rarely they'll decide to put arm printing on specific figures. Like, obviously we have the early Cloud City Django Fett that's worth a fortune at this point because of the arm printing. And, whoops, almost put some wrong pieces on. Yeah, I don't know why the parts are such an issue. Again, it's probably something to do with them trying to not have such exclusive pieces, like, oh, now you have a printed part that you can't really use for other builds. But I know people always find ways to come up with clever uses. And a lot of the stickers too, I feel like, or sorry, not stickers. A lot of the prints, even though they are some of the more common prints, like some of the dashboard pieces that go in vehicles, or for example, like a keyboard to a computer, or being a lot more universal, it makes sense why they never really have to worry about stickers, except for, of course, when they do a licensed theme that's got like a very specific computer monitor, or some reference that's on it. And yeah, I really don't know why they can't just print that, because, you know, most people are gonna either put the sticker on and keep it on, or they're gonna not put the sticker on if they really did want to buy a set for the blank pieces. So I don't think it would really change the amount of people that would have the desire to buy the set if they stopped using as many stickers. I feel like it would actually improve, you know? Okay. Well, I'm glad that I have the ability to see what's going on in chat now. I don't know why I struggled with that earlier, but again, it's definitely a little more ingraining in my memory when I make a mistake like that and have to go through learning it the hard way. Then I really don't forget. Oh man, there we go. And then we've got something that goes, there we go. But I'm sure with upcoming live streams, I'll get better at actually articulating myself. And honestly, I feel like for how I've done today, I'm a little surprised in myself that I didn't struggle even more for talking. I'm actually surprised that I'm doing an okay job at it, especially for over 5 hours of footage. I've recorded for multiple hours on end when I've done my artwork for my channel, and then one of the previous shorts that I made was for a LEGO puzzle, and that was about a 8-hour puzzle build. So I am used to the amount of time that it takes, but not used to speaking the entire time. Alright, so where's that thing at then? Right next to it. So this goes, okay. This goes here. Very clever, very clever. Oops. Awesome. Alright, just grabbing some more water here. Okay. Well, it looks like other than the few other parts, we're on to bag 16 now. Oh yeah, I've always been a fan of these, the tri-leaves with, well, the black version of the tri-leaves. That's what I should have said. I don't have very many of them. There we go. Make sure that's pointing upward. Okay. Extra parts away, and bag 16. It is time. You know, another unfortunate thing about YouTube as well, or I don't know if I've said anything in general, so just an unfortunate thing about YouTube is that I have to list all of my videos as not made for kids because I would prefer having people interact with the channel and leave comments, and especially I don't know if it probably does affect the live stream too if you do made for kids. Probably doesn't allow people to speak in chat, but yeah, I've never liked that. I understand why, because people can say some pretty wild stuff, and if there's any children in the live stream that have parents who don't want their kids being exposed to that, it can be an issue. But I did not want people to not have the opportunity to interact with me. There we are. I'm still doing a kind of bad job at where I'm positioning my hands, but I'm trying my best to hold this up, and of course you're seeing it once it's being placed in front of me too, but I'm sure it's a little off-putting to people if they join the stream and see that that's how it's being built. What else we got here? So, have I ever had an issue where my stickers have worn off? Yeah, in a couple instances. Unfortunately, I mentioned a little bit earlier that I did not like the animation style of the Clone Wars at first, so I didn't watch it until like 2018, 2019, but because of that, I never really got any of the Clone Wars sets. However, with my mom still being aware that I was into Star Wars in general, she wouldn't have known the difference between Clone Wars and just the original trilogy or the prequel trilogy. So she had got me the Republic gunship from, I think it's the 2009, unless it's 2007. I might be wrong about that, but yeah, the Clone Wars Republic gunship, and yeah, sadly those stickers have worn down so badly and like crackled. But I don't know if that's the right term for it, crackled. But they've formed a whole bunch of cracks, and more than likely the house that I'm currently in and that I've lived in for about 15, 16 years now, we don't have air conditioning. Hence why I've got the fan on in the background, and I've probably mentioned that too, but because of that, we have a finished attic that gets very hot in the summertime, and throughout high school, more like late middle school, early high school, I had a bunch of the Lego stuff just up there, and more than likely the heat is what damaged a lot of it. So, a bit unfortunate. Definitely something I overlooked, sorry. Something I overlooked during my early years of collecting, but now that I'm well aware of that, I definitely avoid any of the stickered sets being like directly in the sun, or really any of my sets being directly in sunlight, but it's the heat in general that's kind of the issue, sunlight or not. And yeah, other than the Republic gunship, I think there's been a few others that have peeled, or like the corner has peeled up on it a little bit. Some of the earlier like 2000 sets that either banged up against another piece in the bin that it was in, or maybe the heat caused it to start to peel and then it worked its way off more. But I certainly have had that issue. I'll see what else you got going on here. So you never really engaged with a live stream YouTuber like this before. Oh, okay. Well, I actually really appreciate you being willing to do that, because especially with this being my first stream, you're definitely making this quite enjoyable. I'm glad I have somebody to interact with like pretty much the whole time. So thank you so much. I'm really glad that you decided to do that as well. And then you also said I don't think I would have done as well. I probably would have had to stop every time I started to talk. I mean, I've done that a little bit here and there too, especially when I look over to read what's going on. I have to set things down, but I, especially with having ADHD or undiagnosed, but more than likely have ADHD, I feel like the overthinking from that is probably what leads me to talk a whole bunch. So I might be having a little bit of an easier time in that way. But I do appreciate that you're giving me the compliment saying that I'm doing pretty good with it. So thank you. And I hope to definitely do a lot more of the live streams that involve either building or at some point I've had a couple of my buddies ask me if I wanted to do any games on my channel, and because I'm doing everything art/Lego related, I don't have the desire to really do many video games, but because there of course have been Lego video games like Lego Star Wars, Indiana Jones, all the classics like that, I for sure, once I have my own PC, and I'm sure I could probably use one of my current consoles. Like I've got a Xbox One X at the moment, so I probably could do some streaming from that in the near future. But yeah, I should probably do some games too. I just didn't want to flood my channel with a bunch of different types of media. Even if they're all Lego related, I know it'll be a little bit of a struggle going back and forth between different themes because some people won't have interest in specific ones, which is totally understandable. Okay, that goes there. Cool. Interesting design with these angled bricks on the inside. I'm not sure if that's going to be for holding something up. Probably. But very cool. Step 404. Wow. I think that's the first time I even glanced over at the actual step that I was on. And oh yeah, you're all good. You are all good. I'll of course need to announce myself for whether or not I need to take a bathroom break, but anytime that you need to step away, I do not mind at all. You don't have to let me know or anything. I'll still be here for probably another hour. Oh man. There we go. I see. Yeah, sometimes I'll look over at the opposite page that I was actually on and kind of throw myself off. Speaking of which, yeah, I forgot to put these tiles down. What have we got? Are they all 1x6s? It seems like. Go up to here. Okay. I know this will be the larger one. Oh, whoops. And oh, hello, welcome into the stream. I believe somebody joined recently here. I know I don't have a crazy amount of viewers or anything, so it's definitely quite easy for me to detect when somebody joins. But yeah, welcome into you. Probably not the right choice of words there. Welcome on into the stream. Building Minas Tirith. I'm sure you know that as of clicking on the video, but for some reason I feel the need to say that. If you just joined in and you didn't catch any of the first part of the live stream, I'm not the best at articulating myself. Have kind of a hard time with speaking fluently, so I'm doing my best here to try and talk without boring people and just having the build going on and nothing else, but I don't feel like I'm necessarily running out of things to say at all. Been having some good interactions in the chat here, which has been making it quite a bit easier. So yeah, that's kind of where I stand at this point. This is my first live stream, so quite excited to be building Minas Tirith. I've been sitting on it for about a month now. Ordered it right away when it came out, and when I was on the LEGO website, I had to keep refreshing multiple times because I was waiting for the for midnight to roll around, and I wasn't sure exactly how it would work with time zones. So once it hit midnight and I had to refresh, Minas Tirith wasn't even showing up on the LEGO website. It was saying that it wasn't available still, and I had to refresh like 2 or 3 more times, and it finally popped up. And I'm just super glad that I ended up getting the Grand, because that was the main reason why I wanted to get it immediately. So where did I miss this 2x2 tile? Am I going crazy? Where did I miss that? I'm not seeing it anywhere on the page. Oh, actually I am. It's literally just right there. Okay. That's simple enough. And then I'm assuming this probably goes somewhere too. Yep, right on the other side. Almost missed that. And I would say probably this guy too. Yep. Definitely missed a few things, but that is okay. Alright. But yeah, welcome into the stream. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it looks like something's reloading on my screen here. Alright, what have we got? Make sure it's still going well up on my phone here. Good. So, thank you, Gambit. I appreciate you sticking with me to the end here. And yeah, oh yeah, getting it. You got yours day 1 as well. That's awesome. I don't know if I ever anticipated them doing a set like Minas Tirith, and I honestly didn't expect them to return to Lord of the Rings for the Shire and Barad-dûr and some of the first ones that came out. That blew my mind, honestly. But I think Minas Tirith is probably my favorite location in Middle-earth. So I remember telling some of my coworkers and some of my friends who know that I'm into LEGO how much I wanted this set and that I really did not want to miss out on it. And I made sure that happened. Made sure I got the Grand, and more than likely I don't think I would do some random thing where I decide to build the Grand before Minas Tirith is finished. But maybe if there was some type of I guess because I have to break my stream down into 3 now, if Thursday evening, if I have less time but still some time to do a stream, I guess that could be an option to build the Grand midway through and then finish Minas Tirith. But I think traditionally I would probably regret that if I jumped back and forth between the two. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you got it right away. Did you also get the Grand? I'm assuming that you did if you got it day 1. But I know I was a little worried about it selling out really fast, especially with all of these people that are creating multiple LEGO accounts and that have like several emails to do that with, and then buying like 6 of them at a time and selling 4 or 5 of them. These scalpers are getting to be too much these days. And that's also why I was kind of afraid that I wouldn't end up getting this set. I knew that I had competition from the scalpers, and even though I'm sure there wasn't as many people who were able to get this set as some of the other Lord of the Rings sets that came out recently, I knew there was definitely going to be a fair amount of people that wanted it. So, also, how did I miss? That's weird. It's telling me. How did that not connect before? Oh, that's because I completely missed that step. Jeez. Yeah, that'll start to happen about 6 hours in. Completely missing certain things. Alright, then where does the 1x1 go? Right over there. Cool. To be fair, the this crease of the paper here kind of blocked my view of at least that one by one, but definitely should have seen this other part. Oh, nice. Yeah, sometimes I'm left very fascinated with how certain hinge bricks or plates will line up with a different section of the build, because I mentioned a little bit earlier, when I've done some of my custom mocks and tried using hinges in certain places to get like a good angle on something, I would struggle with it. And makes me wonder how long a set like this would take to design, because if most of the sets that they work on are, you know, like a year that they're taking the time to develop it, then I wonder if a large set like this, maybe they had designs for it at the very beginning when they released Barad-dûr and the Shire and Rivendell. Because especially with Rivendell's another very heavily detailed one. I feel like they've probably been developing that for a while. Actually, speaking of which, with all these terrible smart plate sets that are coming out, I will admit the Pokemon ones do look a little more intriguing, and I'll probably get a Pikachu and a Mewtwo, maybe a couple of other ones, but I also wasn't hugely into Pokemon when I was growing up. Collected a few of the cards, but not a crazy amount or anything. Anyway, with the smart play for the Star Wars sets that came out first, I'm drawing a blank if it was 2014 or 2018. I'm assuming 2018 because it was not that far back. But no, I'm sorry. I'm completely thinking of a different date. It was 2022 that was written on the side of the figures, or like printed. So they've been developing those smart play sets for over 4 years, and they still did that badly with them. It's like, oof. Yeah, I keep getting this weird pop-up in front of my live chat. I don't know why that keeps happening, but it's blocking some of the stuff. And let's see what we got here. See the make and take siege tower build on day one. Wait a minute. The siege tower? I don't know if I did see that. Is that like literally one of the siege towers for the Battle of Gondor or Minas Tirith that the trolls were pushing? I don't know if I did see that. That's awesome. And yeah, that's good that you got the Grom too. I'm happy you did. Rivendell, unfortunately, no. I mentioned a little bit earlier, for some reason, this is the first Lord of the Rings set that I've gotten since I had some of the early ones. But, well, really the only early Lord of the Rings set that I have is Attack on Weathertop. But I have a couple of the Hobbit sets as well. So at some point I do plan on getting, I think Rivendell will be my next one, because I do really like the look of that build, but I also very much enjoy the Shire and the idea of having that. So either one or the other. The Shire is definitely a little cheaper, so it's possible I'll get that first, but especially since I'm kind of working my way from the most expensive to the least expensive, I wouldn't be surprised if I got Rivendell next, and then maybe the Shire is a little bit of a breather for the finances, and then Barad-dûr after that. But I kind of do want the others. I didn't think that I would get them, but I made sure to get the Sauron mask, or the helmet bust, and I also got the Balrog quite a bit later from when it released. I probably got that like 3 months ago or something. But yeah, I need to really up my game on some of these sets. That's been my issue, is that I've prioritized getting more of the smaller and less expensive sets so that I can have a wider variety of figures and I guess sets in general with the different themes. especially because I do have quite a few of the Harry Potter sets, around like 65-70% of them. I do want to try and collect every single Harry Potter set at some point, but ironically, I don't have the micro scale, the large version of the castle that came with the founders for the school. It's super ironic because that's, I mean, Hogwarts is one of the more iconic parts of Harry Potter. So I don't know why. It's mainly just the cost of the sets and why I've strayed away from the big ones, because I just haven't had the money at the point in time, and then once I use the same money that I would have been saving for something like that on a few of the smaller sets, or whether it's something else un-Lego related, I end up just kind of backtracking myself and not necessarily forgetting about wanting the set, but putting it out of my list of priorities, I guess, which is unfortunate, especially having the YouTube channel that's completely Lego related and Lego based, aside from the artwork, of course. But I definitely need to get some cooler stuff too, because certain builds like Minas Tirith here, and especially the Lord of the Rings sets in general, they're always going to be popular, I know that. Okay, that's all lined up, and a siege tower for Minas Tirith, okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate that they didn't do minifigures or trolls, but yeah, as long as it kind of matched up with the vibe of their all their weaponry and kind of how the ground is designed, that's pretty sick. I did not know that existed, and that was for a Lego store, select Lego store thing. Okay, very nice. And you said it was a super secret build that people had to reserve for day one. Okay. And then I think we might have, or might be able to get the build online and then pick a brick for the parts. Okay. That might be something I want to do, because if it's not incredibly hard to build, I can probably part that out and either order all the stuff on Bricklink or whatever else. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be able to get another Grom so that I can have a few more of the orcs, but at the same time, I don't really need a second Grom because there's only one in universe, and I could probably use the parts from it to build another siege tower or something like that, but it depends, because I would want to build up the orc army and have them breaking through the front wall, and then honestly, even though they haven't done another troll big fig since, I guess it would have been Mines of Moria, unless I know the Fantasy era castle sets were like 2007, 8, and 9, so I think that was definitely beforehand. Or wait, yeah, because Lord of the Rings was like 2012. So, yeah, I mean, I could probably do a build for the trolls as well, which wouldn't be too bad, as long as I could get my hands on some fairly decent printed parts for like eyes or whatever other portions that would work. Then I could probably pull that off. Also, it's kind of strange to me that they've used a couple parts that have studs and then the jumper plate, because it doesn't. It kind of dips down further than the other pillars for this little section. Huh, I might have to pull that up out of there a little bit. Line it up better. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely glad there's no stickers on this, though. That would have been a huge bummer for a nearly $700 set. And luckily, after taxes and using my insider's points, I think I spent like $623 on it, so it wasn't a whole lot cheaper, but definitely enough to justify getting it right away and getting the ground. And especially if I had not gotten it and not been able to from all the unavailability and back ordering and stuff. Probably would have never gotten the set, and then it would have become 2 or 3 times as expensive as it is currently. And I've had that happen to me far too many times. I would not want to repeat that. Also, where is the other one of that thing? Come on. There it is, being covered up. Doesn't surprise me. Oh, nice. Archway things. Kind of cool. Alrighty. Where does this connect to? Right up on top. Oh yeah, this is one of the little entrance doorways to the main. Looks like this will be where the King's Hall is. Yeah, I kept forgetting that Denethor was just a steward for Gondor and that he wasn't like the current king. I guess when I watched The Lord of the Rings when I was younger, some of that information went over my head. But then rewatching it recently and probably back during around late high school or a little after, so like 5 or 6 years ago, I probably started to grasp a little bit more of the world and the information coming from it. But yeah, I for some reason always thought Denethor was like the acting king for Gondor, which I mean he kind of was for being the steward, but not an actual king, that's for sure. Huh. Oh, I was gonna say, where did this other part go? It doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. I thought that was gonna be mirrored. So, this guy goes right here. Okay. And then this one. Ah, I see what they're doing. Where does that go? Double of that. Alright, now I'm starting to distract myself. Anyway, oh yeah, I would want that siege tower too. That makes sense that it was kind of secretive and that it was just a day one you had to kind of be there in the LEGO store, but especially since it was only select stores, I'm kind of surprised they didn't make a little bit of an announcement about having the idea for doing that. But you know, that also makes it a little harder to not have stock disappear immediately. And honestly, that's another issue. If they would have made that non-secretive, I'm sure the scalpers probably would have showed up and tried to get multiple. I would not be surprised. Alright, that looks good. It's also very nice getting some of these castle walls and the 45-degree walls in white. Actually, I admire the early castle and pirate sets quite a bit, and I think it's probably because when I started my LEGO hobby or career, whatever you would want to refer to it as, when I began as a kid collecting sets, I started with Harry Potter, so the Harry Potter castles almost had a like the classic castle-esque build to them, and I was realizing looking at some of the old like 80s or early 90s classic castle and pirate sets that I kind of like the simpler build style more than having something so intricate like this. Like, don't get me wrong, it for sure looks a lot better, but just the nostalgic feeling of building a set that's fairly simple, but somehow the parts seem like way more, I guess the volume that they cover is a lot larger because the parts are just bigger pieces that are stacking on each other, or for example, like the walls here, this is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different parts creating this whole inner section. So most of the walls here where they're doing the different size bricks and then having a some type of a connection with a clip or whatever else where it has to line up on a plate, that for sure creates all the layers for the parts. But anyway, I digress with that as well. Oh, there's a gap in between there. Cool. And is this a hinge brick? No, it is not. Alright, yeah, getting really close here. So it looks like it's mainly going to get the first half of the King's Hall done. I don't know why I keep drawing a blank on what the room is referred to as. But again, I'm just terrible with technical terms and using the proper terms for actual items and buildings and whatever else. And that's why I have trouble articulating myself, because I need to learn more vocabulary. That's probably it. Oh well. Oh, and we've got a... Make sure this isn't some other type of clip 1 by 1. Where did that come into there? Where did that come into there? That's so confusing. Huh. Oh, I guess it's just on that page. Just a little 1 by 1 set in this corner. And hopefully not doing too much damage to the rest of the set. Okay. Back to it here. And grab a little more water. See what we got going on in chat here. Oh, nice. So you also use insider points. Yeah, the part where he's eating the cherry tomatoes. Yeah, I love that they've got the reference to the cherry tomatoes actually in the set, and he's holding them for his accessory. But there's also the lower wall section had some of them in a basket. But that scene was always very unsettling to me. But Pippin, I'm drawing a blank if that is Dominic Monaghan or if it's Billy Boyd. I don't remember. I can't keep them straight. But for one, really good singing voice, of course, to where they brought him back for The Hobbit. I forget what the name of the song is, but the Misty Mountains. Yeah, that was really good. But for some reason, I never would have expected there to be singing in Lord of the Rings, especially seeing the movies consecutively and watching the third one being like, interesting. I know there's some other stuff like when they're at Eredis or Helm's Deep, they're like Pippin and Merry, they're jumping around on the table, drinking and dancing. So there's definitely little moments like that, but when the whole Pippin singing during the battle scene was going on, obviously it was quite a different feeling because I don't know how to explain this the correct way, but yeah, they used him singing and that music to really build up the tension for when the start of the battle happens. So for some reason I was kind of turned off to that, but I also, rewatching it now, I really like it. But when I was younger, I think that made me cringe a little bit, and probably in addition with Denethor eating the cherry tomatoes like that, that's probably the main thing that did it for me. Alright, another tower here. Not too bad, probably holding it too low again. Yeah, I can't wait to get my my next light box designed and put up here, because I need to create the smooth transition from the surface to the wall. So I'll have a nice curved surface that goes there. but I needed something that was also much taller. Another set that I have, and in the near future, or when I say near future, I have no idea when I plan on doing it, but I do have Avengers Tower as well. And with how tall that set is, I needed more height to my light box. My other one is probably, I think, like 30 or 32 inches tall, so not quite enough. I mean, it would be enough for a set like this, because this one's only, I think, 23 and a half or 24 inches tall. So, not quite as bad, that's for sure. But Avengers Tower was not able to fit at all in my light box. Anyway, we are on to what's probably going to be the final bag for tonight. Also, welcome into the couple of people that joined recently. I very much appreciate you. We are on bag 18 of Minas Tirith currently. Oh, nice. We get the statue in this one. But this is the last bag to the first third of the set. There's 3 different boxes inside of the main box. So there were 18 in the first one. I don't know if that's going to be the same for the others or if they'll vary a little bit. It's very possible. But yeah, 18 bags for the first third. And we're going to be nearly 7 hours in for this first live stream. So yeah, I anticipate we're going to be somewhere between 21 and 30 hours for the entire build itself, along with the Grand. Going to be quite wild for my first live stream. And again, for any of you who just joined, maybe you haven't heard from what I was talking about before, but I'm not very good at articulating myself. So if you've joined and you're just kind of having trouble listening to how I'm speaking, that is because I'm very new to this. So I do appreciate if you end up staying for a little while and bear with me through the slight cringiness of me trying to figure this out. But we're going to learn that together. Yeah, this is going to be a nice bag. I figured that the statue might go in this section here, but I wasn't sure what side it was on. Alright, another 1 by 1. And again, tomorrow I'm going to be live streaming from 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it'll probably be about the same length. So, what time is it now? Roughly 9:30. So, somewhere between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, I'll be finishing up each of the streams. So they'll be around 7 hours apiece. And I do plan on trying to upload them after the fact, in case anybody wants to tune back in and watch something they missed. But either way, I do appreciate you stopping in now. It's very possible that some of the current viewers will be friends/family members of mine, but I also don't know that for sure. Have not looked at individual people aside from Gambit with you interacting in chat, and a couple of the others who have mentioned some things. But yeah, definitely going a little better than I thought it would, so I'm quite happy about that. And Gambit, I definitely appreciate you sticking with me through the duration of the stream. I know my dogs are gonna be very excited for a walk in a bit here. And hopefully it's cooled down enough to where we get some nice breeze outside. I'm probably gonna take them for a good, probably about 3/4 mile walk, around 2 or 3 blocks, so we'll get some nice time in. My dog Oliver, oh, actually, you know what? I don't know if I've mentioned that. I'll go ahead and talk about that now. So, my 2 dogs, if anybody who's currently watching has not heard me talk about this yet, I have 2 Basenjis, which are a barkless breed of dog. So their vocal cords are too narrow. They can't let out all the sound at once. If you ever forget the name Basenji, just look up dog that can't bark or barkless dog, and they'll pop right up. But my dog Oliver, so I have one male and one female. I ended up getting him from Detroit in 2015, and he had like a kind of like a nickname for his litter, as well as a personal nickname, just for the different pups when they were still with the breeder. But the litter theme was oh, and you know what? I think I just kind of revealed the state I'm in, but it really doesn't matter. I don't care. Only a few of you will pick up on that, but regardless, I just realized it doesn't matter. Uh, I had to get him from a breeder specifically because they're kind of a protected breed. They don't, or like the AKC and a lot of the breeders, they don't like mixing Basenjis with anything else. It's very frowned upon. So anyway, there's a theme for each of the litters, and his in particular was a sports team. And I don't want to say in particular what the name of the sports team was, because then I'm just going to kind of rehash on where I got him from. But regardless, he had an original nickname that kind of made me think of his current name, Oliver. And during that time period, I was kind of into watching the Green Arrow and the Flash TV shows. So I named him after Oliver Queen. And then I ended up getting a female Basenji afterwards. And Oliver Queen's sister in the show, or in the comics, whichever, is Thea Queen. And oddly enough, her litter theme was Greek gods, and goddess in Greek is Thea. So it just happened to work out perfectly. And yeah, they're very interesting for a breed of dog. They're almost like a mixture between a dog and a cat, is the best way to put it. They groom themselves quite a bit like a cat does, and they I don't know how to explain some of their other personality traits or their mannerisms, but they definitely have some cat-like traits, that's for sure. All right. So this goes where it's, oh, it's not going anywhere yet. Gotta build some more. Here, I'm gonna look back at the chat. So, yeah, how beautiful and tragic the scene was, and disgusting. And yeah, it was really mixed together a bunch of emotions, so it was kind of really powerful for the scene. It was a good choice that they made. That's why I think I do like it as an adult a lot more, because as a kid I didn't understand that's what they were going for. And let's see what else you got. Thank you. I appreciate that you think I'm doing great. And even though we all have trouble finding words from time to time, it feels like for me it's all the time. So that's why I bring it up a lot. But I imagine I'll definitely improve on that with doing more streams and more videos. You gotta start somewhere. But yeah, I'm glad you definitely enjoyed the my building. Even if you've got your own that you still need to build, very excited for you with that. That's gonna be quite cool once you finally get to it. And yeah, you'll have to let me know if you join into one of the other streams in the future, or just in general after you've worked on the set. You'll have to let me know how it went for you. But you've never heard of Basenjis before? Yeah. Do your dogs have? Yes, they do. So they have a curly tail, kind of like a cinnamon roll. And they actually, it's kind of cool because when they get relaxed, they furl their tails out, so they actually uncurl them. But most of the time they are curled up when they're just running around or walking around. It's like whenever their body's slightly tensed up, they automatically kind of pop into the cinnamon roll shape. But that's what I'll call them sometimes, my little cinnamon rolls. And especially with their coloring, they're the chestnut red and white, so they almost do look like a glazed cinnamon roll. But whoops. Yeah, it was one Christmas that my mom was talking with me and I think at least one of my other brothers. She kind of decided on, yeah, maybe we should get a family dog and make that a thing in the near future here. So that Christmas we ended up looking into, my mom knew that she wanted like a smaller dog breed, and I wasn't opposed to having a small one or a medium to small dog, but it's kind of interesting. They have their own, I'm sure there's other dogs that are maybe categorized into it, but they have their own sizing category because they have really long legs. So they, for one, they're like the same length as they are in height, and that, I guess I should have just explained what it was called first, but so they're called square dogs because of that. And yeah, if you look at them, their length of their body pretty much matches their height because of the fact that their legs are just a lot longer. Anyway, that's super repetitive, but yeah, they've got the curly tails and they have pretty pointy ears that if you did have the ability to flip them down, which they really don't ever go down, it would almost look like they were a beagle with slightly different features, or kind of like a Jack Russell. So they're really, really cool, and I'm glad that we ended up with the breed. But oh yeah, I guess that's what I was saying, was that my mom and I were researching small dog breeds, and at first she came across that, or we both did, and I remember kind of pointing it out, like, oh, that looks like kind of an interesting dog. And she didn't even really like the look of them at first, which was surprising to me. But yeah, she ended up not finding anything else that she liked. And I suggested, yeah, let's look back at the one dog that we found, and it ended up being a Basenji. So we researched where there were some current breeders, and then did some more searching and found Oliver not too long later, and we brought him home on Ultimate Pi Day, which was March 14th of 2015, so 3.1415. And my mom and I actually went and got some pie afterwards at, I think it was Big Boy or something like that. Which, if any of you know what Big Boy is, then that's also probably going to reveal generally where I'm at in the US, but oh well, I don't really care. I think I already kind of let it slip where I got Oliver from, but I could have traveled from anywhere, so you guys will never know. Anyway, no, I'll probably at some point not do like a full reveal on exactly where I live, but I don't mind people knowing at some point where it's at. Oh, nice. Got a good arched area up above. It looks like we're going to connect the rest of this pillar. Okay. Absolutely coming along here. Oops, that's the wrong piece. I would honestly say for just building Minas Tirith, I have incorrectly placed down some of these parts more than I have ever with any other sets. But that's probably because of the live stream. Not that that's an issue, but that's another thing to improve on for sure, is paying a little more attention. Alright. Good. Alright. Looks like we've definitely got a couple more viewers that are sticking around currently, so I very much appreciate you guys. If you have any questions for me, feel free to leave them in chat here. I'm pretty much open to any type of questions, unless they're like really whack. I'm not gonna give out any personal information or Unless it's something that's just like a general question, like how long have I been doing artwork? I know Gambit and I have been talking here about being artists and doing artwork for a while, and that's been really nice. So even stuff like that's completely okay. Just don't ask me like some crazy questions. I don't even want to come up with an example to give people ideas. But yeah, if you have any type of questions, feel free to ask me. And the Basenji is one of the world's oldest dog breeds, originating in Central Africa, especially the Congo region, per the internet. Absolutely. I don't know why I didn't explain that myself. There's a lot more information I know about Basenjis, but I don't want to give like an overload about them at the moment. So they actually were used for hunting lions in the Congo, which is pretty crazy. I'm assuming they would be in larger groups to where what they did is they definitely drew lions out of their den, and then because they're such fast dogs as well, they would draw them out into the open where probably tribe members or different hunters would then finish them off. But yeah, it's pretty crazy that they were lion hunters. And based on what you were saying about them being one of the most ancient breeds, yep, they're closely related to coyotes. Like they're the second listed dog breed next to coyotes and wolves for the dog lineage chart. So very, very, very ancient for sure. And they were in a lot of the Egyptian hieroglyphs, which that's actually how I did a little Easter egg for both of my dogs when I did the what's it called again? The Ark from Indiana Jones, the Well of Souls, that set. That I did a couple of hieroglyphs as the backdrop artwork, or some of the stones in the background that had hieroglyphs on them, rather. But I decided to include myself and both of my dogs. And I actually, when I was doing that backdrop, I did a whole bunch of research on Egyptian hieroglyphs and started to learn how to read some of them. I haven't gotten crazy into it, and I kind of want to go back to learning more hieroglyphs. I think that would be a really cool thing to have an understanding of as an artist, especially with the fact that hieroglyphs are mainly pictorial. So being able to like actually read and write with that would be so cool. But anyway, yeah, Basenjis, they're from the Congo in Africa, and they're in a lot of Egyptian hieroglyphs. And I think there was some tomb that they had like 20,000 mummified Basenjis or something in it. I don't remember the exact facts on that, but they were for sure very worshipped by the Egyptians. And I'm glad that we ended up getting them too, because they're very, very interesting dogs. And I've always wanted like a German Shepherd since I was younger. I had a stuffed animal German Shepherd that I got for, I believe it was my birthday, unless it was Christmas, but my birthday, in fact, I'll tell you guys this, I don't care. I was born December 15th, so I'm pretty close to Christmas, only 10 days away, so not that I would have like combined Christmas and birthday a lot when I was younger, but my uncle and my grandpa, they would do this really cool thing back when I was younger, which unfortunately my grandpa's been passed away for about 10 years now, but he and my uncle would both pitch in about $50 each, and each of my my brothers and I would go out for our birthday, and I think it was mainly that as opposed to Christmas, so that makes more sense. But they would go half and half on $50 a piece, and we'd be able to get a $100 Lego set or whatever we desired. So early on, I was getting a lot of Bionicle and a lot of Star Wars, and I think some Harry Potter Lego sets, but mainly at that time period, it was around 2005 and 6, so a lot of the Revenge of the Sith sets that were coming out, the OG ones. I remember going to Toys R Us quite a bit with my grandpa and going through the aisles. That is a very good memory of mine. But yeah, I went. I know it was kind of a long explanation for that, but I went to either. I don't remember if it was Toys R Us or if it was a different store, but I'm just for purpose of the story gonna say it was Toys R Us. I got a huge stuffed animal of a German Shepherd and literally named it Sheppy. But I because of that, I think at some point in my life I do want to have a German Shepherd. But having the experience of Basenji's for my first dogs or pets, definitely quite a cool thing. But all right, that was the very end of bag 18 and the first third of Minas Tirith there. So I would want to get a little ahead of myself and continue on the stream, but uh, I'm not going to do any more building for it at least. Moving on to bag 19 here, I would have to open up the next section of the box. So I'm just going to do a little bit probably for the next 10 or 15 minutes here, try to even it off to like a 7-hour stream. I'll answer some questions and talk with you here, but I think that's going to be it for Minas Tirith for today. But one thing I do want to do, not that I want to get too much of this before the full build is done, but I at least want to give everybody an idea of what the size is going to be like all together. So bring the first section of the wall down in case those of you in the stream right now haven't seen it. Let me see here. Honestly, I was a little worried about how sturdy it was going to be, but holding that with two hands is really not that bad. And yeah, it looks like the front pins connect right into there, and wow, this connects in very smoothly to the other part of the set. So, dang. I was not expecting all of those angles to fit like that, but that is impressive. I thought maybe there would be some small gaps. Wow. So yeah, it's looking really good, and I guess that's about the size I was picturing. I know it's going to be about this tall, but yeah, it's a little bit more intimidating when you're seeing it all in person. But let me go ahead and catch up with the chat here, because I know I missed a few things. Okay. Maybe I didn't miss as much as I thought, though. So, that's so cool, and this has been great. Really enjoyed this time. Okay, so yeah, I just missed the last couple there. Well, yeah, thank you so much, Gambit. I really appreciate you sticking around for the whole thing, and we'll have another 7-hour period tomorrow. More than likely Thursday, unless I somehow have some time. I'm going to be getting out of work at 7 p.m., so I don't really want to start a stream at like 8 or 8:30 or 9 o'clock and have that run to midnight or 2 in the morning if I was doing like a 5-hour. So unless there's not a crazy amount left that I need to do and I can pull it off within like 4 or 5 hours, probably won't be Thursday. More than likely we got tomorrow from about 3 to 10 o'clock, and then more than likely going to be Sunday, this upcoming Sunday, which is pull up my calendar really quick here. Where even is it? There it is. This Sunday the 11th. So yeah, maybe about 4 or 5 day gap in between, but let me go ahead and angle this down a tiny bit more here. Now that the stream is about over, you can kind of see how the depth of my desk would have been an issue for where I was sitting, but yeah, it doesn't matter if I move around the frame at this point. That's all I needed to do for today. So yeah, I'll go ahead and maybe discuss some things for about 8 or 9 minutes here. Try to finish it off to 10 o'clock. So let's see. For sure, a very eventful first stream, though. I'm very happy about that, and awesome. I'm happy you're willing to stop in for tomorrow's live as well. And no problem if you end up missing parts. I definitely plan on uploading as much of the streams as possible, hopefully the full thing, but I mean, if any of you really want to watch 3 7-hour videos, absolutely. For you, it's definitely easier to be actively sitting through it, because then you're interacting rather than watching. So some of the other people who end up watching afterwards, I'm sure that's going to be different. But yeah, I'm very happy with how the progress came along. I thought maybe I would be able to get halfway through, but it is quite the undertaking for being that many bags, that many parts, how large it is. But now that'll give you kind of an idea what you're up against as well. And you said, well, afterwards they can put it on 2 times speed. That is a really good point. It's kind of ironic you say that, because I was confused. I was doing some more research on streaming before I started here today, and I hung up a shelf that's roughly, I don't know, 6 feet, maybe a little more, above my desk itself here. And initially I had my phone mounted to that. And when I used 2 times zoom from my normal camera on my phone, it would have been a really nice framing for today's live, but with YouTube and how live works, at least for on my phone and being able to do that, I know there's some ways that you can use like a third-party app and be able to zoom in a tiny bit more, or do like 2 or 3 times zoom and then broadcast that to YouTube. But yeah, it didn't frame in the same way. So like 10 minutes before I started the stream, I had to, in a panic, bring a different thing that I started setting up to attach my phone to. But honestly, the thing that I used works pretty well. I got this weird display from one of the previous jobs that I worked, and it comes with a metal frame that's, I don't know, roughly like 5.5 feet tall, something like that. But I was able to, because it's metal and it's got a lot of square beams on it, I can just clip my phone mount right to that and angle it properly. But anyway, yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle using my phone for all the recording and the editing, and hopefully in the near future I can upgrade to having a nice DSLR camera, or getting a mic for myself so that my audio is not borderline crap. But I think if I had my phone plugged up above me beforehand, I did a couple test videos to see how it would sound, and I probably would have been half as loud, twice as quiet as I am currently. So this worked out for the better, that's for sure. But yeah, if you end up deciding to leave Minas Tirith in the box, that's awesome too, because I ended up getting some sets that I've always wanted. The best example that I can give is the 2002 Chamber of Secrets. I've always really wanted that set from when I was a kid, and I ended up getting it probably 2-ish years ago. I did a Bricklink order on my channel, which that was one of the first orders off of Bricklink that I ever did. So yeah, I ended up getting the Chamber of Secrets, and I have not built it yet, but I did open up the box itself so that I could look at the bags of parts and how everything looked during that time period. But I do honestly want to end up building it. So I have those sets where, you know, I did get it 24-ish years later, 25 years later. Well, that would be from now. Around 23 or 4 years later from when it released, and I'm still opening that up because it's something I've always wanted. So maybe you'll keep Minas Tirith for a decade, and then later down the road be like, oh yeah, I definitely want to build this, and it'll be way cooler at that point. So far, the only set that I've done that with in particular is the Office set. I've always been a huge fan of The Office since I was, I think it was around 3rd or 4th grade, maybe a little earlier on. Probably not the best age to be watching that type of humor, but my family definitely enjoyed it growing up. So the Office set I actually ended up getting 2 of, and I haven't opened either of them. I specifically got one so that I can appreciate the value on it and sell it in the future. But personally, I'm not that type of Lego collector. I don't do any type of reselling, but for some reason that's the very first one that I was like, yeah, I kind of want to make some profit off of that in the future, but also have a secondary one that I can build for myself. So weirdly, I have not built that one yet, and I should do that on the channel pretty soon here. But let's see. You're just joking. Okay. So now I'm just going into a whole rant about that, even though you're joking. That's fine though. But yeah, I mean, it's a huge set, huge undertaking. So, you know, if you're busy in your own ways and don't have the ability to sit down for 7+ hours multiple times, then I can get why it would be pretty intimidating to, you know, start up on it. So I do not blame you for waiting until you're really ready for it. But let's see what we got here. Oh, you have the Office set too, and you haven't built it either. Nice. That sounds like you and I think alike in that regard. Both artists, fairly similar media. That's awesome. I need to get back into doing acrylic and dabbling into not oil pastels, but oil paint as well. I for sure want to do that. And did I get it at Walmart or on sale? I think, unless it was Walmart, which that's kind of funny you just say that initially, but it might have been Target that I got it from. And I know that I unfortunately did not get it for $70 or on sale. I think I probably just got it for retail for both of them. But I don't remember ordering one of them off of Lego.com, but it's very possible I did. I think one I maybe ordered, and then the other I just got new in box in Target. So, but if I remember correctly, I think it was Target that I got it from. So, also, I do want to, for the very end of the stream here, we got just a second left, but here are so far the figures. We've got Gandalf the White looking good. I do actually really like how they have the tan printing on him to decolor, make that more of an off-white. But yep, we got Shadowfax here looking really nice. I was not even though I was aware of what the set and the figures looked like, I didn't really think too much about how just the eyes are the only printing on Shadowfax. But it looks so clean. And whoops, here are the 2 soldiers of Gondor. One of the helmets is a little off there, but I'm glad they have different faces for them too. So that is really awesome. But yeah, it is a nice Gandalf. I do agree with that. I'm gonna have to cherish this guy because I know the previous version of Gandalf the White is like $125 or so, and it makes me laugh that Grima Wormtongue is probably one of the more expensive minifigures in the entirety of Lord of the Rings, although he was not really that liked of a character, obviously. But definitely very exclusive, so that makes sense. But I think he's like $225 or something. Pretty crazy. And yeah. Alright, so looks like we got about a minute and 10 seconds before we hit the exact 7-hour mark. But in a moment here, I'll probably end things, and I'm gonna make sure that I'm not gonna like hit the wrong button for the screen. And yeah, for one figure, definitely. But yeah, I'm super happy with the look of these Gondor soldiers. I've always liked the white tree of excuse me, the white tree of Gondor at the top. I think my voice is starting to finally give in after after this long of talking, but yeah, the helmet molds are really nice. I'm glad it's auto focusing pretty well here. Oh yeah. And I like the nice spears they've got. It's the nice kind of a, I forget what color it would be referred to as. They have the pearl grays and the pearl light grays and the pearl silver or metallic silver. It's kind of hard to keep track at this point. But alrighty. Well, thank you everyone so much again for watching. I'll be on again tomorrow, 3 p.m. and looking forward to building the next section of Minas Tirith here. So I hope we all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow if you end up joining. Thanks again, Gambit, for all the interactions. I appreciate you so much. So, yeah, wish a great night for you as well. Take care, everybody.